The streets of Shibuya are bustling as always, as teenagers, students, fashionistas, and aspiring celebrities go about their day, passing by expensive shopping malls, karaoke palaces, upmarket restaurants, and lush parks on their way to wherever they're going. As they do, they pay no mind to the homeless encampments and drunks passed out in the gutter next to them. What they don't know is that it's too late. Something has arrived. Something that was once cute and unassuming, grown to Leviathan size, has emerged. Something that now has a taste for human flesh and is about to make its presence known. Something that only wants us dead. But what on earth is going on? Where did these creatures come from? Why are they attacking? And can anyone escape from the once peaceful shopping district before it's too late? Welcome, my friends, and happy Valentine's Day. Boy, I am not even gonna try and draw a connection here. But yes, at last, it is ready. And we get to journey into this absolutely bananas manga together. Shibuya Goldfish was originally commissioned by our very first Ack-Bar patron, Jathis. For those of you who don't know, this is our highest tier of patron, and they get to pick a manga that I will do a deep dive on. And this video marks the culmination of around 2 years of work. It's quite a trip. And despite a slow start, the manga really does wind up being rather good. Certainly better than a lot of people give it credit for, as Shibuya Goldfish is widely panned, at times referred to as one of the worst manga ever written, which I don't get. And today, we are going to take an extensive look at why. Before we start though, 3 very quick things. Firstly, as this video comprises a large number of smaller videos, some of which were made quite some time ago on my old audio setup, there will be some slight inconsistencies between these in terms of audio quality as well as editing style. I think that I've gone a long way to improving both of these over the past year, and I have done my best to remaster them and tweak them to make it all a bit more coherent, but well, the seams will still be noticeable if you're looking for them, so yeah, that's why that's like that. Secondly, while I've been making an effort to reduce the number of tangents, especially in the public releases, patrons, while this video doesn't have any new ones, as it does predate our new dual release system, you will continue to get all of them, including the ones that would definitely get me demonetized in your version. There are still probably too many tangents, especially in the first couple of videos. As always, I've tried to provide bookmarks if you want to skip them. And, as always, if you do want the uncensored, ad-free, and extended cut of this sucker, although not really extended in this case, you can always head on over to our Patreon to either sign up or buy the video a la carte. And finally, as I keep having to say, please keep in mind that this video is not a substitute for the manga. It is a cross-section and deep analysis. If you don't go and read it for yourself, you're missing out on loads of action, some pretty impressive gore, characterization, and more. And as this manga is both kind of great and not hard to find, even in English, please pick it up for yourselves, read it, then watch this video, okay? Trust me, it is the intended experience and you will thank me later. With that, artists grab your pencils, gamers grab your peripherals, surgeons grab your scalpels, and all of you weirdos who fall asleep to these for some reason, grab your blankies. It's time for us all to hold our breath and dive on in. Welcome to Shibuya Goldfish. It's time to go insane. Hello all, this is the Owl, and as requested, we're back to the weird stuff today. By way of our first Ack-Bar patron request, we will be looking at Shibuya Goldfish, which, along with Hoseki no Kuni, Pumpkin Night, Higurashi, Shiki, Terraformars, Biomega, Parasite, okay, I get a lot of requests, is one of the most highly requested manga on this channel. And where do I even start with this one? Well, the What the Fuckalypse genre is essentially a genre parody of zombie apocalypse stories, often incorporating tropes and ideas from Japanese apocalypse stories like Violence Jack, and they are very much their own thing. Much like the dark magical girl phenomenon, there are so many of the bloody things now that they've honestly become kind of a genre in their own right, with their own tempo, tropes, and structure. Essentially, something completely bizarre, such as animals with human faces or mascot costumes, gain some kind of malevolent sentience and attempt to wipe out humanity. Enter a ton of gore, squick, boobs, a down-on-his-luck main character who often gets superpowers of some kind, said character's high school love interest, a skeevy horny guy that always turns out to be a rapey villain, a cast of survivors, most of whom are there to be fridged as soon as you like them, and have the general survival rate of chickens in a blast furnace, generally a government conspiracy of some kind, sometimes aliens or straight up magic, and by the end, everything descends into complete monkey balls insanity. You get the drift. And then you get today's manga, which, after reading this Benadryl trip again, seems to be both a parody of and a subversion of What the Fuckalypse stories in its own right. And yeah, that's a thinker. This one is pretty divisive, being given the tag of worst manga ever more than once. And basically every review I've read on this thing is quite negative. And yet, it's certainly developed a bizarrely large cult following, got 11 sodding volumes. People keep asking me to cover it, and frigging Hiroya Oku is a huge fan, as is clearly somebody at CD Projekt Red. So, what happens when you parody a parody? What happens when you try to clone a clone? Or photocopy a photocopy? Do you get something interesting, or just something faded and weak? Is this whole manga just a high-effort shitpost? Is this a case of so bad it's good? Or could there be more to this thing than meets the eye? Today, we'll be taking a look. Shibuya Goldfish is penned by the reclusive and pretty obscure Hirofumi Aoi. Yeah, I'm not kidding. This guy is hard to find details on, as he's made this, some random furry thing, and that's pretty much it. So, in this introductory section where I usually talk about the author, this is where I ask for anything you can find, my dear viewers. Post it in the comments, and if it's suitable, I will insert it into part 2, and B, I talk about something else. C, this is, in a big way, not just a parody of weird-ass apocalypse manga, it's also a socio-cultural critique of young, prosperous, metropolitan Japanese life, much in the same way that Satogashi and Higurashi are about rural Japanese life. A huge part of this story is about its setting, Shibuya, and the surrounding areas. Tokyo is its own thing, so much so that folks in Japan will often jokingly say that it's another country. But Tokyo isn't just one place. It's actually a whole bunch of places that expanded out and eventually merged together into the mammoth city we know today. These different so-called wards often have their own distinct characters and moods, ditto the areas within them, to the point where Does anyone remember those Anthro internet site comics where we got to see all the websites if they were people? Remember? MySpace was a ghost, I think, and 4chan was... I still don't know what that is. Yeah, I'm an old fart. Well, if places in Tokyo were people, I guess Roppongi and Kabukicho would be seedy old gangsters or maybe a hooker. Sanya would be a day worker, Akihabara would be a nerd, Taito would be a samurai, and Shibuya would be an insufferable hipster. It's a very strange place. Expensive, filled with fashion victims, wealthy students, gyaru, the aforementioned hipsters, and generally young folks. It feels a bit like a university town at night. Well, aside from some of the sketchier establishments. It's also astonishingly progressive for Japan, being one of the first areas to basically legitimize and recognize same-sex couples as any sort of legal union. And yet, I'm not a big fan of Shibuya. There's something off about it all, like an expensive perfume being used to cover a really bad fart. Or that mate of yours who goes on about capitalist oppression, the socialist utopia, and the plight of the working class, but refuses to tip. And, strangely enough, I think that the author of this thing might have a similar impression. We'll get there. I have a feeling that a lot of this story is about Shibuya and its hidden jagged edges. That have to admit, it kind of drew me in. And at the end of the day, I do enjoy it. It has a zany Z-movie sensibility, some pretty fun characters and sequences, some surprisingly good art here and there, a ton of fun references, some really interesting cultural stuff to go into, and of course, absolute buckets of gore. Now, last thing, before we get going, yes, another longish intro, but this will also eventually be compiled into a gigantic mega video once we're done, so it is what it is. I will be covering this a bit differently. We won't strictly be doing one volume per video aside from this one. Later videos will probably cover multiple volumes. I will also be cutting and censoring a lot of panels as this one is pretty grisly. It's not Magical Girl Apocalypse levels of gore or Magical Girl Sight levels of edginess, but it's still got a lot of stuff that the YouTube gods would frown on. And with that out of the way, it's time to dive on into the madness. Welcome to Shibuya Goldfish. Enjoy your stay. Volume 1 starts out in medias res, like basically all manga like this seem to do, with a brief full-color segment that feels weirdly manhwa-ish. That statue in the background, by the way, we'll go into it in just a bit, as this is kind of fun. But yeah, something nasty has clearly happened, and it's all gone rather bloody. We then go back in time and meet our protagonist, Hajime Tsukiyoda, the shy, good-natured, down on his luck high school nerd, unlucky in life and love, impossibly good-hearted, more handsome than he realizes, and probably going to turn out to be basically superhuman or the chosen one in some respect. He's busy making an amateur film, and right now, he's recording footage around the globally famous Hachiko statue near Shibuya Station and the iconic Shibuya crosswalk. And okay, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, this manga is just soaked in Shibuya iconography and culture, and this statue is one of the most well-known in Japan, as is the story behind it, which I suspect you've heard some variation of, especially if you're a fan of Futurama. In a nutshell, Hachiko was an Akita dog adopted by his owner in pre-World War II Japan, and the two were inseparable. Hachiko would walk his owner to the station every morning and then come and wait for him in the afternoon. One day, the owner died unexpectedly while at work, so Hachiko came and waited but his owner never returned. Nonetheless, the loyal puppers would, every afternoon, walk down to the station to wait for his owner, Fry's dog style. And yeah, I really do think that Fry's dog was inspired by the story, and also yeah, I bet you every old fart watching this is dabbing at their eyes right now. Bloody hell, was that episode too much. And no, I do not know conclusively that this was inspired by Hachiko. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. Anyway, this lasted an astonishing amount of time. Almost a decade, with the dog coming every day, rain, snow, wind or shine, to wait patiently for his owner to return until the dog eventually died. By then, it had become pretty famous, and Hachiko was eventually cremated and buried next to his owner. The story, since then, has become somewhat well known all over the world, with multiple movies made, including the hell? Richard Gere? What is this world sometimes? Anyway, we get to know more about Hajime and his friends. Although, yes, this being what it is, everyone but his crush are, well, let's just say we're basically looking at the future buffet right now because Apocalypse manga. Sure enough, he has a thing for the outgoing and much pursued school hottie, Fukakusa, a surprisingly hard to pronounce name, and his similarly unpopular friends want to bring him to a mixer, but he's more interested in his amateur film. And okay, we will have quite a few references to mixers as the story progresses, which makes me suspect that Aoi is a bit of a lonely dude himself. But this is a term that is probably an attempt at translating the phenomenon of gokon, or formally organized group dates. During the last 50 years or so, due to the declining birth rate, municipalities or just groups of citizens have begun to arrange fairly large drinking parties where men and women looking to meet a partner can attend, get a bit liquored up, play some silly games to break the ice, form friendships, hopefully start dating, and eventually getting married, leading to them having kids, and this has accomplished, shall we say, mixed results. See, these are surprisingly not supposed to be just for hookups or one-night stands. They're supposed to be for forming lasting relationships. And of course, they are quite heavily criticized, especially now, for going in exactly that direction far too much of the time, or being arranged by groups of skeevy or opportunistic guys looking to get girls drunk and have a quick shag. They have fallen out of fashion, in fact, in recent years, partially due to this, and partially due to the incredible proliferation of online hookups, ditto so-called, let's say, dating sites like Tinder. But they are still a thing, especially in more urban areas. Anyway, as mentioned earlier, we learn that Hajime is not the biggest fan of Shibuya. To him, it's mostly for fashionable, rich, gregarious, attractive young people, not shy film nerds. And yes, see those white borders on characters and foreground items. If you've been on this channel for a while now, you would remember that this is in fact Hiroya Oku's thing of taking a photograph of a place, drawing over it, and then superimposing images over it. Mrs. Owl says that I actually explain this slightly wrong all the time, but she's the artsy one of the two of us, so feel free to ask her on the Discord. It's very common now, and pretty popular in seinen, likely due to the more realistic or photorealistic effect it creates. And it's a trick that, while yes, it can indeed look pretty janky at times, I've always kind of liked it, and we will see it being used to great effect in the manga, with more than one panel as a deliberate wink and nod sort of gag. As he continues his walkabout, Hajime walks into a department store and spots several Yankee types. Watch my Gantz video if you want to know more about the Yankee phenomenon, but in short, let's say somewhere between punks, delinquents, and gang members cornering and hassling a girl. Yeah, much like the now globally notorious subway groping, this is something that is a problem. Aggressive, often younger Yankee types isolating and bothering girls, sometimes trying to force them to go places with them, occasionally by, force or coercion, but it's not as common as anime and manga would have you believe. Especially not now, with a ton of public campaigns and mandates about it, and police instructed to come down like a ton of bricks on anyone even accused of it. As he's that sort of protagonist, Hajime knocks over a bookshelf, causing the shopkeep to appear and the Yankees to vanish, before realizing that, it's this trope. It's his school crush, Fukakusa. And surprise, surprise, she's actually a closet film nerd herself and implies that she's always had a bit of a crush. Only they spot something weirdly organic lying on the floor. Oh right, this manga, like most What the Fuckalip stories, is incredibly gory, so I will have to censor some of the more extreme panels, but it's half a human head being munched on by this nightmare fuel. Meet our threat. Huge, carnivorous goldfish that seem to swim through the air. And it's a testament of Aoi's art that these things are rarely silly and are mostly just really frigging unsettling. And yes, just like that, we're in the poo. The pair freeze as an enormous shape begins to float towards them, and then they run for it, realizing that the mall they're in is becoming infested with these things. People seem mostly bemused, and I just realized how similar these look to part of cyberpunk. Is that a nod? Wait, didn't I say this already? This is why you don't script on baby amounts of sleep, I guess. Where was I? Oh right, anyway, soon limbs and organs begin to go flying, and we also realize that the goldfish are speaking in a human language, and that they assumably steal the voices of their victims like frigging corpse sweepers. This will be a common aspect of their moving forwards, and it does contribute to them being just freaky, as well as occasionally comedic. They just repeat phrases at random, stuff their victims would have said, I guess. We also start getting a bit of the author's thesis here, as Hajime begins to realize that, well, there are many things that are worse than living out a normal, peaceful, boring life. And a sudden infestation of horrible man-eating goldfish is one of these. We'll go into this messaging more as the story progresses. Sure enough, we see that there are hundreds, maybe thousands of the things just rampaging around as Hajime and Fukakusa sprint down the streets, trying desperately to reach the station to escape Shibuya. However, when they arrive, they quickly realize that nope, the trains have lost power and they are stranded. However, a train begins to somehow arrive, and this gets everyone's hopes up before we realize that it's completely out of control. And after a particularly, no, this crash panel is just awesome. Seriously, the art in this thing has no right to slap as hard as it frequently does. We also get a pretty obvious reference to the good but hello comments section, slightly overrated Kubrick adaptation of The Shining, as the doors of a train open, revealing a bunch of goldfish and just people soup. Yeah, that's pretty metal. They flee again, but Fukakusa seems to be flagging and tells Hajime that she's getting tired and that she doesn't think she can run anymore. So Hajime tells her to go through the door ahead of a nearby building, and he will do his best to distract them. which he does manage to do and then dashes after her, only to have her shut the door in his face. Oh dears. It turns out that, okay, so this is a bit of a trope subversion here. She's actually a stone cold bee with an itch, as she begins to yell insults at him, saying that no, she won't open the door, saying that he's lucky she even gave him the time of day, and that a loser like him should just be her human shield and happily die. Before she begins to beg for help again, the door opens, and yeah, that's a creepy panel. Well done. Realizing that he's actually pretty much doomed, and that his uneventful life has sort of come to an end. To him, there isn't much reason to keep going in this dreadful new world. So he, to put it in YouTube-friendly terms, decides to unsubscribe from Breathing Plus and just jumps out of the building. But he bounces off the swarming goldfish midair, and when he hits the ground, Hajime has somehow survived without being street pizza, but he is knocked unconscious. When he comes to, he, once again, experiences a horrible nightmare, realizing that nearly everyone in Shibuya, including his crush and all of his friends, more than likely are already dead, only to awaken again in a coffee shop with a handful of other survivors, including a strangely dressed young lady who, we will later learn, is named Alisa. As to her clothing, we'll get there. Anyway, he's been out of it for maybe 2 days, turns out. They're in another department store, in a small cafe on the 6th floor, but are now trapped in more ways than one. See, it turns out that, okay, go home Manga, you're drunk. Shibuya is now trapped in the middle of a fishbowl, sort of an inside the dome, as it were. Yeah, there's a deep cut. And yes, this is completely insane, and yes, this will sort of be explained way later in this story. The leader of the group, a striking but eccentric female cop, and easily my favorite of the early characters, Uncle, introduces herself, and when Hajime realizes that he's left his camera behind, Alisa surprisingly says that she will come and help him look. She also knows what it's like to have something special that you can't lose. Oh, and we do find out here why she's dressed like a bad Dead by Daylight skin. She's an aspiring idol. And yeah, alright, this is gonna require a bit of explanation. And you know what? As with Gantz, we'll be giving this bit its own section, as it's one of those big cultural things that will probably be sort of interesting, but only to those curious about such things. So if you aren't interested in the cultural analysis side of this video, feel free to skip the next section. Okay. So, Alisa's clothes identify her as an idol, which she says is her dream. The word idol in Japan has a subtly but importantly different meaning to what you'd think of when you'd hear the term in the West, where it seems mostly synonymous with pop star, as in, you know, American Idol. Wait, is that still even a thing? While yes, it does have some connection to singing, generally pop music, it actually normally applies more to a younger, generally teenage or early 20s, fashionable girl trained as an actor, a dancer, a singer, and a general entertainer. They maintain a carefully crafted public image to deliberately cultivate a parasocial relationship with fans. Although yes, male idols are also a thing, albeit not quite as commonly outside of boy bands and the like. I guess the term entertainer might be slightly more apropos, but like so many aspects of Japanese culture, it does not translate perfectly. Japanese idols are their own thing. They're themed to attract a certain type of fan, for instance, a nerd girl to attract gamers, or, oh yeah, if you remember this character from Jujutsu Kaisen, that's another great example of this. There are also a subset of idols that are, well, younger than the age of majority, but again, that is a rabbit hole we are not going down today for obvious reasons. If we do eventually tackle Magical Girl's site, well, we'll have to talk about it there. Idol culture goes back quite a ways, but it has its modern roots in the 60s, with Johnny Kitagawa and his talent agency being likely the first true idol manufacturing machine. And yeah, anyone who knows that name probably just winced. Let's just say there's another rabbit hole that we won't be going down in this video. Feel free to Google it if you want to be depressed for a while. Regardless, idol culture really saw a boom in the 80s and 90s, which is when it took on its now more formalized nature. A lot of young people really want to be idols, seeing them as aspiration figures and celebrities, wanting the popularity, the glamour, and the success that they seem to project. And yes, Shibuya is absolutely lousy with aspiring idols, people recruiting idols, and advertisements for idols or idol groups. However, idol culture, especially in Japan, is so poisonous, so scandal-ridden, and so top-to-bottom foobar that it's hard to fully express, and quite a few manga have delved into this side of the industry. Not only is it pretty exploitative, in that idols are recruited fairly young and are often tricked into signing binding, bizarre, incredibly one-sided contracts that result in them becoming essentially enslaved, receiving virtually no compensation and appalling working conditions despite their prosperous public image. But sexual exploitation, blackmail, coerced pornography, physical violence, intimidation, and more are so commonplace that they are almost understood to be part of the industry. Beyond this, idols, due to these contracts, are essentially prisoners to their managers. They're forced to isolate themselves from friends and family, and are forbidden from really forming any actual relationships, let alone romantic relationships, and are not even permitted to attend school, leaving them poor and without many future prospects after their forced retirement or graduation at around age 25, and are frequently bound by strict and rigidly enforced lifelong NDA agreements, which are in many cases backed up by the courts. And yeah, there have been so many public scandals as of late, as well as several court cases over the years. But keep in mind that Japanese courts are also a whole other thing, and they really do not care too much about any sort of public image or precedent, and thus decisions have gone both ways, which is partially because of idols existing in murky legal water, where this is not recognized as employment and more as a hobby, resulting in some truly notorious cases, such as that of a teenage idol being sued for violating her contract after she was seen in a hotel room with 2 male fans, the judge upholding this and forcing her to pay well over 500,000 yen in damages. Yeah, the idol industry is just really skeevy in many respects. So, how does this all pertain to the character of Elisa? Well, we'll see. Back with Hajime and Elisa, we see that she's actually not very popular at all yet, but was given her wristband by her first fan, an elementary schooler, making it very near and dear her heart, her most prized possession actually. And yes, keep this in mind, it will play into the story quite a bit as we progress. No, seriously, entire catastrophic events revolve around this bloody item. Taken aback by her surprising steadfastness, Hajime realizes that he's always just sort of muddled through life, but she encourages him to push further. If he is serious about being a filmmaker, well, he should chase that dream down, and they prepare to head below, but are joined by Uncle and her assistant, ? Regardless, they've got a pretty cute will they won't they relationship, and I genuinely enjoy these two. It would be such a pity if something absolutely atrocious was to happen to two such likable characters. Oh yeah, as always, I'm skipping a lot of the manga, so I would recommend checking it out for yourself if you want to see more. The characterization in this thing is far from bad. Down below, however, they find an absolute charnel house and realize that this might not have been the best idea ever. And while they do find Hajime's camera, they see baby fish beginning to spawn from the corpses in a genuinely grisly fashion. They flee, and Uncle prepares to sacrifice herself, but Hajime, remembering how he survived vis-a-vis he was covered in garbage, realizes that the fish hunt by scent, and so they are able to survive unobserved by covering themselves in women's perfume. I'm not sure if that would work, but yes, it is actually true. Fish do hunt primarily by scent, although not quite as we think of the term. They thus realize that despite their monstrous size and carnivorous natures, and, you know, the whole talking thing, and I guess the flying, the creatures really do act just like regular goldfish, and thus they should attempt to locate a fish expert to help them better understand what's going on and maybe find a solution of some sort. However, before they can discuss this further, they hear the sound of helicopter blades outside, and then an announcement. There will be a one-time rescue attempt at 5 a.m. the next morning, and any survivors that don't want to wind up as fish poop need to get to the designated areas for extraction, one of them being the iconic scramble crossing in front of their building. This crossing, as you've probably gleaned from pop culture, is as iconic of Shibuya as, say, the Glico sign is for Osaka, Times Square is for New York, or street crime is for Johannesburg. Yes, I can say it. It's actually the busiest crossing in the entire world, with hundreds of thousands to millions of people crossing every day, basically 24/7. And of course, it's been featured in numerous video games, movies, and pieces of art. Anyway, they prepare to go back and tell the other survivors when Ankor's assistant suddenly begins to gush blood and scream before, this happens. Woof. Yeah, no, it's actually a freaky as hell image, and while I don't fully understand what's happening here, it's kind of sad. Another genuinely likable character dies a pretty wretched death. They manage to struggle their way back to base, and once there, discuss the impending rescue effort with the other survivors. They unfortunately seem lackadaisical and mostly surrendered to their fate, with a general despair about even surviving that long, let alone managing to reach the helicopters in time, as this would necessitate making their way down through the building, the train station behind it, then out and along the street towards the extraction point. Nonetheless, Elisa manages to rally everyone in another, actually fairly effective emotional beat, and they all begin to make plans. If these things really are just some sort of weird goldfish, they are diurnal, meaning that the survivors should be relatively safe at night, so long as they don't wake the monsters, and thus, with a strategy laid down, they catch a brief rest. Tomorrow is going to be eventful. The next morning, in the very wee hours, half an hour before extraction, the survivors begin preparing, getting themselves covered in perfume and quietly sneaking through bloody, deserted stores, down floor by floor, corridor by corridor, desperately trying to not wake sleeping fish. Eventually, they reach the station and realize that many fish down here are awake. In fact, they're cannibalizing the wounded ones. However, a phone alarm results in a fight and an ensuing panic attack, and this immediately leads to disaster as all the fish in the building begin to wake and zero in on them, and a few of the survivors are wiped out in the ensuing chase, with an injured uncle, Elisa, and Hajime, as well as a handful of nameless fodder surviving. Trapped and running out of time, they concoct a desperate plan and set the building on fire so that the smoke will cover their scent. It doesn't go well, and most of the rest die, with Anko sacrificing herself to push Elisa and Hajime out. Damn man, I actually really liked her, and we get to see her dying thoughts in a very sad, very Hiroya Oku bit, where she realizes that, well, her now dead assistant and her should have gotten together. Yes, while this manga is pretty silly in places, there are plenty of emotional beats that really do land. Finally, they make it, and the handful remaining stand in the rain as the helicopter searchlights sweep over them, and a ladder begins to be lowered. Yeah, how many volumes was this thing again? I wonder what's gonna happen next.
Womp womp!
Yup, we then go back in time to earlier and see Hajime and Elisa chatting about his film, and she agrees to be in it if he comes to her concert. The two are becoming fast friends and likely something more. Back in the present, yeah, the art in this thing, while it's not what I would call mind-blowing, can actually be really, really good at times. And I do like Aoi's creative use of paneling. He's got a thing for those magnificent double spreads and has a very strong eye for lighting. Regardless, the survivors find themselves surrounded by fish, and without the helicopter, realize that they are doomed. Just then, another helicopter flies overhead, and they realize that there must be another extraction point nearby, so they give chase at a flat run. As they run, the other survivors get picked off, and they realize that the extraction point must be Miyashita Park. Oh, this is interesting. Miyashita was one of the few parks in Shibuya, and was also known for its sizable homeless encampments. We'll get to that later on, don't worry. But it was closed shortly after this manga began publication, to be reopened a few years ago as a shopping mall. They find and steal a van, and begin driving hell for leather towards the park, before they see a pole in the middle of the road. What the hell? Oh dear, it's goldfish poo. Goldfish poo made of people. How am I supposed to feel here? I'm honestly not sure whether to be amused or horrified, to be honest. But regardless, they collide with the ghastly thing at high speed, totaling the van, and most of the remnant die. But Hajime, in a kind of legit badass moment, completely snaps and ignites the spilled petrol, realizing that the fish cannot withstand sudden changes in air temperature, annihilating the ones nearby and opening a route for the final three to dash for the helicopter. As the SDF troops lay down covering fire, they wind their way closer and are pulled into the air. But yeah, narrative causality, Elisa's beloved wristband falls off, and as she leans out to grab it, she loses her grip and tumbles down to the street below, and Hajime leaps down after her into a circle of waiting goldfish. Okay then, by way of a Volume 1 epilogue, we see a strange and rather barbarian looking young man easily killing goldfish with a huge ryoba saw, a woodworking tool that I've actually never seen outside of Japan. Although I have heard the term ripsaw used in relation to it, I'm sure there's at least one person who knows carpentry here. What do you call one of these in the West? Let me know in the comments. Regardless, he actually seems quite happy with the new status quo. And yes, this very Violence Jack-inspired character will be essential to the story moving forwards, and we'll be meeting him in Volume 2. He's a trip. We start out Volume 2 seeing people on the street discussing the dubious existence of a legendary Shibuya figure. Something of an urban legend, in fact. The Shibuya Sable, apparently a violent, dangerous homeless man known for hanging around Miyashita Park, brawling with gangsters, and sure enough, we cut on over to said brawl. It's not terribly important, as said gangsters get eaten by the goldfish at the very outset of the invasion, but do note the surroundings. We'll be going into this in just a bit, but I think this is integral to what the author is trying to say with this character. It's a tent city in the middle of Miyashita Park. Oh, and if you haven't realized yet, Volume 2 is mostly kind of a break from the main plotline, with it sort of converging back in later. Yeah, this manga is very strangely structured in places, so we'll be instead focusing on other characters for a time. We meet a few of said new characters, such as a high schooler, Aki, and her little brother Haru. They were, to their minds at least, saved by Sable when her school was attacked by the fish, and they ended up teaming up with the Yakuza as well as some other survivors, albeit reluctantly, to secure the school. Sable plans to escape somehow, and they begin exploring the crawl space, which also gives us lots of gratuitous panty shots, because for some unknown bloody reason, it wouldn't be a what the fuckalypse story without also being ridiculously horny. We do gradually get drip-fed insights into the mysterious Sable's character. There's some sort of history here, as he's chosen to be homeless, as this gives him the freedom to live his life however he wishes. All he really wants to do is eat, sleep, and do his own thing around Shibuya. We are also shown a little bit more of the author's thesis here, in that Shibuya's affluence does in fact hide some pretty dark edges. Back at the main story, no, not the main story, but the other main story, this manga man, they clamber down out of the crawl space. And yeah, honestly, this sequence is actually pretty dope. They emerge into the silent staff room full of half-eaten corpses in search of keys. In particular, the key Sable is after, the key to the cafeteria. However, they are attacked by the goldfish, giving us a good chance to see just how formidable Sable is, as he uses his surroundings as well as various improvised weapons to absolutely crush the fish in a sequence that weirdly reminds me of Goblin Slayer of all things. Well, without all the weird sexual assault scenes, man, that manga needs to pick a tone. Anyway, we get a bit of Sable's backstory. The Yakuza, who I swear I am going to call Yaguza at some point, thanks Civi, and how he fought a one-sided guerrilla war with them over what he viewed as a general disrespect for Shibuya itself. And as we begin to snap back to the present, you know, where we finished up the last video, I think now might be a good time to try and puzzle out exactly what Aoi is referring to with this character, at least from my perspective, at this point in the story. As always, if you aren't into the cultural stuff, feel free to skip to the next chapter. So, Sable. Where do I even start? Well, while we will get a lot more detail later, where we are now in the story, this character seems to be a nod to two specific things. Naturally, this is all just my interpretation, and I would be very curious to hear your interpretations in the comments, but just hear me out. First up, Sable is Violence Jack. No, I'm not even kidding. Gone guy's bug nuts insane, and yet impossibly influential and important post-apocalyptic manga series, yeah, you're welcome to go and watch my video on it if you want to know more, is quite a read even today. And its titular character, the similarities do not end at Sable's appearance. Both are seemingly superhuman anti-hero wildcards, sort of leading a group of survivors in a post-apocalyptic world, and they do indeed seem to interact with other characters in a similar fashion, i.e. somewhere between disdain, utilitarianism, and some weird black-nailed form of reluctant heroism, and both have very odd backstories, which again, we'll get into way later when it comes to Sable. So yes, that's the simple part. He's what the fuckalypse Violence Jack, but without him turning out to be a resurrected character from another series and also kind of Satan's memories. Man, that manga was a head trip. The second part, however, is a bit more complex. See, Japan, and particularly Tokyo's attitude towards and treatment of the homeless, is both rather contentious and hard to fully pin down. The situation is a little bit better now, but in a nutshell, during the lost decades heralded by the economic bubble of post-World War II Japan bursting, and an incredible number of people streaming out of the country and into metropolitan centers like Tokyo, homelessness and vagrancy became a real problem. Tent and cardboard cities and parks started to become commonplace, and while these were nowhere near as dangerous or as wild as what you'd find in the West or, you know, my home country, they were still a concern, both in terms of safety and in terms of general nuisance to the residents, who rapidly became worried about increasing crime rates in the nearby areas, as well as problematic drunks and even some drug users accosting passers-by, particularly women. So yes, while public perception was mixed, the biggest part of the issue was systemic. See, it's hard to emphasize just how much of a bureaucracy Japan is. An example from my own experiences over there. When I arrived, I had to register with my town and set up all of my accounts and utilities. However, foreign names do not always translate perfectly into Japanese characters. In my case, the syllable t had no equivalent and was written as te in one place and chi in another, and this resulted in my registered name and the name on my bank account having one katakana character different, despite the pronunciation in English being completely identical. This one tiny issue caused me endless problems for the next 5 years. For instance, I couldn't set up any sort of automatic utility, pension, tax, or insurance payments, or even have my monthly pay deposited into said account in any sort of direct manner, as the names were technically different. So of course I tried to close the account, but I couldn't, because despite it obviously being me and using my signature, my official name and the account holders' names were different, and thus I could not close it. Oh, and I couldn't open any other bank accounts within the entire prefecture for much the same reason. I would have to close that account first. So I went to the registry to request that they change the spelling, only to be informed that I couldn't. There was literally no way to change it, even though it had been their error. My foreigner ID and my registration had been done under a specific name, and the only way this could be modified is if I got married or was adopted into a Japanese family. Yes, they understood that they had made the mistake, but it could not be remedied because they just did not have the tools to do so. Long story short, that account remains open today, and I had to leave the prefecture to resolve the issue. I suppose that all 100 yen remaining will likely continue to accrue interest for any wild oats I happen to sow over there. And of course, that last part was not serious. Now, in terms of the homeless, there is a rudimentary social support system available, but it can't, or at least couldn't be utilized without a fixed address. See the problem? And this left people who, in all rights, should have been able to receive payments, simply unable to due to a bureaucratic oversight. However, things only got uglier from there. Some of the more affluent wards and areas were getting fed up with the homeless, who, in their view, simply refused to do anything about their situation, so they decided to basically force them out, herding them into a single ward, the now notorious Sanya, which became likely the worst place in Japan. You can actually find nods to Sanya in quite a few other manga. I think great teacher Onizuka went into it a bit, but it's been a long time since I read that, so I may be mistaken. However, the most notable one that comes to mind is in the incredible Kengan Ashura and its Ward 0, which is a pretty clear and direct nod to the Sanya debacle. Shibuya, however, is an even messier story. Remember that panel I told you to remember? Well, homeless folks that didn't end up in Sanya generally lived in Miyashita Park, in a large and fairly well-structured tent city. Not half bad as homeless encampments tend to be, and despite the area's attempts, they proved quite difficult to evict legally. This led Shibuya to essentially sell the area to Nike for redevelopment in the hopes that the megacorporation would do their dirty work instead. The homeless were instructed to vacate, and when they did not, the tent cities were torn down and their possessions were removed. And this happened a few times. While the sale of the park was eventually blocked by the government, the park itself was then completely closed to the public for several years, bulldozed, and eventually turned into a mall. And yes, this actually really pissed people off, as green spaces in Shibuya are becoming a rarity. The story doesn't end there, however, as many of the Miyashita homeless moved into Mitake Park, where the exact same thing was recently done. Closure of said park, forced eviction of the homeless, and then the redevelopment of the park, leading to a pretty widespread international condemnation of what was perceived as a backdoor eviction of undesirables, mostly because they were just shabbying up an expensive neighborhood. But yes, this is a very complicated socio-political issue, and not one I am going to take a stance on in this dumb little manga video. But I have a feeling that the character of Sable does, at least in part, represent an angry as hell finger pointed at the treatment of the homeless in terms of the Miyashita Park evictions. Anyways, back to the story. We get a bit more with Aki and Sable and see the plan that they'll be using to escape. That night, at midnight, they'll use a window to get out of the building, then make a mad dash for the cafeteria, which, if they're successful and manage to get there without being eaten, will give them a fortifiable and well-provisioned position to defend until they're rescued. However, the Yakuza are leery of this for obvious reasons, mostly because Sable has been killing them like, popcorn? Do you kill popcorn? This is my brain on baby amounts of sleep. Sable does receive a little more characterization. He is a creature of id, sleeping, eating, and doing whatever the hell he wants to in the moment. Again, we will learn a bit more about him later, but he will remain a wild card for a good while yet. That night, Aki is awakened from a nightmare by the Yakuza, who want to take her and her brother and leave without Sable to use them as human shields. And that's all we promise. They demand that she turns over her key, but they quickly realize that Sable has predicted this move already and switched the key for another one. And before this can go any further, they begin hearing the creepy goldfish voices and realize that things are about to go south fast. And sure enough, in another of this manga's surprisingly great double spreads, someone, presumably Sable, has left a window open and a whole bunch of smaller fish begin floating around inside. Aki realizes the truth. She, her little brother, the Yakuza, and all of the rest of their little survivor group were actually just bait for Sable, a simple distraction to let him bypass the fish and escape to the cafeteria on his own. Yeah, anti-hero, I guess with an emphasis on the anti. They bolt for the cafeteria themselves in a desperate dash, losing quite a few more members on the way. But as they arrive, indeed finding it unlocked, it's already completely full of fish. Oh boy, someone needs to call Nicholas Seafort on this one. There's a reference that nobody is going to get. Haru actually nearly gets nommed on, but someone begins going through the fish like a buzzsaw. Sable has returned, happily nibbling on some buns he found. Aki is overjoyed to see him, but he walks straight past her and towards the exit as she begins to vomit, along with everyone else. Turns out he's set off some sort of improvised gas bomb, as he doesn't care about them at all. He just wants to kill the goldfish for messing with Shibuya. We get a protracted battle sequence where Sable kills the fish in pretty impressive numbers, as well as eating some of them raw, avoiding injury with Ursat's arm made of chains, and just going more ham than an Iowan Christmas, while he does end up somewhat banged up. Chains or no chains, he wipes out dozens of fish with evident enjoyment, all while singing... Okay, this is actually a children's nursery rhyme. I can play the music, but for some reason anything with lyrics gets copyright claimed. Go figure. This is that friggin' Gantz song all over again. And they begin to realize that he is crazier than a sack of weasels, and maybe scarier than the fish in his own right. Yeah, sure enough, we learn that he's that character, and he tells Aki that she and the other survivors are on their own, and that if they are too weak to save themselves, they do not serve any sort of valid purpose in this new world. And furthermore, when she starts to beg that he looks after her brother, he instructs her that if she does care about him that much, she should protect him with her own life first, rather than those of others, before sodding off. Okay, fair point. And it actually sort of works, as soon Aki uses a cleaver to kill an attacking fish. Tough love? ? Meanwhile, we see Sable return to the homeless camp in Miyashita. Yes, this must be before all that nastiness we discussed before, finding a note from the electrician. We'll meet this character later, by the way. We see a news broadcast informing us that the government has basically given up on Shibuya, as Sable walks down the street, munching a donut and talking to someone on a walkie-talkie. presumably the electrician. And we get a brief glimpse of some other survivors, including another idle-ish looking lady, a strange gentleman opening a briefcase, and mysterious figures on rooftops. Yeah, say what you like about the story and the structure being bonkers, but the use of paneling here is just great. Aoi is setting up a mystery, and so the panels form a puzzle. That's just neat. And most of these characters, while not crucial to the story, will actually be introduced in due course. As Sable enters the sewers, he runs directly into our protagonist Hajime and Elisa, the two remaining from Volume 1, and yes, let the actual plot resume, I guess. We find out what happened at the end of Volume 1, and how they survived. Well, no, we actually don't. Not yet, at least. We see they were surrounded by fish and seemingly doomed, only to awaken alone on the street the next morning. Okay? We do actually get a rather sweet little interlude where Hajime basically tells Elisa that he followed her because he's developing feelings for her and returns her scrunchie. Yeah, he's a bit damp, but he's still a really likable character. And not quite as frustrating as the protagonists of this sort of story tend to be. After they wandered the sewers, lost for days, they ran into Sable, and it goes about how you'd expect it to. Oh yes, right. I wanted to mention this. Aoi does this thing where his characters expand outside of, or even wander between panels sometimes. It's another effect that I've always loved, and the only manga I can immediately recall doing this is My Hero Academia. We see that Sable has established a pretty sweet camp here. Food, weapons, a rudimentary bed, and fire. Hajime asks him if they can borrow some food and water, as they're starving, which he agrees to far too easily. Yeah, you two, don't make me hit you with an Ack-Bar, especially when he tells them that after, he will take them to his primary base, Fukutoshin Line near Shibuya Station, an actual subway line and the deepest in Japan, almost 40 meters deep in places, allegedly where other survivors are already living. They emerge up into the Akarie building, an iconic skyscraper in the area, and Sable's heel turn comes almost immediately as he slashes Hajime's hand, causing him to bleed and attract fish. A new breed this time. Pearl scales, basically the mancubus of the goldfish worlds, and that's basically where Volume 2 ends. We do get a weird little epilogue, with these other site segments giving us hints towards how exactly this all came to be. All we see is a young, elementary-age girl who allegedly had some sort of breakdown, and everyone finds her kind of off. We see that they are not wrong. At home, she drags a dead, bloody dog upstairs and feeds it to her goldfish. Thank you, Aoi. There's a sentence that I never thought I would have to say. And then we see her, covered in blood, speaking in that creepy, broken way the goldfish do. Don't worry, this will make, well, I won't say sense, but I will say more sense later. Anyway. Volume 3 starts out with, okay, I do need to point this out. At the start of every volume, we get a really fun and well-constructed, I guess you'd call it a timeline recap of the core characters and events here. It's not really crucial to understanding this series, but it is just so helpful, and I really do groove the presentation. I swear, Nihei, Your manga would have benefited so much from one of these. Anyway, we see Hajime trying to find some way out of their situation, but realizing that they're sort of screwed, as Sable taunts them, basically saying he has no idea how they lived this long, but that nice guys will finish last in this new world of theirs. Their only use is as cannon fodder for the more aggressive and realistic survivors, willing to bring the ruthlessness needed to live through this new world to the table. Hajime, on the other hand, refuses to give up and is instead really pissed. He then actually has I'll give it to him, a pretty damn good idea. He dashes over to the partially eaten corpse of a policeman and retrieves his revolver. To use on the fish, right? Nope. To Elisa's astonishment and Sable's annoyance, Hajime shoots out the windows above them, right near the douche's position. And yeah, this entire sequence is rocking double spread after rocking double spread. Seriously, why is the art in this allegedly terrible manga so damn good in places? As we see Hajime's plan unfolds, now they will all die unless Sable helps them. Mutually assured destruction and all that. And this does lead us to getting an intimation of what Sable's plan was. Spoiler, he's an asshole, but not a complete buttpipe. He wanted to see what the pair would do when their backs were forced to the wall. And it turns out that Hajime can be ruthless in his own right too when he has to be, catching even Sable by surprise, which means that they might be useful to him and capable of surviving. Sure enough, he barrels through the fish and tells them to basically run after him like mad bastards. And they do, somehow nearly making it out before running into, that's a boss fish. This absolute unit of a pearl scale waiting for them in the parking garage. Sable injures it and they slip past, shutting the steel doors behind them. Elisa, still pissed, nearly knifes Sable one after he attempts to strangle Hajime for his little stunt with the windows, but as it turns out, this was also a test, hers this time. As mentioned, this is just Sable's thing. Again, very violence-jack. Regardless, whoever he's talking to tells him to bring them to the base, which, as it so happens, turns out to be a stalled subway train surrounded with poo buckets to disguise their scent from the fish. Inside, they find several other survivors, including this big bugger, and he tells them that they're going to be taken to see the doctor. Okay then. The doctor turns out to be a conventionally attractive but eccentric woman by the name of Chika Yumioka, an ichthyologist, of course. But before we find out what the blithering hell she's doing in this room, we cut over to the idolish girl we mentioned earlier and see that she's actually a gyaru. A very complicated cultural phenomenon that I've gone into briefly in other videos. Let's say somewhere between punk, tomboy, and fashion victim as a massive oversimplification. You can usually spot them by their provocative clothing, fake tans, dyed hair, and often sparkly makeup. In a nutshell, gyaru exist as a sort of pushback to the traditional standards expected of Japanese girls, to be pale-skinned, demure, virginal, shy, and retiring, instead embracing dark skin, boisterousness, masculinized behavior, crazy outfits, and, at times, promiscuity. There is some overlap with the phenomenon of carnivore girls here. And yes, before someone says this in the comments, I guess this character is likely more appropriately a Ganguro, a subset of gyaru that has fallen out of style as of late. But honestly, the differences are bloody academic. It's like the goth versus emo thing. Or, as Mrs. Owl suggested, graveyard versus cemetery. Yes, I can hear you Googling. Her family name is Otokoyama. That's pretty funny. Literally male mountain, with her nickname being Miyochi, her real name being Mio, and we see that they're carrying out some sort of plan along with the other, let's call them Sable team survivors. Or, as we'll find out later, cannon fodder might be more apropos. There's actually a fairly good subplot involving Miyochi and her best friend, Naoko. Short version, they were enemies in school, but grew to become incredibly good friends and an absolutely inseparable trio. However, the third person, a heavyset girl nicknamed Yuipo, was killed by the fish, and Naoko cruelly blamed Mio for this as she was late for their gathering. I can't show the entire thing here, obviously, but it's actually weirdly effective storytelling, and I won't lie. This little bit of backstory really did kind of make me care here. Like so much of this manga, it is way better than it has any right to be. Back with the Doctor. Yeah, the structure is bizarre at times, which, again, take note Nihei. This is why a timeline recap is a very useful thing, poke poke poke, and we see her dissecting the goldfish, saying that aside from their immense size, these seem like normal goldfish. And yet, they behave very strangely. We also meet her shy assistant, Kaoru. It turns out that Sable wants her to research exactly how to beat these things, as they cannot expect any help from the outside. Only before they can discuss exactly what Sable and Chika want from them, there is a scream, and a blood-soaked Miyochi tells them that the expedition we just saw has been attacked. As Naoko was on the mission, she pleads with Sable to help her, and he's likely about to tell her to do it herself when she mentions that they were attacked by an extremely powerful and ominous fish she refers to as a white monster. And this immediately piques Sable's interest, but he quickly reveals that he is only after this whitefish. The expedition is on their own, to which Hajime and Elisa surprisingly volunteer. The heavy dude gives them some poo flares. No, seriously, these are flares packed with poo that give off vapors that apparently stun and blind the fish, as well as Chekhov's oil lantern. We see that most of the expedition were indeed wiped out, with only a handful remaining. Yeah, we're skipping a good few really gory panels here. And while Hajime's group arrive in time to save some of them, Naoko is pretty badly injured by one of the bigger fish. Sable, meanwhile, fights his way through hordes of the things, and finally spies his quarry, an enormous albino tosakin, a rare and expensive Japanese breed of goldfish that they have dubbed the Silver Princess. Bizarrely enough, the commander of the creatures, or at least it seems this way to Sable, and she is bearing down on the survivors. Hajime desperately pops their last flare, but Miyochi wants to save her injured friend, and with Elisa's help they go for it in a desperate charge, Silver Princess and her army of big boys on their heels. Hajime is able to save them by smashing the lantern and igniting some petrol, a move that always seems to work in media, but in real life, well, doesn't. All you get is a broken lamp, a puddle of fuel, and a spanking. Let's just say that I grew up on a farm without a TV. However, to their horror, the princess drives her entourage through the flames, and then Sable arrives, going Billy berserk on the fish. But despite his best efforts, the princess, demonstrating a surprising intelligence, just evades him and floats away, while her escort swarms in to attack, acting as chaff to allow her to escape. Surprisingly advanced tactics for goldfish. Oh, and you will note that the Silver Princess also has a much bigger vocabulary than the others. Oh right, we do get a resolution to the whole thing between Miyochi and her friend, which does lead to a, no, I am not kidding, really effective emotional beat, especially for a manga this damn silly. While it's a bloody close thing, and it nearly gets them all killed, Elisa's boldness wins the day, and Naoko is saved. We get to watch the pair reconcile, with the two embracing. Naoko tells Miyochi that she knew it wasn't her fault that Yuipo died, but she needed to blame someone for their friend's death, and she didn't want to blame herself, and that a lot of this came out of her own worries, that their trio was breaking up. Miyochi tells her that, yes, they had been struggling to keep their group together, with all three of them growing up and having more responsibilities, but they will never stop being friends, only then to realize that Naoko is already dead. Oh, and to add to the pathos of the situation, Miyochi is unable to even cry in case it attracts fish. Damn it, manga! That hit way harder than it had any right to. And this is what I mean. I will never claim that Shibuya Goldfish is any sort of great literary work, but it punches far above its weight class when it comes to storytelling and characters, despite its absolutely bonkers premise. And I really should read more of this writer's work. Anyway. Up on the street, we see that Sable has become hardened, partially because of the innate unfairness and sorrow of moments like what we just saw. And worse yet, despite his best efforts and a ton of dead fish, the princess has gotten away scot-free. Back at base, Chika is also frustrated that they couldn't get the princess, and we learn that she has a bizarrely foul temper that she constantly has to squash and disguise. Yeah, a nice bit of characterization there. But Sable explains that it's really hard. The second they go after the thing, absolute armies of fish come swarming to basically escort her away or give her a chance to escape. They realize that they're going to have to change their tactics. Meanwhile, people are astonished to see that Hajime and Elisa were not only able to return alive, but they were able to bring back survivors, including, these two who, spoiler, may actually be my favorite characters in the entire manga. We will learn more about them soon. They are just so great. While Hajime and Ko are pretty sad that they couldn't save Naoko, Miyochi thanks them profusely, as if they hadn't gone after them, she would never have had a chance to speak to her friend before her death. Yeah, they've made another solid ally here, and not half a bad one, as it turns out that Miyochi has a treasure trove of junk food and diet supplements. Oh, that's Calorie Mate down there in the bottom. I've always wondered if Bondrude's energy rations were heavily inspired by this crap, as while it certainly does fill you up and give you energy, it's like eating soggy drywall. It also had a huge advertising campaign starring Kiefer Sutherland. Japan, what even are you sometimes? And it comes in all sorts of weird flavors because, again, Japan. Anyway, the three become fast friends and enjoy the meal, until suddenly Elisa collapses unconscious. Hajime realizes that both of them have developed an icky-looking rash, one that strongly resembles fish scales. Oh yeah, and this is where the really weird stuff begins. Hajime suddenly recalls what happened when he leapt down to the street. The silver goldfish saved them, telling the other fish to leave them alone, and we suddenly switch to a full color sequence, for some reason, where Chika explains what's going on. The rash is some sort of chemical mark put on people by the princess. It emits a pheromone trail that attracts fish and will eventually kill whoever is infected. It's actually a fairly diabolical trick, as the infected will use this to lead the fish to gatherings of survivors and thus more food. Oh dear, now what are you going to do? Well, as Elisa doesn't have long, They'll need to capture the princess within 24 hours to cure her. They can't stay here as they will lead more goldfish back to base. Thus, Hajime strikes out with Elisa, arming himself to the teeth, but Sable catches him and tells them that he is not going to waste all of their weapons and supplies on a suicide mission. Hajime challenges him, and Sable says that if Hajime can even give him a single injury with a knife, he will help them out. It goes about as well as you may expect. However, as it so happens, Sable is quietly impressed by the determination on display here, and tells Hajime that the reason he can't take the weapons is that they're planning to go after the princess the next day anyway, with everyone and everything they have. Oh, and somehow Hajime left bleeding fingerprints on Sable. Oh, are we doing that thing? The other survivors aren't thrilled at the idea, but Sable tells them that if they won't help, he'll just kick them out. And yes, we also see that, despite his cool exterior, Sable is basically one giant injury walking, held together with bandages and stitches under his clothes. And with that, the mission is set. What awaits them in the lair of the Silver Princess? And, well, what exactly is going on here? We jump back into the story with all the survivors headed to capture the princess, located in the 009 building, which, okay, this is an obvious nod to the 109 building, likely being done in the standard manga fashion in order to sidestep copyright issues. There are a ton of fun and occasionally bananas bits of trivia about this. Well, basically, it's a giant skyscraper-sized, overpriced clothing-focused mall with food court, so a modern mall, from its name being a pun on the Japanese reading of the numbers, 10 or 10 being read as to in some cases, and 9 being read as Q. Tokyu being the massive conglomerate that owns the thing. 109 is a massive and iconic landmark of Shibuya, so iconic that it in fact has its own emoji in Japan. Regardless, the party attempts to reach her via the basement level, but finds even these outskirts absolutely crawling with fish, busy nomming away at mostly it's just bits of people and organs. Yeah, this is also the volume where this manga turns from pretty grisly into straight up gore in places, so as always, if you want all of the nasty, I would recommend buying it yourself. We also find out that, as we learned in earlier volumes, the princess seems to be able to not only birth but control and direct the fish somehow, sending them out of the building in the morning and they gradually return in the evening. This means that there will be a period where they should be able to sneak in, relying on the poor eyesight of the fish in the dark, and capture the princess after she returns at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, but before the bigger goldfish do. I assume that they will locate her lair and then lie in wait. A few more details of the plan become known too. Sable, Hajime, and another character that we'll be getting to know somewhat soon, Fushimi, are issued souped up stun guns that should now be capable of knocking out the princess, although mild spoilers. Some sort of basic explanation as to how these things operate would have been really useful to these characters at this point in the story. There are a bunch of other survivors now, some of whom will be, mildly important later, but for now, Sable, Hajime, Fushimi, and Miyochi will be the only ones you need to know. Alright, not a full tangent, but this is really bloody interesting, so we might as well. Stun guns, tasers, and even pepper spray are completely illegal in Japan, as you'd probably expect. Ditto most pocket knives and even batons. And I'm not kidding. We are talking prison illegal, not ticket illegal. See, Japan doesn't really have the same concept of self-defense as folks in the West do, and in most cases, inflicting minimal to no harm on an aggressor is viewed as, if not more important than actually surviving yourself. I wish I was kidding. Anyone who's lived there and worked in schools will know what these are, and yeah, they'll get it. Now, where this gets interesting are the exceptions to this and these banned items. Some are predictable. Police can use stun guns, for instance. Ditto certain kinds of security guard, or people who might be attacked by wild animals. However, due to a lot of bad international press since the 90s involving the general safety of women in Japan, the country has been taking steps to improve their image in terms of protecting women from harassment or attack, and this has included quietly adding an exception to these bans, in that, naturally depending on where you are, who you are, and how kind the police and courts are feeling, it's actually permitted, at least technically, for women to carry basically anything for the purpose of self-defense. Pepper spray, knives, or even stun guns. Now, actually buying these is another matter, or was while I lived there, but still, they are absolutely around if you know where to look. Regardless, the large party makes it through the smaller fish by the entrance thanks to the poop flares, and they pile into 009, which yes, I will call 109 at some point. But the fish start closing in on them until Fushimi opens fire and blasts them to pieces with her handgun. And yeah, note the other girl here, Momoyama. The one with the beret that for the longest time I thought was some sort of Rambo-esque headband. She will be actually important later, but I will say that I do like how often we get to see characters physically before they become a part of the story. By which I mean, you'll see anyway. Sable tells them all to keep the hell quiet, as this is where things get real, and any cock-ups will likely result in them all being killed pretty fast. Oh yeah, the art in this thing really does have a tendency to catch me off guard, with how legitimately good it can be in places. And this is the volume where it really starts to pick up. The deserted mall is genuinely, wonderfully eerie. And, okay, so spoilers, I won't lie, the entire arc does take place in the mall and it goes on for more than a bit too long. A few absolutely standout sequences aside, they continue moving quietly in the dark, and they begin to realize that there's also this weird noise, like soughing wind from somewhere in the mall. But it makes Hajime even more worried and unnerved, and we get some really tense sequences. While the goldfish cannot see the party, they can hear them or detect their vibrations in the air if they move. So it's this prolonged game of red light, green light. I have no idea what you call that in other countries, by the way, where the second a fish shows up, they all have to freeze and stop themselves from making even the slightest sound. I sincerely hope nobody has gas. Slowly, carefully, they creep up, floor by floor, until they're nearing the top. As they do, Hajime reflects that they're all different people from different walks of life. A crazy homeless berserker, an aspiring idol, a gyaru, an SDF officer, and I guess a bland as a bread sandwich protagonist, now all forced to work together. They finally begin nearing the top, and start getting the vague sense that something is really wrong here. There should be more fish, right? And why are the fire doors shut up here? Opening them will be one hell of a racket. They prepare to look for another way around when they hear that weird, wafty, windy noise again. Sable whirls, as does Hajime. There's nothing there. It takes Hajime and Sable a second to notice, but several of their number are now missing, and sure enough, 3 of them, including Fishy, have been attacked and presumably killed, quietly in the dark. Oh dear. And yeah, this entire part is way too bloody for YouTube, but as all these survivors begin to panic, trying to figure out what went wrong, did they move, did they not cover themselves sufficiently in the poop mixture, when Sable yells out a warning not to open the fire doors, and yeah, this scene, shortly before all hell is let loose. That said, it's a great double spread with a very comedic angle. The entire area behind the door is just a Miura-sized mountain of corpses, as well as an absolute swarm of goldfish. They begin retreating down the stairs when, oh dear, they see the princess leading another swarm of fish heading upwards to attack from below. Yup, you've literally been outsmarted by a goldfish and are now caught in ye old pincer maneuver between the fish inside the lair and the group that have somehow materialized out of thin air. Realizing that they have no choice, Sable and Hajime tell everyone to stand and fight, and just like that, the battle is on. It doesn't go very well, with Miyochi very nearly getting nommed on before narrowly being saved by Hajime, which also makes me wonder, why does Miyochi still have all of her fancy stickers and stuff? Yeah, I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Sable, meanwhile, goes in on the princess hard, but she just floats away and he begins to be overwhelmed by her guards. Things go south from here pretty fast, especially once Momoyama drops a smoke bomb to try and reach the stricken Fushimi, becoming separated from the surviving expedition members in turn, and they realize that there is only one place left for them to go. Bypassing the lair and up the staircase to the top of the building on floor 8. They push the door open, and it takes them a second to realize what they're looking at. This is the princess's spawning ground. Eerie eggs with those awful goldfish ready to emerge. And, oh crap, more goldfish flooding in to defend the eggs. The remaining 7 take shelter in a staff room, exhausted and with no clear way to win or even to withdraw. The situation degrades into infighting and breakdowns before this dude, who, this design looks really familiar. Is this a reference to something? He looks like a fighting game character. If anyone knows who this is supposed to be, please let me know in the comments, but yeah. Sable speaks up and says that sure, this didn't go quite as intended, but their goal is unchanged. Capture the princess and escape. He's carrying several fire extinguishers. He says that it's basically Hail Mary time. They'll have to use the extinguishers to disorient her guards, and then take them out while he stuns the princess, and yeah, this is the only thing for it. They won't be able to escape the structure with her directing the fish anyway. This goes pretty well, initially. The remaining 6 others blast the fish, while Sable closes with his target. But then the princess does this, releasing a cloud of dust that is revealed to be pheromones, summoning way stronger fish, presumably her honor guard, these enormous lumpy bastards called dragon eyes, another actual goldfish breed, large fish also known as telescope eyes or demekin. Yikes. And with these colossal mini-bosses standing in their way, What the hell do they do now? Sable reveals that there is, in fact, a backup plan. He redistributes the stun guns, giving one to the big fighting game guy from earlier, who we will later learn is called, okay, spoiler. The manga calls him Ishiba for the longest time, and while I'm not going to dig up the rules for this, I suspect it's a typo, as I have never heard of anyone being called Ishiba in my entire life. So we will be going with Ishida and telling everyone that he's made arrangements for reinforcements, arriving on the first floor at 4 on the dot. They need to somehow maneuver the princess down to that level. This will mark a substantial shift in their tactics. He will handle all the other fish. They will be in charge of isolating and taking down the princess, with Hajime as leader. What could possibly go wrong? Back at base, we see Chika, the doctor, and her assistant watching over a sick Elisa. Oh right, the whole fish plague thing. But they're freaked out. Apparently, something is happening to the fish that is concerning, and we will soon see what the problem is. The fish are mutating further, although perhaps adapting would be the correct term, as Sable discovers as his previous tactic of using gas against them suddenly proves ineffective. Uh-oh. We then get an extended sequence about the alleged origins of goldfish. They were basically carp that were especially prone to mutation and adaptation, which leads to all the wild varieties we see today, probably because the carp became incredibly inbred. So yes, goldfish are basically those buggers from the Wrong Turn films. Well, except for that one. Damn it, that movie was depressing. The Doctor also explains that these things are oh bugger. They are creatures with a lot of chromosomes, which in turn makes it very easy for them to mutate and, I guess, out-evolve humans. But lady, just look at how many chromosomes strawberries have. And that's given me an amazing idea for my own What the Fuckalypse manga, Nobody Steal. Sable, meanwhile, is struggling to take on the big fish, but continues to lure more to him using fish food and wielding, what even is that thing? A metal umbrella? Where would you get a metal umbrella from? This manga is drugs, I swear. Meanwhile, Ishida tells the surviving party members how they might be able to trap the princess. She always flees when threatened, so if they were able to drive her downwards, rather than trying to lure her, this might actually work. Only, as always, she is one step ahead of them, suddenly emerging and nearly killing Hajime from an elevator shaft, which yes, this explains the weird noise. Air was being displaced by the flotilla of fish moving around in the elevator shafts, and this is also how they were seemingly emerging and vanishing like that. Miyochi saves him with a fire extinguisher, and he and Ishida close in on the princess with their stun guns, cutting off her route to the elevator shaft in order to push her down to a lower level via the stairs. However, instead, she turns on them and comes right at them in a completely unexpected attack, eating part of Ishida's arm and one of his ears. They come to a terrifying realization. The princess flees whenever she feels threatened, and stun guns or no stun guns, they are not a threat to her at all. Oh dears. Ishida, realizing that he's a goner, runs downstairs in the hopes that she'll follow his blood trail and tells everyone else to look after his sister Hironori, who is also infected with the fish plague. We get a bit of his backstory. He's actually an incredibly noble-hearted dude who was constantly getting drawn into fights and blamed for things due to his temper and stature, and he picked up martial arts in an effort to find an outlet for his physicality. his attempt at luring doesn't go well, as the goldfish are beginning to evolve the ability to see in the dark, giving them frighteningly human eyes. Seriously, these things look freaky now, and spoiler, just you wait until the later volumes. Holy crap. And speaking of holy crap, Ishida grabs the princess and just starts punching her in the head. Yeah, that's very funny in a sort of dark way, especially as she partially eats him. But this does give Hajime an opening to stun her, and because nobody in this manga can ever catch a break, but mostly because nobody explained to him how to use a stun gun, it doesn't work, and she finishes off, then eats Ishida. Sable, back up top, isn't having much success either. He's killed a whole ton of fish, but the 3 dragon eyes that act as the princess's guards are incredibly resilient, and he seems to be foundering. Now, with the expedition down to only a handful, and their plans in complete disarray, as well as the time now being 3:45, what the hell are they going to do? Meanwhile, we see something happening elsewhere. There's an unexpected survival. Momoyama was somehow not only able to save Fushimi, but to move her into a bathroom and presumably treat her wounds. Now armed up, she heads out to seek revenge. But I am going to give you a spoiler here. Despite the mild blueballing going on, Fushimi is in fact dead. But we do cut over to see their backstory, revealing that they are, in fact, a lesbian couple, and we see them picking up their partnership certificate, and okay, yeah, before you ask the obvious question, it's time for a tangent. Okay, so wow, is this one a knotty discussion, and one that I'll have to tread very carefully around, as it's kind of a minefield. A nuclear minefield, made of tripwires. But in a nutshell, same-sex marriages are not officially recognized in Japan. But surprisingly enough, it's one of those topics of discussion that does come up from time to time among your more politically minded types over there. The attitudes and culture surrounding LGBT people in Japan are kind of their own thing, and do not map at all well onto how we think of it in the West. When we eventually get around to doing Tokyo Ghoul, I'll probably speak more on this there. But very Cliff Notes version, most people don't really care, so long as you keep it to yourself. The core issue is that while more progressive or even small government conservative or libertarian parties, such as the SDP and the NIK, support the idea, or at the very least they do not believe that the government should be dictating morality as so far as it pertains to who can or cannot get married, mostly due to the fact that, to my knowledge, it's not forbidden by either religious doctrine or the constitution outright over there. But Japan's had one party in power for the last, 80 years? The incredibly socially conservative LDP, which, yes, amusingly enough stands for Liberal Democratic Party, and they are categorically opposed to the idea, all but outright banning discussions of this nature at any sort of official level. But then again, the LDP are also opposed to most things, including fiction, rock music, and young people. I'm barely kidding. It's a bit more complicated than that, but it should paint a picture. However, Shibuya is, well, it's more like, I guess what I describe as early 2000s progressive. to avoid confusion, as it's not really analogous to modern progressive culture as much, at least not as we'd think about it in the West. It has, in its way, alongside being very much a hangout for fashion victims and the wealthier class of punk, always been something of a haven for young gay or lesbian folk. And as a way around the ban, Shibuya introduced the Partnership Familyship Seido, or Partnership Familyship system, offering so-called partnership certificates to same-sex couples, as well as recognizing them at an official level, at least locally, which, believe me, in Japan is a huge thing. Despite some legal opposition, this was successful, and this is almost certainly what's being referenced here. Now, while these certificates were initially quite controversial, since 2015 they've actually become widely accepted. And now, while gay marriage is still not really a thing, these certificates are now issued and recognized in most of mainland Japan. Even more interestingly, in early 2021, a Sapporo District Court, in an absolutely astonishing ruling, with Sapporo being socially conservative even by Japanese standards, declared that refusing to recognize same-sex marriage is unconstitutional on its face. And Japan being Japan, and Japan not really caring too much about precedent, with cases after that going both ways, a much more heavy-hitting court, the Tokyo High Court, gave a similar ruling last month, and this is actually anticipated to result in marriage being officially opened to same-sex couples in Japan as a whole over the next decade or so. And while I do suspect that some people might raise an eyebrow, I don't think it'd go much further than that. Yeah, as I've mentioned many times before, Japanese society is its own thing, and trying to use any part of it as a mirror to much at all in the West is mostly pointless. Anyways. So, we get to learn about this pair's backstory, and remember when I said that they might be my favorite characters in the entire manga, and that I wished we got to spend more time with them? It's really just a fun little bit of narrative and good writing. Short version, Momoyama fell in love with Fushimi and set about pursuing her in an ardent manner that, had it happened in the modern era, especially in the West, could probably have been taken as stalking. She followed her out of high school, into university, and finally into the SDF, explaining why both of them are pretty tasty in battle. We sort of see a summary of Momoyama's vision of their future together, with them having only just tied the knot before the fish-pocalypse hit. Seriously, why is this the second apocalyptic story I've covered on this channel where the doom of humanity was sea life? It's honestly just a really wholesome sequence. They want to get a pet, travel the world together, and just enjoy their time cohabiting, talking, and growing old. Then, one morning, the alarm started going off, and Momoyama went over to rouse the grumbling Fushimi, pulling back the covers and oh holy crap. Yeah, no, that is actually a genuinely scary moment. Bloody hell. Now, I don't really understand what happened here, but I think the implication is that this was Momoyama having a nightmare after passing out in the bathroom where she stashed Fushimi. The smashed mirror with the bloody, dragging fist print is a really nice touch, but I will again give you the spoiler here. I think this sequence in particular was supposed to confirm that Fushimi has unfortunately died, and I think this is what this sequence was trying to do. Fushimi is unfortunately dead. Yep, bummer. Sable, meanwhile, is going to town. It's a full-on goldfish muso, and he's even using that ridiculous metal umbrella to great effect. But he's starting to realize that he has begun to hit his limit, and now might be, okay, I will just say it, out of his depth? However, he has to keep his Gutsu impression up, as otherwise these fish will head straight back to the princess, and then everyone is boned. Yeah, this stinks. It's a bit of a scaly situation. I will stop. However, he does start to get overwhelmed when the fish start evolving and attacking faster and more accurately. But while he does take a really hard hit, he is finally able to kill one of the dragon eyes. He also notes that, yeah, again, this is disturbing as all hell. The goldfish now have humanish eyes, but due to the short amount of time left before exfil, he begins battling his way down the tower. However, in another surprisingly awesome panel, discovers that somehow floor 6 is a raging inferno. The manga doesn't actually do a very good job of explaining why, but spoiler, this is Momoyama going mission monkey. Because Sable is also kind of awesome, he just goes with it and makes a bigger fire. Sorry, that's great. I do not understand the hate this manga gets. I have fun with it. Meanwhile, Hajime's team are struggling against the princess, even though Ishida, which, yes, this is where they start using the correct spelling. But yeah, Ishida beat the tar out of the thing, and while it's still kicking, it's also pretty groggy. They try to withdraw to give them a chance to think of a new plan, but things go from bad to worse when they realize that they are now cut off by the fire. Suddenly, the approaching fish are blasted apart by a barrage of gunfire. And, yeah, no, that is another amazing panel. Our little firebug, Momoyama, steps out of a burning store. Is that a magnum in one hand and a burning mop in the other? They tell her that they need to work together to nab the princess. Clearly not what she wanted to hear, as Momoyama is out for blood due to the death of Fushimi. Her intention is to kill the princess, kill as many goldfish as she can, and then just burn to death with her dead lover. Anyone else be damned. And she just charges off again. We get yet another sequence showing the two of them, and seriously, just imagine if we had gotten to know them better as we went. It's still really sad. Momoyama does manage to locate the princess and prepares to fire on her, but Hajime leaps out at the last second. There's a shot, and the princess falls to the ground with a bullet hole in her head. Well, shit. We get another of those weird little outro segments, and this one is bizarre. We see Yukino, remember the cop lady from way back, as a young girl meeting a strange white-haired girl by the lake nearby some sort of local festival. And said girl tells her about a talking goldfish, then begins strangling her when Yukino says that it sounds like something she must have dreamed. Wait, that yukata has a certain scaly pattern and silver hair? It can't be, right? But even stranger, the girl, Yukino, not the other one, wakes up in hospital and learns that there is no lake by the festival grounds, and that nobody else saw any white-haired girl. Yukino had been scooping goldfish, a common festival game in Japan, then just vanished. What the hell? We also see that, as an adult, she would still sometimes hear goldfish talking to her. And thus ends Volume 4. Volume 5 is honestly one part of the manga that kind of drags for me. It's not bad or anything, it just kind of keeps going. You'll see what I mean in a bit. Oh right, this is kind of funny. The little character introductions that we get at the start of each volume has the goldfish, but then just lists under description as eats people. That's so dumb I couldn't help but smile. Anyways, things continue to go horribly pear-shaped, with more of the survivors getting split off from the main group. some of whom are killed in some pretty grisly ways. We also see that the 009 building is now, okay, I will just say it, a towering inferno. He says, referencing a movie that likely almost nobody has heard of. Seriously, it starred O.J. Simpson. Where was I? Oh right, the heat is killing the cold-blooded goldfish pretty fast, but presumably not fast enough. Sable realizes that it's time for him to go, but he's also just about out of stamina. Back over with the rest, it seems like all is lost. But the princess suddenly, sits up, for want of a better, more fishy term, to the surprise of everyone. It turns out that Hajime put his hand in the way of the bullet, which, okay, for one, how do you have anything left above the elbow? And secondly, that wouldn't work, right? If anyone here knows more about guns than I do, please let me know in the comments. And regardless, Momoyama is about to finish the job, but Hajime employs talk no jutsu, telling her that Fushimi volunteered for this run, and that by killing the princess, Momoyama would be disrespecting her memory. As talk no jutsu tends to do, it works, and while the rest of the party falls back, Momoyama seriously, why couldn't she be the main character again? Frigging picks up Hajime and carries him out with the princess and all of the other fish in hot pursuit. And in a further example of Momoyama being awesome, she also explains why the stun gun might have failed. Namely, Hajime just gave the fish a bit of a zotz, when he actually needed to keep shocking her for far longer in order to put her out. And I also learned something today. They agree to give it another try, and Momoyama even agrees to tank for him. Lady, I know you like girls, and are also, you know, a cartoon, but you are in danger of joining Mio from Higurashi, Rukia from Bleach, and a few others as my top guilty pleasure anime crushes. And before anyone asks, Urza from Fairy Tail, Tatsumaki from One Punch Man, and Leone from Akame ga Kill. Okay? Okay. And yes, this is a start of a game of fish and mouse, cat and fish and smaller fish? Yeah, I got nothing. But yes, most of the remainder of this volume is going to take place in this burning building, and it does kind of start to drag in places. Sable, meanwhile, is confronted by a pure black goldfish that seems to be weirdly heat resistant. Yeah, these things adapt like the frigging Borg at times. This is shortly followed by this absolute monster and several other goldfish who have recently hatched, implying that the mutation/adaptation thing happens when the fish are in their embryonic form. An exhausted Sable struggles valiantly, but kind of gets pantsed and loses an arm to the new challenger. We get a brief interlude, showing a few survivors on the first and second floors. The time, 4 minutes to 4, and yes, we'll be running on Dragon Ball Z ticking clock logic for a while here, and where everyone is, but I wouldn't worry too much about them. Some of these people will be kind of important later, but for now, Wuss character is Wuss, tall Junji Ito-looking bugger is a doctor, and the kid in the corner has some kind of PTSD. The three actually interesting characters are running hell for leather down the halls on the 3rd floor, meaning that they're going to attempt to lure the princess down to a lower floor and ideally stun her there before pickup. Sable is getting his cheeks thoroughly clapped by the big fish, and we get a bit of a flashback to his activities in Shibuya. Nutshell version, he really likes the place despite its faults, because it's lively and chaotic in a way that he kind of digs. Mostly, he's just never bored. The invading goldfish, however, have made his beloved Shibuya bland and lifeless, and he finally dispatches the monster with an axe kick that breaks its spine in a reference to certain kinds of sushi preparation, which I think we discussed way back in Animal Human. However, he then collapses unconscious on the smoldering floor. The time is now 2 minutes to 4. Okay then. But you know what? Since it's been a while without a fun cultural tangent, there is one thing that crops up in manga and anime a fair bit, this one included, and I suspect that you'll spot it a bit more moving forward once I explain, as A, it's really pretty interesting, and B, it's one of those I can't really unsee or unknow this thing. What do I mean? Well, okay, so Sable says a few times that the reason he's struggling to heal or regain stamina is because he hasn't eaten meat in a bit, and sure enough, eating meat, even weird or spoiled meat, perks him right up. As mentioned, you will see this idea of meat not simply being restorative, but a straight up cure-all cropping up in a lot of Japanese media, from One Piece to Blade of the Immortal to One Punch Man. And believe it or not, this does actually have a pretty interesting historical and cultural context to it. See, meat consumption in Japan was technically outlawed for a very long time, as part of attempts to formalize strict Buddhism into a state religion. This resulted in societal castigation and stigmatization of anyone who even worked with animal products. For instance, tanners, with these individuals becoming known as Burakumin, or untouchables. Although, interestingly enough, this much derided caste were also frequently really wealthy landowners due to their willingness to do hated but extremely necessary jobs like butchery, tannery, working with night soil, working with dead bodies, carrying out executions, and the like. However, despite the ban, the aristocracy continued to consume meat for the supposed vigor and health benefits it could provide. Primarily extremely expensive and difficult to obtain beef. Peasants and the like, while it was technically forbidden, were also known to acquire and consume the meat of other animals, such as dogs or horses, or wild meat such as bear, boar, monkey, deer, or even snake, particularly to treat illness or malaise, even though the consumption of meat or meat products was pretty widely banned, with the restrictions on meat only becoming more and more extreme, later seeing poultry and even eggs being banned. The only exception was the bushi or warrior caste, who were already considered pretty unclean due to their job, and were given meat as rations or were permitted to eat it for the purposes of gaining extra strength and vitality for combat, although they were not allowed to go to temple for a few days afterwards. These restrictions existed to some degree of strictness for over 1,000 years, right up until the Meiji Restoration, where they were rapidly relaxed or abolished outright in an attempt to modernize the country, much to the horror of certain priests. Even now, though, attitudes towards meat are interesting in Japan, while moral objections are kind of few or far between. I know that I ran into quite a few people who were vegetarian or at least pescatarian simply because they didn't like the taste or smell of meat, and this is especially common in women. On the other hand, it's not uncommon for doctors to tell people to eat more red meat, again, especially women, for the treatment of anemia, infertility, bad teeth, blood pressure, or chronic injuries. And I still recall being amusingly enough informed by a girlfriend that Western men have higher libidos and have more babies simply because they eat so much meat. As always, Japan's kind of its own thing. Anyways. back in the 009, and yeah, we're well past the part where this starts to drag, man. Miyochi leads all of these smaller fish off to isolate the princess. She actually gets pretty badly torn up, and is finally cornered in dire straits. When she fights her way over to a fire extinguisher, that turns out to be empty. But as we don't see her death, well, I've said it before and I will say it again, anyone who has any sense of narrative causality can probably guess what happens. Hajime and Momoyama, meanwhile, are finally able to lead the princess and a few stragglers down to the bottom floor, where the electrician arrives in a frigging truck, crashing straight through the door. Momoyama takes a really bad injury fighting off the smaller fish, and it seems like all hope is lost when the princess succeeds in bringing in a huge reinforcement swarm from the now bashed down door, when they're saved by two of the survivors that had stayed upstairs. Remember Dr. Guy and Wuss Guy? Well, their names are Makino and Uji. The third kid with PTSD is named Sanjo. He's a high schooler that's struggling with massive survivor guilt, and he also found a stun gun somewhere. And between him and Hajime, they are actually able to finally knock out the princess and take her captive. Oh, and Sable comes in with Miyochi to help clean up the remaining ads, and yeah, it's a really fun little climax to the arc, but it's also spoiled slightly by Momoyama, presumably realizing her injuries are mortal, staying behind in the burning building in order to be with her dead lover. Yeah, it's a really sad moment, but also fuck you, manga. Stop killing off your most interesting characters, damn it. However, just like that, and with only 6 surviving out of the entire lot that went, the princess has been captured. We actually get a pretty interesting little epilogue segment that, I won't lie, worked my feelings like a damn speed bag. We see Momoyama coughing huge amounts of blood and bleeding profusely from her injury, fighting her way back up to the bathroom where she left Fushimi's corpse, but is eventually confronted by a huge fish without any strength left to battle it. However, before it can finish her, a familiar figure tackles her. How? Is this a hallucination? Because Fushimi was dead. Honestly, the manga itself doesn't really seem to know, but the last we see of them alive, they are facing down the fish together with a smile on their faces. And yeah, no sorry, as I mentioned in Gantz, I do have a huge weak spot for this sort of corny but earnest battlefield moment. So yeah, well done. Your silly goldfish manga actually had me dabbing at my eyes here, especially when, after it's all done, we do get final confirmation that they have died shortly after, as we see their bodies lying together as the building is finally consumed. And no, I have no idea what just happened there. The final sequence is the truck with the princess on it being mobbed by every fish around, including some really big bastards. And they realize that someone is going to have to make the sacrifice play here in order to buy them some time. Hajime volunteers, but Sable pushes him aside, I guess completing his face turn, sacrificing himself instead. However, as our final glimpse of the man is him both fighting and eating fish, I am not going to put him on the count. I mean, write him off just yet. Seriously, please don't quit, James Janice. You're one of the original inspirations for this channel. By way of an epilogue, we get another really gorgeous panel showing the truck, now safe, heading back to base and reminding us that out of the 13 who went out on this expedition, only 5 returned, and yeah, of that 5, all the interesting characters died. Weak. As the truck drives through the rainy evening streets, the survivors point up at what they think might be snow. Only...
Carrier has arrived.
Holy shit. A ton of fish, 2 of which are bigger than belief, seem to be protecting dozens, possibly hundreds of albinos, yes, like the princess, which in turn are laying eggs all over Shibuya. The battle has been won, but this war is only beginning. And that will have to wait until next time. And spoiler, that's when things are going to go completely off the rails, and everything up until this point is going to look positively normal. Just you wait. Back at base, with the captured princess and 50 cc's of pure hand wavium, Elisa is saved, along with the others who are infected by the toxic pheromones spread by the princess. Hajime and the other 5 survivors of the raid get a hero's welcome, and, oh right, one of the girls sick with the fish ick was Ishiba. Okay, so, small correction from last time, or rather, something that I learned. See, there was that big fighting game looking dude, who was one of the many characters in the previous arc, killed off, that turned out to be significantly more interesting than anyone in the main cast. The manga kept calling him Ishiba, and I was adamant that it was mistranslated. Well, shitfire and save matches, it turns out that I must have had my head halfway up my butt. There is absolutely a name, Ishiba. It's just rare. While yes, the manga did call him Ishida at one point, I think that was the typo, and that Ishiba might have been the correct one. While I haven't found the raws, someone who allegedly did confirmed that ba, not da, is the correct reading. Live and learn, I guess, because this is not a name that I have run into in the wild, and I've spent most of my adult life in Japan. Regardless, this is his sister or something. She's fine now, but is not important to the story. That's the long and the short of it. They do mourn the dead though, especially the loss of the Sable, who was something of a force of nature and their anchor in every fight. And of course, yes, Sable is 100% dead. There is no way that we'll see him again. Not a chance, says someone who has never seen a movie or read a story before. However, the news is not all good. It's actually mostly what is known in scientific parlance as complete shite-arse. The fish are mutating in all sorts of weird ways, and somehow the 2 Titan goldfish we saw at the end of Volume 5, you know, those final boss-sized monstrosities, are commanding an army of princesses, laying eggs all over the place. The situation is only becoming more dire. Chika, however, despite being, you know, a little off, plans to figure out how to kill all the fish by using the princess, while everyone else can, well, smell crazy on her. If she can get rid of the fish, they would only be too happy to help. We get a bit of background on Chika, as well as, okay, so her assistant, the androgynous and retiring cow, which is short for Kaoru, if you remember, and is not a riff on her weirdly fluctuating breast size, refers to her as Chika-ne. We've talked a bit about honorifics before. Chan and the less used and more childish Tan, for instance, are friendly and casual, albeit slightly effeminate in most contexts. Sun is neutral, Summer is respectful, and there are oodles of others, generally depending on the formality of a situation as well as hierarchy. Ne doesn't translate perfectly, but it's used by girls or younger women in general to refer to older women in a way that is both friendly and somewhat respectful, although it's not typically something you would hear in formal situations outside of very close relationships. It means something like older sister, but not necessarily familial, if that makes sense. Kao could just as easily have said sensei, but that might have come over a touch cold. Ne here suggests admiration, and something of a friendship despite a superior-subordinate professional relationship. Japanese honorifics are actually a really bloody interesting part of the culture. feel free to look into them more on your own time. Regardless, Chika is a highly respected, if eccentric, scientist, and we get to see her at work, with it being difficult to know if she's just kooky or if she's completely off her tits insane. I do really like how she wants to find a way to tame the now paralyzed and I guess partially vivisected princess, so she could ride around on a flying goldfish, something I frankly never thought of before, and now I can't not think about it, because that sounds like a lot of fun, and also definitely a way to get served first at food trucks. And you would certainly give attempted hijackers a surprise, although feeding the bloody thing could be challenging. Unless there are like South African numbers of hijackers. Where was I? Oh right. We see the two of them get a little contest going, with Chika challenging Cow to figure out a better way to kill the fish than her. Which is interesting and something to note moving forwards, as it implies that Cow is actually pretty smart in her own right, at least on par with Chika. Meanwhile, the other survivors are taking 5, waiting on the experiments to be done, hopeful that Chika can provide at least some inkling of a plan. And well, you'll see. "3 days later." No, I'm not going to use that clip because everyone else does. You know the one. We see the conclusion of Chika's research. She's figured something out, but also notes that every egg the hundreds of princesses lay has a very high chance of mutation. There is no telling what sort of crazy powerful things are going to be coming at them out of the darkness if this keeps going. Thanks, Freddy foreshadowing. She also notices a small white stone inside of another fish. I wonder, anyone who's spent any time angling might know what this could be. Before, holy fuck bollocks, what? No, seriously. It takes a lot to jump scare me with a still image, but that managed. And yeah, quite a surprising death if you, like me, expected Chika to be more important, or perhaps even more likely another surprise villain. This can't possibly be a nod to Sam Jackson getting jump scare eaten in that one silly shark movie, can it? I doubt it. Still, that really caught me by surprise. Cow is now naturally distraught that her friend and mentor died like that, and is also confronted by the somehow regenerated and rampaging princess. Also, because this allegedly terrible manga likes to work my emotions like a speed bag, we cut back in time to see Cow's childhood. She, and I'm gonna say this right now, boy did this resonate with me, was one of those people who is interested in everything, but kind of good at nothing. She was clumsy, socially awkward, gloomy and withdrawn, before she met the eccentric Chika, and they formed a fast friendship as a pair of perpetual weird outsiders. Cow then became her assistant, finally finding something she could be good at and a place in the world. Which, yeah, as a man who, even in his 40s, still hasn't figured out quite what he wants to do with his life. Woof. Meanwhile, not only is the princess up and about, but there are numerous other fish inside the train somehow, to the horror and astonishment of everyone else. It's absolute frigging bedlam, but we see that the survivors of the raid have actually become skilled fighters, almost Sable-esque, going completely ham on the fish, and they're able to save Elisa and a few others from the sudden attack. It is still complete anarchy. Fire, death, and destruction. What the hell is going on? And yes, we won't be learning more about what exactly happened here for quite some time, unfortunately. Later, we see a battered, bruised, and singed group of survivors trying to figure out how it all went sideways so fast. How did the fish get in? How did the princess get free? Regardless, It's a gigantic mess. The lab is burned and completely ruined, Chika is dead, and thus all of her research has gone with her. Even worse, their stronghold is no longer safe. Worst of all, with Chika dead, they have lost any hope at beating the fish. Well, wait. Didn't she have a mousy little assistant that does seem to grow gradually more prominent mammary glands the more we see her? I'm not kidding. Look at the way she's drawn. It's odd. However, Kao says that no, Chika kept her plans secret from even her. Although, when she thinks hard, she half remembers something, but cannot quite grasp it. She does remember Chika trying to tell her something as she died, presumably the plan, but due to the trauma of the moment, is unable to recall what it was she said, no matter how hard she tries. With no obvious route to success, the electrician declares that they need to abandon base. They begin making plans to leave the train and look for some sort of new safe haven, as this place is not going to be safe anymore. For some reason, and yes, I get it, too many characters and plot reasons, they resolve to split up and do their own thing, rather than the intelligent move, which would have been to go as one unit. Kao, meanwhile, is racking her brains, trying to remember what Chika might have told her about her plans, and what those last words were. When Elisa shows up, they chat for a while, and it's actually not a terrible little bit of characterization. The takeaway is, Kao herself is bloody smart, but has extremely low self-esteem, and doesn't believe she could find a solution on her own, but also cannot remember what Chika might have told her, and the harder she tries to remember, the less she does. We also see that Elisa, in turn, is overwhelmed with survivor's guilt. A dozen odd people died to cure her, and while yes, she's back on her feet, she's also about as useful as tits on a fire truck. What the hell could an aspiring idol even do in the fish-pocalypse? Motivate people? I'm not kidding, that's kind of her role. Kao, on the other hand, is way smart, and if she knuckles down, yeah, here we go, Elisa gradually, spoiler, becomes a master of talk no jutsu, telling the distraught Kao to forget Chika's solution. Couldn't she think of a solution on her own? Right? Everyone else joins in, telling her that yeah, she is absolutely their last hope. If she can't think of a way to fix this, nobody can. So, likely channeling her dead mentor, she tells them okay, now shut the hell up. She needs to focus. At the very last, standing up for herself a little bit, which shocks them all, Kao does seem to finally be growing some claws, and damn it, worst manga of all time, stop being genuinely fun and interesting. No, seriously, I think Volume 6 is where I really started to enjoy myself. Shibuya Goldfish isn't even close to perfect, and the main character is a complete and damp bread sandwich, but there are so many fun little character beats scattered throughout, the art is solid, the panel construction is interesting, and the humor often lands. It really does go to show you, there is no such thing as a bad story, only bad writers. Anyways. Sometime later, the man on watch rushes down the tunnel towards the trains, yelling that a large swarm of fish is on the way and they need to go like yesterday. Sure enough, the fish attack arrives like a damn Zerg rush, and then suddenly, the fish basically begin exploding as they're struck down with a huge amount of horrible looking status effects, bursting ulcers, rot and pus everywhere, reminding me of... Okay, so there was this movie, right? A small coastal town where everyone starts developing these weird, gross diseases, It gets nastier and nastier, and it turns out that it was pollution-mutated sea bugs, essentially eating people from the inside out. Really gory but fun, although the pacing and structure were a complete mess, and the overall message was about as subtle as a Jordan Peele movie. Anyone know what that was? Let me know in the comments. We learned that, yeah, this was Kao's doing. Goldfish, due to the extensive inbreeding needed in order to create the pretty and funky critters we keep as pets, are far more prone to getting sick and far less resistant to these illnesses, so she built a chemical agent, a pathogen, that'll basically inflict a ton of different fish diseases onto the goldfish simultaneously, killing them basically instantly, albeit really messily. That's kind of cool. Oh, and she finally remembers what it was that Chica told her as she was dying. Oh boy, it is time to break out the handkerchiefs, people. Because, again, stop being really good, manga I'm supposed to hate. It's implied that Chica was, in fact, completely unable to come up with a plan. Nothing she could think of was even slightly viable. So her last words to Kao, rather than a plan, were simply, "I know you can do it." Kao then passes out from exhaustion, her job done. Dude! Sometime later, we get our next goal. Kao says that she could easily make more of the pathogen, but she would need specific supplies that would be easiest to obtain from the university hospital, and for some reason they thus decide to split off into two groups, their excuse being that it would make it easier for them to move undetected. They do have a small amount of pathogen left, but without the supplies, there's no way to produce enough to kill all fish. The electrician also gives Kao the weird stone-like object Chica found inside one of the fish. She says that she's not sure what it is, but will investigate later, presumably after the mission. And yes, the two groups then separate off to meet again in 5 days at the university hospital. This specifically does seem to be a name change reference to one campus of the Tokyo Medical University, which does appear to have a hospital in Shibuya, although it appears in the manga in a way that makes me think the author is playing around with some spatial logic to make it all work out. In this story, it's in Udagawa, a very upmarket and crowded part of Shibuya, near the incredibly famous Yoyogi Park, and spoiler, we're going to be spending quite a lot of time in Udagawa, with this main quest being put on hold for a good while the manga sits in a corner eating shrooms. Regardless, we now have a goal and a through flow for our characters as they separate. We do see the electrician musing that Sable might have found. He refers to a mysterious but unnamed third person that Sable might have gone to for medical attention had he survived. The party is basically our main characters, with the other characters going off and doing their own thing. Mio, Elisa, Hajime, and Kao head off to the hospital at the very heart of rotting Shibuya, and we then get some really ominous foreshadowing as we see that the JDF, I think this is another way of saying the SDF, which is a whole can of worms. We'll explain that more if the chance arises. Regardless, they have been absolutely wiped out. Yeah, you have no idea what is waiting for you in Udagawa. Two days later, we see the main party struggling to find a way to the hospital, thanks to the titans overhead and the tons of princesses laying eggs. There are just hundreds, thousands of fish everywhere, but with the help of the poop flares, they are able to impart battle and mostly sneak through to Jinan, a fashion district close to the park, probably best known for the incredibly iconic Mori structure, as well as the headquarters of NHK, Japan's national television company. They do their best but due to the sheer number of fish now in the area, it seems to be mostly impossible. Oh, and this is neat. Sometimes we see things go dark, only to realize that it's one of the titans floating overhead. Man, those things are freaky. Seriously, take any sea creature you can name, blow it up to, I don't know, moon size, and it becomes a Lovecraftian abomination. They're actually... okay, so it's a little tricky as someone who never really lived in Tokyo to understand where everyone is. But all you need to know is that they do find themselves in Utagawa, neighboring Jinan, which puts them fairly close to the hospital. However, the area is just so heavily infested that it's difficult to make headway. We see the party taking shelter in a nondescript store of some kind, musing that they've used up most of their countermeasures and that Hajime looks sick. Uh-oh, cow notes that the fish have become more aggressive and more coordinated, as well as some other aspect of their behavior becoming worrying, but she doesn't specify. She only says that she needs to finish making her pathogen with all possible urgency, and this again does not bode well. Oh, and just as importantly, they are out of food, and their situation is starting to look dire. Fortunately, this doesn't take long to figure out. They obtain one of those little gas burners, man those things look useful, as well as some instant ramen, and this gives us a nice bit of levity and some downtime to set us up for the absolute nightmare that is soon to come. As they eat, Kao explains the plan and the various pitfalls, also answering a question that I had in regards to the pathogen. The reason she couldn't just make a contagious superbug is that the fish mutates so rapidly, she would risk just creating an even more powerful fish that is immune to, or I guess possibly even spreading disease. Seriously, who's running this show? Abatha? There's a deep cut. Instead, they need to produce a large amount of pathogen and distribute it over as wide an area as possible, as rapidly as possible, to kill as many fish as possible. Okay then, I don't know what that's gonna do to the Titans, but then again, I don't know what would, short of a tactical nuke. Their final goal, Yoyogi and the hospital, lies through some very difficult, tightly packed and infested terrain. So, they resolve to wait until the evening and they bed down. And this kind of marks the turning point for the story going completely bananas, as I mentioned at the start, and we will not return to normalcy until, frankly, the manga is over. Just you wait. That night, day, whatever, during nap time, Hajime has one absolutely bizarre, Kafkaesque dream. It's, there is no way I can do this madness justice, so I'm just gonna say that it's a prolonged sequence that can be summarized as all of his friends are eaten by a goldfish that turns out to have been him all along. Thanks Freddy foreshadowing, but also, what the hell? Also, the goldfish was us all along. Worse yet, when he wakes, all of the girls are gone, and he's feeling way more sick. Well, as long as you aren't feeling sick and full, I guess. He explores, finding some mildly worrying signs. Large amounts of fresh blood and something that looks like a dead woman behind a counter. But before he can investigate, absolute chaos erupts outside. Some of the fish are singing children's songs. Others are screaming and zooming around like Baby Owl that time she ate half a Kit Kat she found in my pocket. Toddlers. But many just plummet down and crash into the tarmac, killing themselves. What the hell is going on? Did the fish get into the bath salts again? Before he has much time to muse or even search for his chumps, Hajime finds himself pursued by several grotesque and badly deformed, likely mutated fish, and is driven into another part of the building where he hides, before spotting a pair of SDF soldiers walking by, one carrying their badly wounded comrade. However, out of nowhere, the younger one shoots the injured older soldier through the head, then leaves. Yes, it's a mercy killing, but it's also where? Before crap, man. That's the second time you've got me in one volume, Manga, popping up behind Hajime. Yeah, that's not a face you want to see on anyone, let alone someone with a gun. Especially once he takes off his helmet, revealing him as an eerily beautiful but still kind of wrong young man. Meet Mibu. Oh man, Mibu. This guy is a trip. You will see. Also, is that supposed to be a Shinsengumi reference of all bloody things? We do not have the time to explain the Shinsengumi, so just Google it. Despite his very unpleasant initial impression, Mibu approaches Hajime with enthusiasm, astonished that not only has he survived this long, but how far he's traveled. Hajime does correctly identify that there's something not right with this chap, but with his friends seemingly AWOL, Mibu invites him to join his own party of survivors, especially when Mibu tells him that earlier on that day, a girl dressed similarly to Elisa came to them injured. To this, Hajime agrees, hoping to reunite with his missing, but hopefully not late friends. We quickly see that Mibu is, oddly enough, both very Sable-esque and nothing like him at all. He is a cheerful warrior who takes on huge numbers of fish by being a combat expert and also being willing to basically do anything with anything. But note one important difference. Sable all but demanded independence of everyone around him, while Mibu is the stark opposite, demanding obedience. There is an extended sequence showing Mibu's group, which will introduce a few new characters. But yeah, this manga has an overabundance of bloody characters. Very few survive long enough to be relevant, and of those that do, many are just quietly forgotten about by the story, so if any survive long enough, I'm sure we'll get to know them. The only important thing they mention is another individual by the name of Uncle Yukino, the cop who died in Volume 1. However, by the time they arrive, okay, so one of these survivors, I think it's implied that she's mentally ill, opened a door that she was not supposed to the absolute shattering horror of everyone else. And while we don't see what happens next, we do get to see the aftermath once Hajime and Mibu arrive. Blood and goldfish droppings everywhere. Well shit. Thinking that Elisa might be here but injured or in imminent danger, Hajime charges down the stairs. To the surprise and also grudging respect of Mibu, clearly the damp young man is not quite as damp as he first appeared. To his horror, Hajime sees a female shape being menaced by an, okay, I can't believe I'm about to say this, a surprisingly normal-looking giant flying man-eating goldfish about to bite her. He dives in, but unfortunately is too late to save her as the goldfish eats a large portion of her head. Oh no, of course they just killed off Elisa randomly, which is why we never saw her face. We see the two who were discussing Uncle, a pretty older woman, and a scarred, bald-headed tough guy hiding in a locker, and they mention that, this goldfish is something different entirely, and something that absolutely should not have been released. It floats towards Hajime, who is now trying to butt scoot away and about to die. Then what? Sorry all, I think I've calmed down now. What? Yeah, no, that's my face too. What in the name of holy fucking shit hell damn it is that thing? Because that's an arm, a human arm, coming up out of the goldfish's mouth and gently brushing at Hajime's face. And that, aside from a very long side story about Iori Sanjo, remember, that similarly damp lad with survivor's guilt from Volume 5, he's basically Hajime Mark II. And here's Elisa, Kuze, I think it's implied she died, and there's Baby Owl. Yes, it is. So let's cut off the silly goldfish manga before Baby Owl attempts to eat it. And yeah, that caps off Volume 6. I wasn't kidding when I said this manga goes right off the rails here. And trust me, you ain't seen nothing yet. We'll get to Volume 8 next video, and I think that's where the manga hits peak insane, while still being sufficiently of this reality for it to be impactful. After that, we're into magical girl apocalypse levels of wibbly-woo, folks. You will see what I mean. I am going to go and see what Baby Owl has discovered that's crinkling in the background, so it's time for a short break.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Hello, friends. So, with all the madness, including a surprise guest appearance from Baby Owl and that armfish, do you know what isn't completely insane? The FrightRanker Patreon. Well, maybe it's a little insane, but there aren't any armfish. Probably. And if there are, they'll be small ones. I promise. So, becoming a patron doesn't just mean supporting us and allowing us to produce more of the content you enjoy, or buying Baby Owl things that go crinkle. It also comes with all sorts of benefits, like early access to most videos, my book, exclusive patron-only chat on the Discord, emotes, probably the odd exclusive video here and there, and for higher tier patrons, direct input on what manga I cover in the future. Remember, White Whistles can commission a one-shot, our bards can commission a deep dive. Alternatively, if you want something one-off, you could commission a piece of art from Mrs. Owl. She does really bloody good work. All links are, as always, in the description of the video. And that's my spiel, pluggity plug, pluggity plug. Back to the manga. Volume 7 starts, you know what? This cover right here. This is how you sell a manga. No wonders this bonkers thing got 11 sodding volumes. Hell, if I saw that looking at me from a bookshelf, I would buy it. Anyways, the rest of this arc is mostly going to be set in Udagawa, which perceptive viewers may notice isn't the full term used by the manga. The manga refers to it as Udagawa-cho. See, cho is something you will encounter often when it comes to place names in Japanese, ditto shi, machi, and a few others. Cho is one of the most common, and is, interestingly enough, a historical term referring to a very specifically sized area of land. The exact dimensions of which, okay, I'm not going to try and make sense of shaku here. If I recall, 5 square shaku is around 1.5 square meters, not exactly. It's a pig to convert, and as nobody has used shaku for hundreds of years now, we can just skip that nonsense. Although, to my American friends, don't get me started on your silly bloody units. Feet, inches, yeah, come at me comment section, I'm ready this time. Long story short, you will see cho or chome in place names and addresses pretty much all the time. As here, Udagawa-cho generally just means Udagawa area or Udagawa district. We open on an... Okay, so I do plan on explaining this in more depth when we get there in Higurashi, but for now let's just say kind of mysterious but really nice traditional Japanese mansions / compounds found here and there in the city, on the outskirts in general, or just outside of towns. It could be something that belongs to a rich family, the Yakuza, or they could be a private onsen or hotel not open to the public. We see the powerful but kind of derpy looking dude and the hot blonde lady from earlier. We will learn their names later. The only thing of especial interest here is the kooky old man, who it turns out has a thing for goldfish. More than just a thing, if you get my drift. Yeah, dude, it's a cute image, but you're gonna need a shower after this. And yes, there's a deep reference I'm not gonna make here. Or maybe Troy McClure for us older folks. Seriously, why is this a thing in media? Is this just widespread in Hollywood? I don't know. Anyways, back in the main story, Hajime is absolutely baffled and horrified by the armfish that, yeah, I'm gonna use that Moon Knight meme I've been saving up, which may actually be the best meme of all time. I at least think so. The fish, which not only used his name, but then begins to babble absolute gibberish at him that is, scarily enough, almost comprehensible in places. What the hell is going on? Because this manga went from dirtfish memes go brrr to no. This is actually legitimately scary. Hajime is saved in the nick of time by, okay, I don't know where this trope came from, the bald-headed but dumb strongman with a flavor saver who jumps in and kicks the fish away before being attacked by another one, displaying astonishing brute strength, holding it at bay himself. But he's then, I cannot believe these words are coming out of my mouth, gently kicked in the face by a child's leg that emerges from the fish's mouth, which then proceeds to gouge into one eye. Ouch, the hell is going on? The blonde lady shows up and tells them to run. This is an enemy that, well, there's a reason that door was closed, is all I'm saying. Sure enough, these things turn out to be, okay. There is a movie that I watched the other day in a haze of toddler sleep and flu meds that I am still not sure if I dreamed. It was some really gory but borderline pretentious ask me what it means thing, where this actress takes some kind of drug that makes a younger version of herself pop out of her back for her to live vicariously through, and they wind up getting more and more corrupted body horror style. Seriously, what the hell was that thing? Quite possibly a fever dream. Anyways, these fish seem capable of rapidly regenerating from any injury, which causes them to mutate further, with one losing an eye, but having it replaced with a second face, and the other fish grows a human eye. This is really cool. Again, I know some people really do not like this manga, but it goes places, finding new ways to use goldfish as more and more horrifying adversaries. Mibu suddenly appears with a, damn, I don't know gun, so let's call it an R1 assault rifle to annoy the gun fans in the comments section, and sprays bullets into the fish, but they just continue to mutate and regenerate before he whips a grenade at them, and this appears to do the job. Yeah, you know how I keep saying this manga is way better than it has any right to be? It's because it keeps being true. That sequence was wild. We learn that the bruiser is named Saidaiji, and while he and the blonde lady were knocked about by the blast, they're fine, just pissed. Hajime is surprised that Mibu came back, but also notes that he, in his own way, is really formidable. He's not quite the berserker Sable is. Instead, he's clearly a professional killer, despite his pretty boy appearance. And yes, any anime or manga aficionado can probably chart this character's course already, guessing his arc. Mibu's group emerges, revealing that most of them had just been hiding. Yay, more bloody characters to forget about. The one to note is someone they refer to as the director, who appears to be ill and also appears to know more than he's saying. They find themselves a new hideout. You know what? This isn't massively important, but I've been looking for an excuse to talk about it, so random tangents go. If you've read any apocalypse manga, or, well, any manga set in the modern day, you might well have seen these places, at least on the sidelines, referred to as karaoke palaces. Karaoke in Japan is way different to what people think of when they hear the term in general. It's not one drunk bloke standing in front of a crowd singing Billy Joel while everyone waits patiently for him to stop. It's an entire room of people belting out Billy Joel instead, all boozed off their asses and full of dried squid. So, let's say it's Friday night. You've just had a work dinner where drinks were served. Now you and maybe a dozen co-workers, ever so slightly buzzed, have some disposable income burning a hole in your pockets, and decide to take this show on the road. So, you head on down the street to a huge garish building with karaoke on the sign. You enter, pay flat fee, which is actually pretty reasonable. Generally, this will include nomihodai or all you can drink, and you're given a room for 2 hours as well as a colossal pitcher of beer. It's comfy, private, and clean. The only time anyone will hassle you is when you want more to drink or some snacks. There's generally an extensive list of songs, both Japanese and English, and more modern systems also have auto-tune and correction, which is just great. Karaoke palaces have dozens of these rooms, occasionally hundreds, and it's kind of a question mark how they stay in business, although they do seem to do business, so I don't know. They can also range from really fancy to pretty tatty. One interesting little thing to note is that karaoke palaces have dark rumors about them, to the extent that school kids are utterly banned from the premises. A lot are, allegedly, owned by the Yakuza, or these days other criminal organizations coming out of North Africa, East Europe, or the Middle East, and yeah, that's another very complicated discussion, who, due to the privacy offered by the rooms, especially if you're in some of the seedier areas of, let's say, Kabukicho, you might be able to hire a woman of negotiable affection to engage in other forms of entertainment or even narcotics. There's also an even darker side. Due to the privacy of these rooms, you'll probably have encountered the trope of Yankees or bozoku trying to persuade, intimidate, or even outright coerce young women to come and do karaoke with them, and you can probably guess what happens next. Outside of that, Japanese-style karaoke is a hoot, and if you get the chance to try it with some mates, I can only recommend it. Back at the karaoke palace, Mibu fills Hajime and by proxy the reader in on what the hell the SDF are doing, and we're not quite at Black Mesa yet, but we're not too far off. There's something very, very sketchy going on. They were told that there were 0 survivors, and that their mission was simply to reconnoiter and see exactly what's going on in Shibuya. However, their helicopter was attacked, and they were then trapped once the Titan fish arrived with their swarms of princesses, which also caused the fish to go insane for some reason, leading to the situation becoming untenable and most of them being wiped out. Saidaiji, now revealed to be an ex-cop, which does actually explain their connection to Uncle, further goes on to explain that Udagawa is part of the problem. It is so dense and the streets are so narrow that it is nearly impossible to move undetected, and it allows the fish to sneak up and grab them easily. He also explains that the current issue, the really big one, is the fish with human body parts extruding from their mouths. Oh, don't remind me of those things. Which they have very creatively dubbed limbs. We get the... so there is a name for this narrative convention that escapes me, but we switch over to a voiceover and 2 characters engaging in some post-disaster rumpy-pumpy as the cop continues to narrate over them, explaining why the limbs are so dangerous. And okay, I cannot show you much of this sequence at all, either by the manga or you will have to use your imaginations, because holy crap. So, how would I explain this? Well, if you've seen that one VHS segment, you know, the one with Ratma, where the guy gets his face melted off and his eyes boil out. Yeah, that one. Well, just imagine that, where both of these characters are suddenly ripped open from the inside and begin to spawn smaller fish. It appears to be some kind of mass impregnation by ? But it is lethal and undetectable. A fishy touch of death. Let's just say it's one of the goriest sequences in this already gory manga, and it goes on for a while, as survivor after survivor just suddenly bursts open and bloodily gives birth to fish, pouring out of them, dragging organs and viscera. Just, oh man, it is nauseating. They then start attacking the other survivors, so it's basically the spawn broodlings of the goldfish world. One of the survivors, a big chap that we've seen here and there, prepares to jump out of a window, but another pair of limbs appear. They are now well and truly trapped. Hajime takes cover in a karaoke booth with a frumpy, nondescript girl in a heavy coat, using the table to block the door, but the fish burst through and just all drop dead simultaneously. Where? They head out and find that this has happened all over the building. Just masses and masses of dead fish. We learn that in the attack, around half the group died, some giving birth to fish and some being attacked by the new fish. They are left with 17 members. They discuss what just happened and find that they're even more confused when they combine the information they have. Nobody recalls an incident where all the nearby fish died like that. The limbs and the lethal spawning of fish that does seem connected to them is both inexplicable and inconsistent. Sometimes people, much as with Hajime and Saidaiji, can touch them and get away fine. In other cases, the spawning begins nearly immediately. In yet other cases, it occurs significantly later. Even stranger, one of these survivors spawned fish and had never even seen a limb. Clearly, there's more to this than what they thought. Regardless, despair and low-grade panic are the name of the game. They are stuck. Hajime is also no closer to finding his friends, when all of a sudden, Kaoru comes through on Mibu's walkie-talkie. Where? How? The message is staticky and garbled, and all they can discern is that they're under attack by fish and are by the school. Mibu clicks as to what's going on and explains what must have happened. When their chopper went down, it crashed into a schoolyard. The others must have found the wreck and inside it a walkie-talkie and used it to call. Coincidental as all hell, but okay. Mibu continues, saying that the chopper is full of all kinds of useful stuff. Weapons, supplies, and best of all, a tank. Wait, what? This cannot be real. Like, I know helicopters can carry some insane things, but they can't possibly... Well, I guess I'll shut my stupid word mouth. Huh. They continue to discuss this and begin to formulate a plan, although it's rather a desperate one. The school is on the other side of Utagawa, and it's going to be a hell of a fight getting there. But once they do, they will collect the supplies, fire up the tank, and get the hell out of Dodge. They then fall to arguing. This plan is just too bugnuts insane and risky to work. They are all going to die. They have to come up with something that is less this. However, Hajime chimes up and tells them to nut up or shut up. This is the situation. They are trapped. The hideout won't last. They need to go hard and go now. And that settles it. In 30 minutes, the desperate Utagawa escape plan begins, and then it's ride or die. But trust me, they have no idea what it is that's waiting for them out there in the night. We rejoin our party as they prepare to head over to the elementary school across Utagawa, in the hopes of reuniting with the other survivors, retrieving the cache of supplies, and most importantly, getting their mitts on a tank and an armored car in order to escape Shibuya. Hajime is able to convince them to follow Mibu on this desperate quest, and he also runs into a girl called Fuka Mizuki, who, as it so happens, because of course it is, this is the girl that gave Elisa the scrunchie mentioned way back when. Yeah, small world, but more likely just narrative convenience. She's Elisa's biggest fan and the one who basically persuaded her to follow her dream. One thing about this manga, it's pretty decent, especially with this sort of balls-to-the-wall crazy concept. As I've said before, a good enough writer can save even a nutty butties concept, but wow! There are way too many characters, and while certain deaths definitely hit hard, had there been maybe half, it could have been way stronger. Regardless, as the limbs sing outside, we get an ominous little bit of foreshadowing, telling us that their worst night was about to begin. And, well, they're not kidding, but they're also exaggerating. Seriously, the final arc, bloody hell, just wait. We get another cutaway, showing a bit of Mibu's history. Unsurprisingly, he's that guy. Excellent soldier, amazing combat skills, but imprisoned for some reason, which is implied to be that he's nuttier than a squirrel sundae. Back with the survivors, Fuka gets cross with Hajime for some reason, then she runs away, leaving Saidaiji and Karasuma. These names, I swear. Japanese names can be a touch on the nose, and we're certainly nowhere near My Hero Academia levels of holy crap, come on, oyaji gyagu or dad jokes. But while I can't see the kanji, at a guess, Saidaiji is a well-known very big temple, and his name also contains big, implying that he's just a huge bastard. And Karasuma, this one's kind of mean. She's, how would we put this, a woman of a certain age, with karasu meaning crow, and this can also be used as a derogatory word for an older, unmarried woman, kind of like we'd use spinster, only stronger. I don't know. Anyway, they remark that Fuka is a weird one, and that nobody knows much about her, which, spoiler, there really isn't too much of interest here. But because he's a good bloke, Hajime rushes off to find her. Yes, he's kind of a boring, almost Jump-esque protagonist, mostly because he's always really good-hearted, but kind of damp, and that's, yeah. But like a lot of apocalyptic stories, it's more about the setting and side characters, I guess, and at least he isn't stupid or annoying. We do get a little tidbit of interesting information. Saidaiji and Karasuma know more about what's happening than what they've let on, which is almost certainly related to the kooky old man we saw previously, and spoiler, unlike most of the cutaways which, I can't believe I actually wrote this down, red herrings, their little cutaways will actually be important. That said, as 3:30 rolls around, it's time to get this show on the road. And one thing to note, I haven't talked about it too much, but this is a manga that does have a fairly concrete timeline, and I really dig it. It's not 24 or The Pit by any means. Seriously, The Pit is so good. But this and the final arc actually feel cool, in an almost video gamey way, keeping us aware of the passage of time as it builds steadily towards the absolutely insane climax. We will get there. Anyway. We see the survivors lined up, looking like the roster for the most bland fighting game ever created, so dead or alive, come at me comment section. No, seriously, those games are, as you kids would say, with your pumped up kicks and portable CD players, rather mid. And we get a nifty little mission briefing and map to explain exactly what'll happen next. On this penultimate mission, they will move up the main streets from where they are, using cover to be as safe as possible from the fish and limbs, then head onto the actual main street and aim for the elementary school. The party will be divided up into a front guard and a rear guard, armed as best as they can be with the limited weapons and ammunition they have remaining to them. Their goal is to obtain the military supplies at the school, reunite with the other survivors, grab the armored vehicle and the tank, and using these, finally escape Shibuya once and for all, before the fish mutate into something truly unbeatable. Of course, this is ignoring one big potential problem that, well, to the manga's credit, it does actually go to not too long after I started thinking about it, so, well, again, not bad writing. However, Mibu says that, while their sightlines will be good on the main street, this unfortunately also means that they will be exposed to any roaming fish. And if they do run into heavy resistance, they will need to take the route under the mountain, move over to a north or south street and try to find an alternate route. He does, however, remark that, rather ominously, these north and south streets are a complete mystery. Ditto the area close to the school. There could be anything waiting for them there. And spoiler, just you wait. Holy crap, your time is nigh, hairfish. Beyond this, he explains that the fish here all act very strangely. At night, they seem unconcerned with humans and instead just do random bullshit, like singing, playing, sometimes accidentally killing themselves, or sort of pseudo-gossiping in groups. However, the limbs are the real problem. They don't understand the what, the how, or the why. Only that, if limbs are around, there is a risk of that touch of death effect occurring, where people randomly explode into clouds of baby fish, even if the limbs haven't come in direct contact with them. All that seems to be required is a limb present in the nearby area for any length of time, and then there's a chance of it occurring. If you're starting to get an idea of what it might be, chances are that you're thinking in the right direction. After the briefing is done and everyone prepares to leave, Hajime and Mibu talk briefly, with Hajime trying to understand the weird soldier, asking Mibu why he seems to enjoy this all so much. Mibu says that he's just as scared as everyone else and really doesn't want to die, but Hajime isn't buying it. There is just something really wrong with this guy, and he gives him all the bad vibes. Squirrels in the attic, you know. They head out, and the duo explains some new information about the fish. If they're singing or talking, they probably won't bother them unless they make direct physical contact. However, while they do make good progress, taking a breather from the background details, I think it's a whiskey bar, definitely something you would find in Utagawa. And Hajime remarks that it cannot possibly be this easy. While the increasingly mutated fish are less aggressive than the old ones at least, in part due to the bizarre and apparently random behavior they exhibit, the always aggressive limbs will inevitably be somewhere on their route, and those things are not to be trifled with. However, on exiting, they realize that there must be a better term for circles of chatting goldfish, but I cannot think of any. The best I can do is, gossip gills. Yes, I know. Feel free to let me know your best one in the comments. But they've gotten unlucky because, for some reason, all of a sudden, there are so many fish doing random things on the street that there is no way to pass through them without alerting them. They will indeed need to risk one of the lesser known routes, and Mibu chooses the southern. Worse yet, it has started to rain, which will make it a lot more difficult to mask their odor. Wait, hang on. Wouldn't the rain cover it even better? Whatever. Regardless, what seemed to be a good start is rapidly going banana-shaped. And believe me, things are about to get, so much worse. They begin trying to navigate around the massive quantity of fish in order to work their way south, finally dropping to a crawl to go under the swarms, and Hajime's nerve starts to break. This is all too much. To steady him, someone reaches out and grabs his hand. Fuka? Uh-oh. That is another legitimately good scare. It's a limb. Oh shit. But wait, how the absolute hell did that just appear? And then it happens. All of the gossiping fish sprout arms and legs, and in an instant, swarm into attack. Hajime realizes just how utterly screwed they are. Every single one of these hundreds, possibly thousands of fish is a limb. It is absolute bedlam. Fuka gets injured and many of the party just die on the spot. And while the duo open fire, the fish just heal. They are surrounded by seemingly unbeatable enemies in endless numbers. And that's when Hajime realizes that Mibu is grinning like a maniac, laughing as he pours automatic fire into the limbs and the parked cars, which then, because movies, explode instantly, their gas tanks igniting, and the sudden and massive swing in temperature seems to be all that is needed as the hordes of limbs collapse, stunned. We finally learn the truth about Mibu, and yet the guy is just legitimately insane. There's this whole thing about him seeing real life as a video game and him loving difficult video games, but in reality, he's just a combat junkie that wants excitement and adrenaline at all costs, throwing himself into seemingly unwinnable situations, kind of like the Joey Herrick of the story, and literally nobody's gonna get that reference. 90s shows were the best damn shows. But as the surviving limbs regain consciousness and rise into the air, they realize that what this crazy bastard has done is lead them all into a trap. We get a cutaway showing, yet again, more events in the past. Saidaiji and Karasuma went back to the weird old dude's place. As he left them, really creepy phone calls desperately telling them that he needs to tell them something urgently, but when they arrived, he was gone. All of his fish were dead on the floor outside their tank, and a single, solitary giant goldfish watched them balefully from the shadows. This is, okay, so I like this manga, despite it having a case of the galloping crazies, but I do have some issues with the storytelling, and this is one of the biggest. We've been setting up a whole mystery as to why exactly all the goldfish have launched a Planet of the Apes-esque uprising, and we see bits of it here and there, but it's all incredibly disjointed and comes and goes without warning. It's hard for me, working through this again, to keep even half of it straight. So, to you aspiring writers, comic artists, and mangaka, don't do it like this. Either do the Higurashi thing where it's woven into the story artfully, or just do an extended prelude. Anyways, back in the fray, their situation is becoming desperate. Absolutely surrounded, not by your standard massive killer goldfish, but by limbs. Nigh on invulnerable, constantly mutating buggers that also have a mysterious ability to instantly kill people. We also see that, Mibu again has this thing where he seems to be disassociating from real life. It's not terribly important. Clearly the guy is just crazy. Anyways, running low on ammo, and many having sustained serious injuries, the remaining few survivors duck into a basement cafe, desperately slamming the door behind them. They only just make it before, two of them explode into fish. The curse of the limbs strikes again. Everyone is pissed at Mibu, but as always, he doesn't care. They do come to a conclusion about the limbs, and are starting to piece it together. If you're going to pop, everyone who is going to die will die at approximately the same time. So, if they were going to die, they would have already. For now, they are safe. Although, the limbs are still really freaky because of their, human limbs coming out of their mouths. They begin discussing what the hell that could be, and while Hajime recalls the doctor saying that there may be all sorts of bonkers mutations coming down the pipeline, why the hell would they grow human arms and legs out of their mouths? Mibu, this is what I mean by this manga being way better than it has any right to be. Incredibly well written when compared to something like Corpse Party, he actually hits the nail right on the head. Why would the limbs freak them out this much? Yeah, they're odd, but the truly creepy and inexplicable thing isn't the arms and legs. It's that the goldfish fucking talk, which Yeah, okay, that's a fair point. But you're still crazy. That said, he also makes another valid point. This discussion is pointless. It is not conducive to their survival. They need to focus on their next step, because they are stuck not even a third of their way to the school, surrounded by hundreds of nigh on unkillable limbs. Many of them are badly hurt, massively traumatized, or both. What the hell do they do now? Mibu, in his normal off manner, says that they'll have to leave everyone that is injured or traumatized behind, which naturally dismays everyone present. That's pretty damn cold. But then, something quite interesting happens, and it's a character beat that's not often done, but it's also one that I genuinely love if it's done right. Hajime speaks up and agrees with Mibu. Yeah, he says that Mibu's honestly right. This is going to be nigh on impossible without people that they would have to defend or move slowly with. The injured and the traumatized will need to stay here, where it seems fairly safe. The door is thick, the cafe is concealed, and there does not appear to be any other entrances. Once they acquire the tank, they will come back for them. If they die, they would have died anyway. Now, I will talk about this extensively when we get further into Gantz. If you've read Gantz, you know the arc I'm talking about. But this is a feature of coming-of-age stories at times. A young, moist, and naive character is forced to toughen the hell up, whether it be Nick Seaford executing the mutineers. And yes, David Fainthook is coming up a lot. I think it's all the fish. But how is that not a TV series yet? The Hope Saga's the best pulp sci-fi ever written. Where was I? Oh right. Or Hiccup realizing that sometimes diplomacy is not an option. Or Naruto. No, sorry. I cannot say that with a straight face. Fucking talk no jutsu, man. But this trope is actually handled quite well here, as we see immediately that Hajime has indeed grown up a bit, as he and Mibu spar, with Mibu telling him that nah, no way they're coming back for anyone. This is gonna be difficult enough, and Hajime saying, well, when you play a video game, do you play it on easy mode? Calling Mibu a coward, and yeah, that actually works, but maybe not quite as intended. Mibu smiles, rather approvingly, and says that Hajime might be a little bit evil deep down, hoping that he's able to see more of that side, agreeing to his plan. There is a bit of bickering back and forth, and okay, this is fun. They are dividing the survivors into the front and rear guard, and Mibu refers to a character that we will later learn is called Alex as Mr. Foreigner. And while I don't have the rules, I will bet you dollars to dog poo that this is a direct translation of Gaijin-san, a term that I cannot let escape untouched. So yeah, it's been a while, but it's tangent time. You have likely encountered the term gaijin before in manga, anime, other Japanese media, or maybe just osmosis from popular culture. But you cannot really understand the term gaijin and the complicated relationship between Japan and the rest of the world without understanding a bunch of geopolitical and historical stuff, and also sakoku. Let me explain. In short, gaijin is a term derived from the more formal term gaikokujin, at least in its modern sense, which basically translates to person from another country, with a simple neutral connotation as a raw descriptor. Gaijin, on the other hand, means something along the lines of outsider, with an emphasis on not belonging. The two kanji literally mean outside and person. It's a fairly controversial term, and its history is really fascinating. Remember when I said in the modern sense? Well, believe it or not, gaijin actually seems to predate the term gaikokujin. To those that don't know, Japan's always had a pretty mixed view as a whole of non-Japanese people. In fact, many of the very earliest 13th century linguistic references to foreigners weren't just derogatory, they were outright aggressive, talking about arming yourself out of the presence of gaijin, with the implication being that the Japanese should always prepare for war on non-Japanese people, frequently referred to as barbarians, a long-standing linguistic phenomenon with the prefix ran, referring to bedlam, war and rebellion, and also being frequently included in all terms as related to foreigners. However, Japan gradually began to trade with and enter basic diplomatic relations with other regions, particularly Europe and China, and this resulted in some cultural exchange and even new religious ideas, with Christian converts appearing in quite large numbers, at least in part due to the influx of Portuguese and Spanish missionaries. And this is where things get interesting, because this lasted until the Edo period, where the now notoriously authoritarian Tokugawa shogunate, terrified that they would be ousted by more modern, more liberal-thinking leaders, and also fearing that the rapid spread of Christianity in the country posed an existential danger to them, began to, well, see, without any exaggeration, what this shogunate wanted was to basically be worshipped as gods by an ignorant, devoted, and fully subservient populace, and they thus enacted a bunch of cuckoo bananas fascistic policies. For instance, rigid controls on religion and religious practices, including the mass execution of Christian missionaries and converts, while instituting a form of Buddhism as a state religion, enshrining the nobles as divine, banning traditional Shinto and Shinto ceremonies, preventing free travel between different areas of Japan, enforcing a rigid caste system, and more relevant, sealing the entire country off under a policy referred to as sakoku, or chained country. The only significant trade permitted was with the Dutch, who have always enjoyed a somewhat favored relationship with Japan. A bloody interesting story, but one for another time. And even this was extremely limited. No foreigners were allowed entry to Japan proper, and no Japanese people were allowed to leave. Gaijin here became used to refer to all foreigners in a very derogatory sense, due to another kanji for gai, meaning evil influence. Terry Pratchett's fascinating novel Interesting Times actually explores sakoku in a wonderfully parodic manner, and James Clavell's Asia Saga, which, holy crap am I recommending some bangers today, is also well worth reading, as it's set in and around this period too. I cannot stress this enough when it comes to Clavell, not for the faint of heart or weak of stomach. The man is at Wilbur Smith levels of historical brutality porn. We may talk more about sakoku when and if we eventually get around to doing Blade of the Immortal, as it does feature quite heavily there. Anyways, sakoku lasted for 250 years and would likely have lasted longer if it was not for Matthew Perry, no, not quite, and the events he would set in motion. Perry is an incredibly complex topic in and of himself, especially as it pertains to Perry's rather expansionist view of manifest destiny and his repeated use of gunboat diplomacy as he forcibly opened the country under threat of bombardment from his sizable armada of warships armed with what was then incredibly advanced weaponry and ordnance. If this is all sounding rather familiar, yeah, the entire Wano arc from One Piece is a gigantic reference to sakoku, with the Straw Hats playing the role of Perry, only, well, a bit less of a bastard. So yeah, while the country was opened, and Perry's siege is now viewed as a fairly important part of Japanese history, likely even beneficial, it didn't do much to change the overall negative impressions when it came to foreigners being warlike barbarians. So yes, gaijin, Japan has a complicated relationship with foreigners. On one hand, there is a huge push for internationalization, with multiple programs designed to bring, let's say the right sort of foreigners over to teach English and spread Western culture, but on the other hand, the average Japanese citizen greets a foreigner with some mix of curiosity, apprehension, a kind of benevolent disdain, and a general fear that they're about to be aggressively foreigned at. As someone who lived and worked in rural Japan for the larger portion of his adult life, I can attest to how odd it can be living there. While I spoke decent Japanese after a while, did my best to fit into the culture, and was able to cultivate some level of friendship with those around me, as well as dating a fair bit, I also came to understand what I semi-jokingly refer to as talking dog syndrome, by which I mean that everyone finds a talking dog really interesting, would love to go out drinking with a talking dog, but wouldn't want it marrying into their family. Today, gaijin remains a polarizing word. In polite company, it's not something you would use. Instead, you would generally go for gaikokujin, the more official and politically correct term, but in private, oh boy, you will hear gaijin constantly, often in a very negative way, and you may even see signs out and about, especially in the cities, saying stuff like no gaijin or gaijin not permitted here. And nobody under the age of 18 is going to say gaikokujin unless their teachers force them. You're just going to be gaijin-san, or, if you're very lucky, gaijin-sensei. Is it offensive? Is it just a casual term in use? I guess it depends on who you ask. Anyways. We see them discussing who will go, who will stay, and the like, and Fuka says that she will go and be part of the defensive group. Hajime tries to get her to stay behind, but yeah, there is a past at play here. You can hear the capital P. She's devoted to Elisa due to her having issues in her own life. In short, she simply doesn't trust people, let alone that they will come back for her if she were to stay. And so, they set off with Hajime vowing to find Elisa, Miyochi, and the rest if they're alive, and then return for the wounded. Sure enough, somewhere else, we see a battered but still alive Elisa and Miyochi leading another group of survivors, vowing in turn to escape themselves. So now, we have 3 separate groups of known characters. The wounded in the cafe, including Saidaiji, Mibu and Hajime's crew headed towards the school, and Elisa's group somewhere near the school, presumably tacking back towards the party. All the pieces are in place yet again, and oh boy, is it time for things to go completely bloody wild. But first, they're going to get a bit fragmented. We get another little flashback. The old guy's words were seemingly talking to a specific goldfish, the one that I think we've been seeing in the background here and there. We will learn more later, but thus ends Volume 7. Volume 8 is where all the various story threads begin to pull together. The pathogen, the school, and I guess the main characters really start to move and flow. We kick the volume off with yet another sodding cutaway, seeing school kids encountering a strange goldfish that, creepily enough, appear to be trying to imitate human speech. Ugh. And again, boy, if any of this weirdness had been some sort of prologue, rather than random bullshit scattered throughout, I think this manga would have been much better received. About the only really relevant things to note are that the weird girl with the kimono, remember, from the festival, showed up, and we see that Uncle somehow fits into the plot at a more crucial level than we'd seen previously, and that many of the school kids who had encountered the first odd fish and the kimono girl wound up becoming cops for some reason. Oh, one small breadcrumb of where one of the students present, referred to as Mo, began to act weirdly with a morbid fascination for goldfish and may in fact have become the kimono girl. Alrighty then. We cut back forward, I don't know, in time. Again, bollocks to this annoying storytelling. It's yet another cutaway from just before the party set out. Carl was briefing them and basically told them that the goldfish seemed to be reproducing and mutating faster and faster. And if this keeps going, there will be no way for them to win. Oh, and we do see something ominous. Two things, actually, in terms of these new mutations. A limb with multiple, limbs emerging from its body, and a huge limb. Not as monstrous as the two princess birthing titans, but pretty damn big. Remember this, it's going to become relevant very soon. Back with the main party, the situation is becoming increasingly dire. We piece together that they've wound up taking a northern road and have battled their way closer to the school, but are now stuck. All the routes ahead are cut off by endless numbers of limbs, and they are starting to get surrounded. Mibu tells them that it's time for them to push through or die, but there is an implication that he has some kind of plan. We learn that one of the men with them, a vaguely histrionic character who insists on carrying a heavy metal briefcase, is named Gion, and that Fuka is weird. Mibu explains that he's pinpointed some of the conditions required for the limbs to do their mysterious insta-kill spawn fish attack. Maybe if they put what they know together, they can figure it out. In short, they will need to be at close range and need to remain there for some time in order for this effect to activate. But they need to know more, and he believes that the issue is that they have only ever fought the limbs in the dark, and have thus been unable to accurately perceive what this attack is. So, if they were to use bright flashlights and baited the fish into attacking them, yes, I'm aware what I just said, perhaps they could get some clue as to how to counter this ability. Mibu attempts to lead the charge, but it quickly devolves into a catastrophic melee, and Alex nearly bites it, but they finally do catch a glimpse of this attack. A sort of black smoke that, on closer inspection, is, oh, holy crap, what the hell? Thousands of microscopic goldfish that enter via orifices, feed on you, and explode you from the inside. Kind of like those bloody things from the bay. Yeah, okay, random bullshit go. They counter this by, alright, don't try this at home, putting plastic bags over their heads. People, that's not how breathing works. But the implication is that the limbs are female goldfish, and the black vapor is a mutation of their reproductive system. There's also this theory that while they can regenerate from nearly any wound, this regeneration occurs from their heart out, and thus, if the party were able to pierce their hearts, the limbs would instantly die. Mibu hawks a flashbang, and Fuka does manage to stab one in the heart. But yeah, girl go stab, fish go dead, so at least that works. We then see a bit of Fuka's backstory, and it's, woof. But still not especially interesting. I will explain more when we get to the third arc of Higurashi, which, spoiler, is one of my absolute favorite parts of that amazing manga. But Fuka was orphaned and taken in by her aunt and uncle, who, despite initially seeming loving, were overheard talking about how she was a burden and realized that they would never ever consider her to be their family. She was also ruthlessly bullied at school, becoming a loner and a misanthrope until she met Lisa, who she admired, and was overjoyed when, after giving her a scrunchie, Elisa actually followed through with her promise to wear it on stage. Back in the present, it turns out that they've won by hitting the limbs in their hearts. As theorized, this is an injury they can't regenerate from, with the plastic bags, yeah, I know, protecting them from the microfiche. We also learn that the regeneration comes at a heavy price, and this seems to be true of most of the new fish. They regenerate fast and are thus very hard to kill, but due to this incredibly rapid metabolism, they also age really fast. A powerful mutation indeed, but one with a downside. However, Hajime reveals a theory of his own, and this one is kind of spooky. This incredibly rapid life cycle is likely sort of purposeful in and of itself, the goal being to mutate faster and faster, and the outcome eventually being some sort of weird goldfish singularity. But what are they trying to become? Well, as if to answer their question, something absolutely horrific explodes through the wall behind them in a mass of hair. Wait, hair? Oh please no. It's time to meet the second biggest nightmare fuel monster in this manga. Let's take a look. The thing that punched through the wall rears up and reveals itself to be, that's actually legitimately horrifying. It's the head of an enormous limb, but this one is something else entirely. And it takes them a second to realize that this thing has a nearly human face, human teeth, and somehow, worst of all, a full head of human hair. Meet the hairfish. And this thing is just holy crap, damn it, what? I will say that this was a bit of a wasted opportunity, as the first time we encountered a limb, it was really eerie and had a suspenseful build-up, while this nightmare was introduced sort of without ceremony. I guess that this was what was being foreshadowed by the whole, we don't know what's out there near the school, but I think it could have been a lot more punchy. Anyways, a huge arm sprouts from its mouth and begins swatting at them. And we see from the outside that this thing is indeed one of the hyper-mutated fish we saw earlier. It's absolutely covered in arms and legs, and oh right, this has to be a pun. They've entered the Tokyo Hands building, another huge mall that's probably analogous to Walmart in the USA, but haha, get it? Hands! This thing is completely off the chain power-wise, by the way, and Hands proceeds to chase them relentlessly as they are forced to flee, but quickly realize that this thing is just too big to escape. However, Mibu, his usual bonkers self, is able to put several bullets into it from above, stunning it, and joyfully prepares to take on this new mini-boss while they all head to the school. Only, holy crap, hopefully there aren't any more of these things. Spoiler, there are more of these things. But you also have the two titans to worry about, and I don't even know how you would find this thing's heart. However, as they face off, Mibu remarks that he's noticed something else odd. While the limbs emerging from these fish are off-putting, it's not the weirdest thing about them. See, they aren't rugged masculine arms or smooth feminine arms, or even wrinkled old people arms. All of them are the limbs of children, and this prompts what is, in my opinion, the single most freaky moment in the entire manga. Mibu taunts it, and the fish responds and then begins screaming, begging Mibu quite coherently to tell it who it was. I have no idea why, but bloody hell. Yeah, forget what I said. This is actually scary. Back on the street, everyone is battling their way through these swarming limbs. And once again, the manga seems to have forgotten how breathing works. We get some more of Fuka's backstory showing us that, yeah, she's a misanthrope, but it's honestly about as interesting as paint, so let's just skip. Cliff notes, people suck. Her only light is Elisa. Alright. The party continues fleeing and fighting, and are actually breaking free from the swarm of limbs. But then Hajime, all of a sudden, begins succumbing to his wounds, spurting blood from his mouth and collapses. To everyone's surprise, Fuka lies over him and fends the fish off with her knife, but it's hopeless. Surrounded, running out of air, and badly wounded, the group prepares for death. Only, at the last second, a tsunami of automatic weapon fire comes out of nowhere and sweeps the limbs away. Mibu? Nope. Here comes the damn cavalry, heavily armed with machine guns from the supply cache and leading a group of similarly armed survivors. Elisa steps forward, to Fuka's absolute amazement. Yeah, it's a bit of narrative convenience, but it still rules. Again, this manga's kind of good. The scene shifts to, oh, it's the cafe. Nice to see you again, Side Daiji. And he's speaking with the other wounded about what might happen next. I don't know what the narrative necessity was of that little cutaway, maybe just establishing that they are still alive and then back at the action. We also see that the author doesn't understand how recoil works. Elisa and Fuka share a genuinely sweet moment. While I still think that Fuka is one of the many unnecessarily focused on nothing characters, I do like how we've brought Elisa's story back into focus through her, so I'll allow it. Say what you like about parasociality. There is a certain potential relationship between celebrities and fans that can be, if you look at it with a more charitable eye, somewhat wholesome. Just because a relationship is parasocial doesn't always mean it has to be toxic. Regardless, closing in on the climax of the arc, everyone says a hello, and Hajime gets a face full of Miyochi's, well, chi-chis. Wait, weren't you spraying blood a second ago? Again, it's all a very pleasant and light-hearted little reprieve, another thing that the mangaka does understand. If you're just all horror and dark and blood all the time, it starts to lose impact. However, much like before, the rain starts up and the fish starts singing and going insane. Elisa says that this isn't that unusual. The behavior of the fish is getting more and more odd, and they get a sense that something is coming. It's no time to be playing fiddle arse in the street. They need to get to the school, arm up, and begin the endgame. As they enter the school, pursued once again by oodles of limbs, Gion, remember, the chap with the metal case, finally bottles it and runs. And while they pursue him, hundreds of limbs begin pouring out of windows and moving towards them, including, several more of the huge, incredibly cursed hairfish, giving me frigging Jinmen flashbacks here. But they're able to narrowly escape and head towards the tank as a blood-covered Mibu rejoins them. We see in a quick cutaway that he was able to kill the massive boss fish somehow. Alright, and with the tank leading the way, everyone else piles into the APC and they prepare to leave. As they do, Hajime gets a strange sense of being watched. His eyes turn towards a classroom window where we see that one strange fish again. The one we've been seeing here and there, and also appeared when the crazy old dude vanished. And yeah, people who have been paying attention might be putting two and two together, and if you are, you're probably on the right track. They begin making their way back towards the cafe, with Hajime manning the 50 cal on top of the tank, and Miyochi and Kao working the cannon. Mibu is their driver, and sure enough, they reach the cafe and the corresponding wounded quickly. Pouring automatic weapon fire in all directions, they strike out for their next destination, but realize that something's very wrong here. The fish are no longer meandering around. They are becoming organized, suddenly forming an absolutely colossal wall to block their exit. They prepare to fire the cannon, but another hairfish slows them down, and before Hajime can reach the 50 again, he's struck from behind by a dragon eye, ripping his side open. While he's able to dispatch it Sable style, he is now bleeding heavily, seemingly mortally wounded. But he pulls himself up against the turret and blasts the hairfish apart. A cannon shell explodes a hole in the wall of fish, and just like that, they are out. Utagawa-cho lies behind them, and what lies ahead? Time will tell. Sometime later, they stop the tank at another department store to tend to Hajime in some more gorgeous color panels. But his injuries are beyond simple first aid. Extensive internal bleeding and massive blood loss, and believe it or not, this is where the manga gets a little weird. We see Hajime die, sinking into black water and being drawn towards a light that turns out to be all of those who have similarly carked it in the story. But before they can do more than welcome him, he suddenly wakes, finding that he is being operated on by Gion. It turns out that his metal case was in fact surgical supplies. He's actually some sort of mafia doctor, due to having a criminal record, selling his services for a high price to private customers that can't go to a real hospital for whatever reason, and with multiple blood transfusions, Hajime is saved. Now armed to the teeth, and with a large group of well-equipped, battle-hardened, and determined survivors, they begin making their way towards Yoyogi and the university hospital there, in the hopes of brewing a pathogen to wipe these monsters out for good. And trust me, if you thought this story was insane before, well, you're right. But the final arc is buck wild too. We do get a fun little epilogue to this arc. First, to the horror of the party, we see that the goldfish are actually beginning to try and leave Shibuya. And the titanfish just seem to come and go, yeah. But this does put an even bigger ticking clock on the whole affair. If these fish escape and start breeding outside of Shibuya, we are looking at a full-on Gyo-style apocalypse. Gion, in turn, returns to his house and is attacked by a limb, but very observant readers will spot the bracelets and, yep, it's Sable. Yes, Manga, we all thought he was really dead, but Sable forces Gion to operate, and presumably he was the mysterious surgeon that Sable mentioned way back when. Then, Gion and Sable head towards the hospital. All of these story threads are drawing together, and it's time for the final chapter to unfold. The last bit of the volume and the penultimate arc gives us a bit of foreshadowing leading us into the final arc and shows us a bit more of Mibu's backstory. His unit was sent into Shibuya to investigate, well, the source of the fish. A titanic hole in the ground, surrounded by the city on all sides. It consists of 7 hypothetical layers, unique biomes, and let's just say if you go up you explode into a weird turd monster. Yeah, no, I can't think of a funnier way to make the reference, but what is it with holes in the middle of cities at the moment? But yes, their goal, quite conveniently, is Harajuku and Yoyogi, lying right at the epicenter of the nightmare. What is waiting down there for them? Well, you will have to see next time. We start out Volume 9 with a flashback. The funky old dude who... okay, we will learn later that his name is Yoshi, so let's just go with that to avoid having to call him funky old dude, encountered the mysterious silver-haired woman in a kimono, naturally holding that odd goldfish, and we get right on into the cultural stuff as, while he finds her unsettling, he also finds her immensely intriguing. Remember, Yoshi has a, let's just say an obsession, possibly more with frigging goldfish. It's Japan, so anything is possible. Seriously, why is it that every weird kink and fetish originates in either Japan or Germany? Yeah, I guess. Anyway, alright, we seem to be opening with cultural tangents a lot recently. I know that this makes the flow a little obnoxious, but hopefully it all flows better when it's put together in the final compilation. However, this is so bloody interesting, and I think it'll add some texture to the story, so let's just do it. The silver-haired woman, who we will learn later is called both Moka and Monohana, in a sort of Alucard way, we'll get there, tells a story, and holy friggin' crap, this is awesome. See, it is an actual story from Edo period Japan, and it's easily one of the darkest and most brutal pieces of literature from ancient Japan. It's also one that, let's just say, it's as recognizable to most Japanese people as... I honestly can't think of any absurdly dark fairy tales still told intact to this day in the West, outside of Bluebeard's Eighth Wife. If you can think of any others, let me know in the comments. The tale is penned by Santo Kyoden, and this dude is so fascinating that I have to give him his own little segment. See, Kyoden was a weird chap. His real name was Iwase Samuru, and he was, first and foremost, a tobacco shop owner. He also worked a little as an illustrator and later began to write, let's just say for the era, somewhat controversial stuff, with his work depicting taboo subjects like the Yoshiwara, the grey zone, semi-legal, semi-illegal, and often incredibly twisted red light district in Tokyo, and for various reasons, wound up on the shit list of the incredibly repressive and autocratic Tokugawa shogunate. Remember, these are the chaps that brought down Sakoku over the country, closing it. If you're a One Piece fan, the Tokugawa shogunate are what was being parodied in the Wano arc. It's so good. And there's also a few nods to Kyoden in there. But to cut a long story short, the guy had testicles the size of beach balls, as not only did he write stories with a lot of dark, taboo, grisly, and macabre topics, including the supernatural, in an incredibly socially conservative era when these topics were mostly banned, but also wove in social commentary slightly critical of the shogunate, which, boy, that was nutty. And he even put in some sneaky advertisements for his tobacco shop. To cut a long story short, the shogunate hated him and wanted to turn him into an example, bringing down constant and often cruel punishments, as well as straight up censoring him, but, well, in a sort of feudal Japanese version of the Streisand effect, this made Kyoden really popular, and while he was eventually sort of forced to stop writing, he also wound up being pretty wealthy and prolific. And I, from time to time, wonder if he's not one of the progenitors of the twisted side of a lot of Japanese fiction today, especially things like Shigurui and Blade of the Immortal. We'll get there one day. Now, one of his best known and notorious stories is from a collection known as Baika Hyoretsu, and this specific story is the tale of Monohana, and anyone who knows this just winced. Yeah, this one's a lot. A pure-hearted samurai by the name of Crikey Moses, Urazaemon Karakoto, lived with his wife Kakehashi, and he adored goldfish, breeding them and refining them in his free time. However, to the Karakoto's sadness, he and his wife were unable to conceive a child due to implied infertility on her behalf. And they thus purchased, yes, this was a thing in the era, a young concubine by the name of Monohana to act as a sort of live-in surrogate. The Karakotos got along well with her initially. She was well-mannered, beautiful, charming, and pure-hearted, and actually became pregnant with Urazaemon's child fairly quickly. However, their neighbor, a young man called Sabunta, who... Okay, I'm not going to go into this now, but I will talk about this at length at some point. Short version, I have a theory that the trope of supernaturally pretty swordsman antagonist in Japanese media is to some extent inspired by Sabunta, who, yeah, he was a supernaturally pretty young swordsman, but was also twisted and evil. Due to his own actions, Sabunta constantly sabotaged his own life, finding himself in low standing, poor, and hated, and he thus became envious of the Karakotos, especially of their lovely new concubine and how happy the trio seemed together. Thus, one day, when Urazaemon was away on business, leaving his infertile wife in charge of Monohana and his precious goldfish, Sabunta, well, began to dick with them, stirring the pot, jabbing at her about her infertility, saying that her husband and Monohana had actually been shagging long before they purchased her, and that the two of them were going to run away together without her. And while this did eventually begin to wear on and to rattle her, Kakehashi stood firm and loyal. However, Sabunta, seeing that she was beginning to weaken, finally resorted to straight up forging a message implicating Monohana and Urasaemon in a plot to murder her, and this at last worked. Sabunta was able to seduce Kakehashi and convinced her to join him in a brutal revenge on the innocent but framed Monohana. Keep in mind, this was written in Edo, a very socially conservative period. Holy crap, this is nasty even by today's standards. They tied up and gagged Monohana, then beat her with clubs extensively over several days until she was unrecognizable, covered in blood, her body and limbs broken, her face swollen until it looked like a red moon, and her eyes eventually burst out of their sockets. Seeing that she was somehow still alive, they began to kick her and continued until her belly ruptured. They then tore out her baby, killed it. Bloody hell, man. This is some terrorizer shit. But finally she did die, vomiting blood into Urasaemon's goldfish tank, although in some variations, the pair of murderers drowned her in it. Realizing what they had done and fearing Urasaemon's vengeance, the pair then took all of his valuables and fled together. The goldfish in the tank, drinking the now dead Monohana's blood, took on a red appearance, with bulging stomachs, protruding eyes, and fat faces. And this is how you allegedly got these things, the Rachu goldfish, which, you may have noticed, do feature prominently in this story. Again, it's pretty interesting. When Urasaemon returned home, he realized what had happened and was overwhelmed with grief. His beloved concubine and his unborn child were murdered. His wife fled with his neighbor, and he and his family declared a vendetta. Meanwhile, the pair of murderers set themselves up as powerful bandit chiefs. They began to be plagued by misfortune. Their wealth was gradually lost and stolen away from them, and then Kakehashi began to suffer from hideous and vivid nightmares, where dozens of red, swollen goldfish would eat her alive, causing her, in the morning, to manifest bites all over her body, eating away at her flesh and beauty night after night, gradually turning her into a walking, skinned corpse, twisting her into a dreadful, well, an almost Rachu-like appearance, and of course, driving her insane. Again, this story is dark, yo. Sabunta, gradually going insane himself, prepared to kill her, to which, in a moment of sudden lucidity, she told him that if he did, the curse would pass to him, kind of like the Batman Who Laughs origin story. Seriously, I don't know why people don't enjoy this character. I love BWL, but eventually, Sabunta snapped. He began screaming at her, blaming her for, well, he basically used the old, "you didn't have to listen to me, so this is your fault." And when she began to laugh at him, he absolutely bottled it, grabbed his sword, and cut her head from his shoulders. A bunch of weird supernatural shit happened, and sure enough, the curse did indeed pass to him, and a mad, rotting, gradually Rachu resembling Sabunta wandered the land until Urasaemon's brother finally tracked him down and killed him to redeem the family's honor. Now, while the manga does take some liberties with this story, particularly saying that it was never completed, which, from the research we've done, is not the case, it's actually pretty cool, and it does wrap back into the story wonderfully. But there we go, a nice happy bedtime story for the kiddies. Let's get back on track. As the silver-haired girl finishes her story, we leap forward in time to a slightly further ahead point in the past. Boy, this stuff is confusing. I think I'll have to do one of those explanations of what exactly happened at the end, because I still get lost. We see Yoshi's staff were attacked by giant goldfish, and he fled, desperately trying to call Saidaiji, presumably his cop friend. Most of us, after a certain age, have at least one. We also see that for some reason the corpses of his dead men are laughing. Bloody hell, we might actually be doing the Batman who laughs. But she says that it's coming soon. Yeah, ding, pronoun game. Seriously, I still don't understand why CinemaSins get so much hate. I really don't. Before we snap back to reality, we do get some indication that a lot of the little asides will tie together eventually. Yes, we will talk about this later, but if I had to pick one thing about this manga that does grind my grapes, it's the way the backstory and the mystery is presented. It's honestly kind of sloppy from a writing perspective, but we rejoin the survivors in some sort of hideout as they're working their way towards Yoyogi and the mysterious chasm. We get a reminder of some of the elements at play here. They do have their pathogen, but they need to both produce significantly more than they have, and also find some way of dispersing it fast enough and widely enough to prevent the goldfish from just mutating and becoming resistant. And we get to know a few new characters, including, spoiler, there's Moka, at this point presented as a talented young writer who has been part of the group for a while. But pretty soon, Moka lets her hair down and, damn it, man. No, I'm not doing another tangent, but she goes on about how Moka is actually the same as Monohana in, once again, an Alucard sort of way, in that you just need to read the kanji differently, and again, we're not doing a tangent, but Moka was the silver-haired girl all along, and you are all in the major poo. We get a kind of interesting update from the people outside the bowl, confirming our timeline. Writers, take note. This is actually a very helpful element for your audience, and this is a fun and also effective, albeit slightly cliched way to handle this without breaking the fourth wall. It has been 18 days since the goldfish apocalypse began. They are still rapidly increasing in number, and many are starting to try to move into Tokyo proper, escaping the bowl, but they are being held back by a concentrated SDF presence, hammering away at them with tanks and gunships. However, they will eventually and inevitably escape this containment, leading to the nearby areas evacuating. Remember, these things breed so fast that if even one got out, you would be in for a very swift, very smelly, but very global apocalypse. Cool. It's a nice little escalation of threat for the final arc. At last, inside Yoyogi and at the entrance to the hospital, we see the new, heavily armed survivors just blasting away at the fish, who are, in turn, throwing everything at them, including the two titans, at last making a combat appearance. But is it just me, or do these things kind of change in size between panels? I remember them being absolutely colossal, but it may just be the way it's drawn here. We learn that the survivors drew lots to split up, with this group acting as a diversionary force, charged with picking a fight with a fish and holding them off, while the other, presumably where all of our main characters are, kind of alters and mass produces the pathogen. We're shown a quick flashback. Yeah, again, this isn't always structured the best, as Kao reiterates their mission, with the only new information being on how it'll work. We will learn more about this later, but the plan for now is for the pathogen to infect a single fish, who will then become hyper-infectious. As it moves, it'll infect all other fish within a sizable 30-meter radius, who will then also become infectious, and so on, ad infinitum, and after about a minute, the fish will manifest 3 nasty diseases, which will kill them rapidly. However, there are 2 problems. The first is that the fish are already adapting, and the second is, I'm inferring here, that while it'll devastate the fish population, if the disease is not spread widely enough, it won't kill all of them. Some stragglers will escape this infection chain, will become resistant, and will be right back to square one. Alright, so now what? Well, this is the plan. Kao will improve the pathogen using the lab, as well as brewing more of it, while Group B fights the fish outside. But this next bit, well, it's been a while since the manga went completely off the rails in some horrifyingly new fashion, so awkward segue, let's do this. Inside the lab, we see that things have gone very Doom 3. Corpses and fish eggs everywhere, as well as something new. Fish babble has been scrawled onto the walls. Okay, so the fish have evolved to the point where they're somewhat literate? That's insane. Now, a small spoiler. We will actually find out soonish why the fish talk, and the explanation is, well, a bit odd, but we will get there. We get a pretty entertaining little interlude as the party gets irritated with Mibu and his flippant attitude, but he quickly demonstrates that despite being crazier than a canned weasel, he is still pretty damn lethal, firing a volley down the corridor into a pack of fish, killing some and injuring the rest, pushing them away. However, they then hear an awful but bizarre sound, someone sobbing and crying out in anguish. Hajime looks into the gloom and sees something that absolutely stuns him. An albino princess, looking horrifyingly human now, is cradling a baby fish, strongly resembling a human infant, both badly injured, with her screaming for help. Damn it, manga, that is dark. But yeah, these things are becoming more and more human, which is going to make killing them icky. Oh dear. But again, some of this will actually line up with the explanation and some will not. It's a very odd story. Sure enough, they are immediately attacked by a sizable group of fish, including a large Rachu that injures Miyochi, grabbing her leg and smashing her head first into the floor, giving her a nasty wound. Worse yet, as the princess calls out for help, the fish outside, including, the Titans, all immediately turn and look. Hajime remembers too late that the princesses are essentially the generals or Zerg queens of the goldfish, and as it was injured but not killed, it is emitting pheromones to summon help. And sure enough, an enormous wave of fish begins bearing down on the lab. Despite Karasuma pouring it on from the 50 cal, it appears that it's going to be game over. And yes, I know I use this term a lot, but anyone with a mind for narrative causality, which, by the way, it's a term that I think Sir Terry Pratchett came up with to describe things that will almost inevitably follow from something, or just have to happen in a story, by the unwritten laws of the universe, can guess exactly what's going to happen. Inside, Mibu and the rest do their best to hold the attacking fish at bay, but they are quickly overwhelmed. They tell Hajime that they will need to start sacrificing party members in order for Kao's mission to succeed. But because protagonist, he says no. And when a huge fish lunges through a window, about to eat Alisa, he shoves her out of the way, and it appears that it's GG. Yes, of course. Hajime is about to die to some random fish. Then, everything goes insane for a second as Sable arrives and starts hacking through the fish with an axe. Awesome. It's been a while, buddy. We get another aside, which basically describes the process of selective breeding, at least when it comes to animals, and this turns ominous when the narrator explains that, if it keeps happening, you're gonna wind up with a perfect goldfish instead of, well, mostly all sorts of health complications. But wait, does the baby fish mean that the goldfish will start giving birth to live young? Are we going to wind up with the goldfish equivalent of whatever that fucking cursed thing from Alien Resurrection was called? Seriously, I still maintain that that movie isn't anywhere near as bad as people make it out to be. Regardless, we cut back to the action and see, this could get interesting. Mibu and Sable immediately start measuring each other up. Yeah, we quickly realize that a showdown between these two is probably going to be inevitable. Mibu tries his nicey nice gambit, trying to sweet-talk Sable, but he's not buying it, spotting that the crazy soldier's finger is on the trigger of his machine pistol and sensing his killing intent. Suddenly, the fish begin flooding in again, breaking the stalemate, and while they prepare to go to war, Hajime spots something absolutely enormous heading towards them from outside at flank speed. And one of the titans, see, it is smaller. Well, it bashes into the building, creating a sizable breach. We also learn that there are now a ton of princesses on the scene, likely spawned by the titans. And with all of them calling more fish in, the situation is about to become, seriously, why am I reminded of StarCraft shit today? Wait, wasn't there some rumor about StarCraft 3 being confirmed? Well, there goes my happy pants. As the situation rapidly goes more and more banana-shaped, Sable asks Cow if she's done, and she responds that she hasn't even really started. Not good, as this place is about to become Fish Central, and they need to go, like, yesterday. She does tell them, however, that if she can get a few essentials from the primary lab, she can continue her work on the pathogen elsewhere, albeit slowly and in a, well, not exactly ideal manner. Otherwise, well, they're all doomed. Wait, hang on. Couldn't you just escape Shibuya in the tank and do this in the outside world, or tell, like, all the scientists to get to work on pathogens and just completely poison this place? I don't know. It's zombie movie logic, but still. We actually get a pretty cool little character beat. Yeah, again, this manga is kind of well written, for one with the poopy reputation it has. Mibu tells the group that, yeah, they could maybe get Cow sorted, but it would require people to be sacrificed. Sable tells them that he can hold the swarm off himself for about 10 minutes. An incredulous Mibu basically accuses him of selling wolf tickets, but Hajime, taken aback that Sable, remember, someone that all but tried to kill them on multiple occasions, and who has always been, for the most part, kind of selfish, is going to risk his life for them, just says thanks. He has seen this bastard fight. Again, lots of subtle character stuff happening here, a lot of it between the lines. Sure enough, we get to watch as Sable makes his stand, and this is absolutely frigging amazing. He literally grabs a princess and road hauls her along the wall in order to get the swarm to follow him. This sequence rules, especially when it turns out that this was actually part of a bigger, more elaborate plan that Sable had prepared in advance, placing petrol tanks around the hospital, Joker style, in the expectation of burning it down with the fish inside. Crude but nifty. And he does exactly that, dragging the princess into a room full of petrol tanks, then doing, that movie thing with the Zippo, and bailing out of a window in another sick-ass double spread. What a cool sequence. Meanwhile, it turns out that Mibu has found the rival he's been searching for. Oh, this is gonna end in tears. And possibly even more ominously, we see that Mibu has started to realize just how bored he was with everyday life, and he wants the fish-pocalypse. I gotta think of a better term. Apocafish? Nah, I got nothing. But I think you can see what is going to happen. The party arrives at the lab and are horrified when Cow's key won't work on the door, and it's also way too tough to breach. Somebody has tampered with it, and sure enough we see, oh boy, Moka is responsible. She's trying to sabotage them, and worse yet, okay, I am just going to infer from context here, but I will say before we go into this, I do like this final arc. I like it a lot, but the entire Moka thing was kind of mishandled. It should have been revealed way later, with everyone wondering who the saboteur is. It's not a bad story, but you know how it is. When you like a thing, you just want it to be better. We get another flashback, which turns into a flash side. Moka is talking to a goldfish that appears to be someone she knows, saying that she wants to meet it soon, then, having infiltrated the party, kills or injures the group, including the electrician, and steals a file of something. The last image we see is the pit, with evil sounds coming out of it, and yeah, that's where our final boss is going to emerge from, isn't it? Oh boy, just wait until you see that thing. We see that she's still maintaining her little act, and is able to fool Hajime, who still thinks she's Moka. Okay, again, from a narrative perspective, I do not like how this is handled. It may just be a personal taste thing, but to me, another unwritten rule of good writing is that, as so far as possible, the audience should never know significant plot details that the characters don't, outside of very specific situations where it becomes necessary. See also Sons of Anarchy, Kurt Sutter. Please make more shows. I don't care if you're a bit of a bellend. The Shield and Sons of Anarchy are two of the best shows ever made. Hell, you cast Marilyn Manson as a character and he was good. What am I on about anyway? It's not the worst thing in the world, but there are a few little niggles. I said niggles and nitpicks here. Anyway, she tells them that everyone in her little group died, meaning that they probably didn't all die. But before they can continue, there is a huge explosion, likely Sable setting off his fire trap, and they realize that they need to get a wiggle on. This place is about to look like the comments section of that last Fuan no Tane video. Bloody hell, what was even going on there? We literally had a dude threatening to have me assassinated by the cartel because I couldn't get bookmarks working again. Oh, internet, never change. But then we get a rather pointless action sequence. Short version, fish go boom, party gets singed, but they're able to get most of the science-y things Kao needed for her ersatz lab. They are one step closer to victory. Their next step is to find somewhere defensible, clean, and safe to hunker down, and to let Kao work. She warns them that this is going to suck. It's going to take a few days, and even if things go perfectly, they are going to be cutting it close. Working on a bioweapon in what's essentially going to be someone's garage with shitty scavenged equipment is going to slow things down. We then get an awesome little between-arc segment, showing us that they are headed into Harajuku, the rotting heart of Shibuya, seemingly the epicenter of this nightmare. And what's waiting for them there, well, you will see. The Harajuku segment begins with, well, that saves me some work. It explains Harajuku being the hub of Shibuya and having a lot of cool stuff. Sweet as. Anyway, as they head in, Sable remarks that it's, just quiet enough? I don't know. But he also says that despite no visible fish, this area smells like a hooker's underpants the day before laundry. Okay. I had an even nastier joke that I was gonna make. But yeah, this does not bode well at all. We get a flashback to Yoshi's call with Saidaiji. He said, come to Harajuku. Well, oh, look at that, it's today at this spot. Well, that's pure weapons grade convenium, and sure enough, there he is. Only, oh dear, he does not look like a happy camper at all. Suddenly, there's this weird murmuring sound from the nearby buildings and, okay, so I was joking about the zombie thing, but it appears that I joked too soon. Only no, it appears that they've stumbled onto the last survivor stronghold, and hey there are Mibu's army buddies too, who are kind of astonished to see him. Our specific location is provided, telling us that we're at an actually fairly well-known structure in Harajuku, the Friends Building. A huge complex, serving both as a sort of Titanic mall, sort of an apartment block. Well, that actually sounds both amazing and horrible. I guess you're always close to work, but on the other side, you're always close to work. Inside, we learn both some good and very concerning information. See, until quite recently, the Stronghold was in major Deep Space Nine sort of danger, as the fish around here were completely wild, and they were just getting stomped despite their weaponry. But all of a sudden, the fish just started avoiding the area near the pit completely. This allowed them to form a huge stronghold, with survivors just flowing in from all parts. But on the other side of things, yeah, the fact that even the Titans are avoiding the area, that's concerning. Why would the fish do this? We get a sort of group shot showing us the remaining survivors, most of whom I've forgotten already. Sable's underground surgeon friend, annoying girl character, foreigner, Alex, I think? Boy, this manga has too many freaking characters. And believe you me, this is going to get worse before it gets better. Anyway, we then do okay, so there is yet another trope in writing that's not bad in and of itself, but it's one that I dislike, and there is no easy way to explain it. Mrs. Owl suggests that I call this the Wizard of Oz problem, but that doesn't quite capture it. I call it the Transmetropolitan problem. So there's this comic called Transmetropolitan. It's basically the Judge Dredd future, but the main character is a sort of gonzo journalist, and it's also the best comic ever written. Not even slightly kidding, even being uncharitable, it's top 3 at least. Warren Ellis, yo. Anyway, his whole deal is trying to bring down the sitting president, who turned out to be a quiet psychopath and legitimately evil dude, hiding behind a powerful base and a sympathetic story. The main character, Spider Jerusalem, begins doing a whole lot of legwork, endures insane danger, assassination attempts, and puts together a ton of evidence, only to get pipped at the post at the last second, where it is all destroyed. So, rather than giving up, he does it again, and does it better, finding new evidence, playing hardball, and is all set to declare war when it turns out that his editor is able to get all of the old evidence back too. Yeah, it's a fun beat for the editor character, who was sort of the Charlie Brown of the story, but it negated so much of the last act of the comic, making it completely frigging pointless. Again, Wizard of Oz problem. I have no idea if that made a lick of sense. Anyway, spoilers, the new Stronghold has a fully equipped, albeit improvised lab that kicks all kinds of ass, and they're all fully on board with the pathogen plan, rendering the entire hospital arc completely moot. Rawr. But yeah, cheerful cow is legit adorable. Oh right, there's this whole thing that happens now and again, with Cow saying this is still going to take far too long, but if they were to find helpers, it would speed it up tremendously, giving Hajime and co something to do. We also see that some of Elisa's fans are blown away that Elisa is stuck in the fish apocalypse, just like real people, only these turn out to be the other members of her idol group. Oh, yay, more named characters. Just what we needed. Meanwhile, we see that Yoshi is covered with the fish babble, but written, and blames himself, both for what has happened and for something terrible coming. Ruh-roh. Worse yet, back in Yoyogi, we see that the file that Moka took was in fact the original pathogen, which she then broke in Yoyogi Resident Evil style. Oh dears. She is basically inoculating the fish, as we see that some are dying and the rest are mutating. Bollocks. Closing out this little segment, we get another flashback, showing Moka and another child, this one in silhouette, and I think we've seen this silhouette in other flashbacks. Again, this mystery is all over the place. Regardless, they are going to be really important in just a bit. The pair found an odd, but apparently extremely carnivorous and predatory goldfish in a pond, and decided to take it home and make it their pet. Kids, am I right? Continuing the little intermission segment of this arc, we see Mibu and one of his soldier buddies standing on a balcony in the roof of the Friends building, looking down at the immense and mysterious pit that seems to be the epicenter of this sodding nightmare. We then get an extended exposition sequence, letting us know that the first sign that something was badly wrong was pedestrians reporting a flying goldfish. Then, 30 minutes later, the fishbowl and presumably the pit appeared and the disaster began. We also see Moka now with a weird patterning to her hair, but she tells us that in 43 hours or so, she will get to go home with her loved ones, and presumably all of humankind will be wiped out. Meep. Elisa introduces her band members, but no, just no. We are not doing this again. If they survive, I will eat crow and talk about names and characteristics, but I'm struggling to keep this cast straight as it is. We then get an oh no moment, when Kao explains that the pathogen will take 70 hours to finish, then an additional 12 hours to spread through the fish and kill them. So yeah, this isn't going to work. But see, wouldn't it have made more sense, narratively speaking, to learn about Moka's timer later? Again, yes, I know I'm nitpicking, But still, this story is good enough that I kind of want it to be even better. But we all know what is going to happen. They are going to solve this with the power of friendship because Manga, and probably wind up fighting some sort of fish god at the end. Spoiler, they are indeed going to wind up fighting a sort of fish god at the end. We then see Kao finally takes out that weird fish stone. Oh, okay, so that headband needs some explaining, but not like full tangent explaining, don't worry. Let me nutshell this. What you're looking at is known as a hachimaki, a semi-traditional piece of headgear used to keep sweat out of a warrior's or a worker's eyes. These days mostly worn by martial artists or sports people, but you do see it in manual labor or in kitchens too, albeit generally a more humble bandana type. Where you will see this archaic style is where it is sometimes worn by students taking a particularly difficult or important exam, and this is often viewed at a cultural level as designating you as a massive nerd. They're emblazoned with the rising sun and the kanji for victory, and they serve as a kind of good luck charm. Here, it's used to designate Kao as, well, yes, a massive nerd, but in a really wholesome way. Hajime, meanwhile, attempts to recruit some of the local survivors to help, but finds that they're either too traumatized, too weary, or just too insane to be of much use, giving us an obstacle to Kao's plan. We get some more interludes. Sable, despite his manner, is actually slightly sentimental, as he and the surgeon banter back and forth, and wonder what happened to the electrician. Remember, they were attacked by Moka off panel. We do learn that Sable, despite appearing normal, is actually on the very brink of death. His body is all kinds of fucked up, but there's nothing to be done about that at this point. The next day, Kurasuma, Hajime, Miyochi, and a few others head out into the wider area to search for survivors, and also to just survey the nearby area, in preparation for distributing the pathogen. Again, there's this weird subplot where they are looking for more people to help with Kao's plan, later revealed to be distributing the pathogen, a bit of a dangerous job. But literally nobody out of the 200 survivors is willing. Like, I know what you're trying to do, mostly, and I know this is being used as a storytelling device to show us the passage of time and also give them something to do as 2 days pass counting down, and while they are able to recruit quite a few more survivors for their stronghold, there are virtually no takers for the pathogen mission. Remember, the rate of infection needs to be high enough to fully overwhelm the mutative and adaptive abilities of the fish. They do find one volunteer, oh come on, it's another named character, a chipper and charming young lady called Aki. Okay, this is really fun. She was a background character early in the story and was massively inspired by Sable. Cool. And this turns into a legitimately awesome scene, as when they tell her that they're a bit let down, as their plan is still not going to work and they're probably all doomed, Aki reveals that she didn't survive alone. She is a second Hajime, having recruited a huge group of armed and battle-hardened survivors. Kick ass. Better yet, by burning the midnight oil, and with a lot of help, Kao finishes her pathogen almost a full day early. The tide is beginning to turn. And yeah, I will say this right now, flaws aside, I love this manga. Why people hate it so much, I have no idea. The final chapter of the volume opens with this. Moka's timer has reached 0, as has theirs. And as a soldier is annihilated out of nowhere, and a strange sound, a ringing bell begins to be heard all over the area, heralding something utterly terrible coming. It is time for things to kick right the hell off, because what's about to happen has to be seen to be believed. Let's frigging go. The last chapter of Volume 9, and also what I describe as the start of the final battle, which, spoiler, is going to be multiple volumes long, starts with Mibu and Sable about to square off, when suddenly a huge tremor rips through Harajuku, crumbling the structure they're standing on. Inside the Friends building, it's chaos, as everything shakes and rumbles, but some people, looking out of a window, begin to scream and go spontaneously insane as they see something undescribable off in the distance. And this is where the manga turns into kind of a shonen. You'll see what I mean. In his room, Yoshi finally starts filling in the blanks. Remember that shadowy figure that was always with Moka? The one that found the original carnivorous goldfish? That was Moka's twin brother, and somehow the goldfish they found wound up eating him. Oof. And allegedly, I don't know, this somehow led to his consciousness or soul being absorbed by the goldfish, the original goldfish. The fish talking? This is the brother trying to speak. His essence, his soul, spread through all of the weird goldfish. And you know what? This story is bananas, and it is about to go ultra bananas, so whatever, we will just go with it. We are doing that thing where the villain is trying to resurrect a loved one via evil magic science means. Roger. And then we see what is causing the panic, and okay, there we go. Now that is a final boss. Holy frigging shitballs. An enormous titanic thing. A literal mountain of twisted flesh. Some human, some fish. Just a mass of heads and eyes and limbs and torsos has risen out of the pit and absolutely dwarfs Harajuku, towering over skyscrapers and setting off tremors as it moves. What the hell are you going to do against that? Volume 10 kicks off with a small side sequence, showing us Moka again, and we learn that she was something of a delinquent, by which I mean that she was a violent sociopath, known for routinely attacking other students. You will notice that this is a really common trope in anime and manga, stemming from several widely publicized incidents where students attacked and seriously hurt or killed other students for petty or bizarre seeming reasons, prompting a general moral panic about the Japanese youth, blaming these attacks on violent video games and manga, as well as foreign influences, because the more things change, the more they stay the same, as well as mental health and disability. Most notoriously are the Boy A and Girl A cases, the former involving a very young serial killer, and the latter involving an 11-year-old autistic girl who went Billy berserk and stabbed another student to death over an online disagreement. And again, both of these sparked a tremendous moral panic, much in the same way that Columbine did in the USA. Now, it turns out that Moka's brother had suffered a severe illness at some point in the past, eventually rendering him comatose, and we learn that he passed away a month ago, likely worsening Moka's behavior. We see her speaking with her homeroom teacher. Remember, Japanese schools are very different. Your homeroom teacher is honestly treated about on par as a third parent in many ways, and they have similar levels of authority. For instance, at one of Mrs. Owl's schools, a homeroom teacher was able to give consent for a student to have major surgery without notifying her parents until after the fact. Thus, they are not only responsible for education, they're responsible for counseling troubled students and frequently taking care of them in other ways. Another example is that at one of my schools, a student's parents found themselves stranded due to snow. So, the homeroom teacher had to stay at school with the student until 9 p.m., buy the student a bento for dinner, then drive the student back to her house, and because I was the assistant teacher for the class, I had to bloody stay too. But I did get a free bento out of it. It's kind of odd when you think about it. And yes, there is a downside to this too, which we're not going to go into now. Regardless, we learn that the brother didn't simply die. Likely to end his suffering, the family elected to remove his feeding tube. Now, it is unclear whether this started Moka's antisocial behavior or simply made it worse. And we never find out, but yeah, this girl has some squirrels in the attic. Especially when, yeah, that's not a good smile. She tells the teacher that her brother will be all better soon. Uh-oh. I would go and post a guard on your local pet cemetery. We all know how that story ends. But yeah, I will go into this more at the end, but this is where I am going to start making some logical leaps. Trust me, these will be needed to make this story even slightly coherent, and more importantly, I think I'm right, based on a bunch of stuff that I picked up on rereading this. Moka was, at around this time, approached by, manipulated by, and later possessed by the ghost of Monohana. We also learn that the talking goldfish they found did indeed eat her brother, and we also learn something interesting. Until it did that, the goldfish did not, in fact, talk. It just made a strange sound, kind of smacking its lips. But after it ate the brother, it began to exhibit that creepy, cursed fish talking. But then, why did it eat the brother? Believe it or not, this will be sort of answered, at least if you think about it the right way later on. But very briefly, as a mild spoiler, this bizarre species of goldfish descended from the ones who consumed Monohana's blood and were later released into a temple pond in Edo, Japan, where they bred, and this strange and likely supernaturally influenced gene allows them to take on human speech after eating human flesh. And if enough flesh is consumed, human features. Hence those creepy limbs, teeth, and hair. Again, more details at the end. At home, we see that Moka's father, that fat businessman who looks like he'd be leading an animal rebellion in Jinmen. One day I will get back to doing that cursed manga. Fuck you, Kadokawa, seriously. But yeah, we've been seeing this chap around the edges of the story, now hounded by scientists wanting to examine the goldfish that, you know, somehow ate a young boy and then talked, and also, yep, that's a patron panel. Crikey Moses. Moka has been feeding the fish stray animals from the neighborhood. Later, we see that her increasingly unhinged father wound up completely flipping his chips and stabbing one of the agents of the cabal that is trying to acquire the fish. The implication is that this is Yoshi's group. Yeah, this dude. But after this, he went to jail, and Moka then eagerly agreed to cooperate with them so that, with their research funds, they would be able to help her with this bizarre resurrection she's attempting. She, likely because she's completely wackadoo, and is also possessed by the vengeful ghost of an Edo-era woman, had realized that she needs to feed the fish human flesh to make it become more human. Okay, but strangely the previously levitating fish is back in its bowl. No idea. We also see that, and once again I am inferring, the carnivorous goldfish, a bizarre and inexplicable mutation, had been used extensively as a research specimen, and many more fish had been produced, using Yoshi's collection. Yoshi was for some reason involved in this. I think it's implied that he's fascinated by the tale of Monohana and the rumors of talking goldfish, as someone who has a, let's say, thing for fish in the Troy McClure way. But he began to realize that this research was pointless. There were no answers here. They're just taking something inexplicable and poking it with a pointy stick to see what happened. However, it's at this point that the fish began to grow really big, either as a result of their experimentation or continuing mutations. Yes, as I'm wont to say, certain things really do loom large in the collective Japanese unconscious, don't they? Moka, who at this point has white hair because, yeah, anime tropes. But I think that the white hair represents moments where Monohana's ghost takes control. If you recall the white-haired lady from the festival, yeah, that's the ghost, has gone even more round the twist, and admits that she's considering releasing the specimens, in the hopes that they run wild, eat more people, mutate further, and by whatever wackadoodly logic she's running on at this point, will eventually lead to them by some roundabout path becoming her brother. But then, what made the pit? And why is there a giant fishbowl? Now, as always, there is a bit more to this than meets the eye, and again, we will go into it at the end, but I'm going to give you a spoiler here. The fishbowl is never explained. And honestly, even by the logic of this story, with ghosts and curses and genetic mutations and man-eating fish, it is still absolutely inexplicable. Anyways, we are rapidly at this point closing in on the extended climax of the manga, and believe you me, some of the stuff to come is going to make even the hairfish look mundane. Let's take a look. The utterly titanic mass of fish and eyes and limbs and hair flows into Shibuya as the dumbstruck survivors look on in horror. What's even more bizarre is that the colossal creature seems to have some sort of... on my first read, I thought telepathy, in that a number of these survivors are suddenly struck down, holding their heads, vomiting, and saying, well, fishy things. Because this manga just goes increasingly more insane. But on this reread, I would say that this is the curse of Monohana becoming stronger. If you recall, Kakehashi and Sabunta, her murderers, were gradually transformed into grotesque humanoid goldfish things. Remember? Just as bad. Well, no. Almost as bad. Also bad? I don't know. With the boss monster's emergence, the fish seem to have lost their trepidation about avoiding the area and flow in from all directions, attacking and killing large numbers of the survivors, putting what he's learned to use. In that goldfish hunt by sound and smell, Hajime uses the soldier's assault rifle to smash out a large number of glass windows, drawing the attention of the fish to help the less combat experienced folks slip away. And this lays out his goal. Their mission hasn't changed. They are going to save as many people as they can and escape Shibuya once and for all. He rallies his party and, snapped out of the shock of seeing, well, the god of fishy corruption, this nightmare rising from the depths, Karasuma springs into action and leads these survivors off. However, we see that the creature's mission seems to be leaving Shibuya too, in order to spread this phenomenon to the outside world. And much like the proverbial gorilla in the cinema, a skyscraper dwarfing mass of oceanic nightmares kinda goes where it wants to. How the hell do you fight this thing? I mean, short of reenacting the end of Resident Evil 2, or trying to get Ultraman on the phone. Yeah, I know. What are you going to do exactly? They realize that they have one option left to them, to go all in on the pathogen that Kaoru is putting together. From here, the way the narrative is constructed is honestly on the messy side, but I'll do my best. But once again, this is where I will have to start making some considerable logical leaps. We get a lot of sequences showing the party members demonstrating their combat experience by fighting off the fish while protecting the other survivors from those swarming in. Outside, we see Moka screaming at the monstrosity. I think this is where I twigged onto the possession angle. White-haired Moka is smarter, elegant, eloquent, and sinister, while regular Moka is this, a raving lunatic. Anyways, it's not important. She's yelling that it's a big gross thing and not her brother, and that it needs to hurry up and change already. We also see that she has badly injured Kaoru with her knife, I guess channeling Toga. We also see that her hair shifts back to white, indicating that Monohana is taking control again. Things are looking more and more dire, and there does not appear to be a solution in sight. The survivors are doing their best, but are being overwhelmed by the sheer mass of fish, suddenly pouring in from everywhere. Sacrifices are made, as are desperate last stands. With the idol group, yeah, remember those incredibly memorable characters? a moment away from being devoured, before Elisa busts through a window and joins the fray with a rifle. Yeah, again, this manga's kind of good when it gets moving. At least the action and some of the emotional beats. We get a bit more background on Elisa. She became an idol due to her own favorite idol continuing to perform despite a terminal illness, which absolutely blew her away. I guess a lack of common sense can sometimes pass for bravery. However, her bandmates really didn't like this, telling her that this reason is boring and typical. It's something they've heard a million times. It's like saying Steven Spielberg is who inspired you to make movies. It's a response about as unique and interesting as bread. But we do see just how strong a team they are, and yeah, once again, this feels like it's falling victim to Shibuya Goldfish's insane fucking excess of characters. The idol group could have been the main characters themselves, but again, they're just more. Regardless, as the endgame begins, it does not seem like our protagonists have any way out. As Elisa makes her explosive entrance in an attempt to save her friends, we cut over to see that Mibu is actually having the time of his life. And yeah, the final boss thing is made even more explicit, as he and Sable, yeah, this kind of rules, just utterly storm through. Wherever they go, they just leave swaths of dead fish in their wake. However, we also see that Mibu is planning a heel turn that'd make Judas Iscariot blush. He does not care a fish's left bollock about the world being destroyed by these hell creatures. He just wants to maneuver them into a situation where Sable will have no choice but to fight him all out, one-on-one. Moka/Monohana, meanwhile, is monologuing at Kaoru, reminding the reader that the pathogen plan isn't gonna work. Moka's been distributing it in an incomplete state days ago, effectively inoculating the fish. We also see that she's planning to essentially do, anime villain plot number 5. Wipe out humanity to resurrect one person, which I suppose is Moka's motivation, but Monohana just wants to continue her quest of vengeance against, well, humans. Elisa and her band are finally being overwhelmed, with her badly injured and her friends beginning to bottle it, but she rallies them with a truly dumb speech. No, girlie, I promise you, no matter what you say, you are not going to make idols badass. Sorry. That's like, I don't know, making ducks badass. What was Disney on at that phase? They are actually able to kill the larger fish, leading the assault on them, but it proves fruitless as the dying fish, appearing to develop a new mutation, begins to rapidly spawn and spit out limbs, all of which barrel down on the injured idol, but the killing blow never comes. Instead, an astonished Elisa watches as the fish erupt into pus, fungus, and boils, their flesh sloughing off, as they essentially just explode into fishy, fleshy goo. Ugh! I swear I can smell that from here. The pathogen has worked. What in the ass? Back over, we see a horrified and dumbstruck Moka is utterly stymied. She inoculated the fish, so how is the pathogen working? And when did they send it out? Sure enough, even the colossal boss seems to be struggling, as the thousands of huge fish comprising its mass fall away, rotting, and everywhere else, the various cornered groups of survivors are saved by this phenomenon. The day is saved, but how? Well, it turns out we're doing all the tropes, but this is one that I've always loved, as we get a partial retcon. Kaoru is not stupid. She was suspicious of Moka all along, testing her by asking for a chemical solution that no normal girl would be able to find. It turns out that Moka's own scientific background revealed itself. Or could this be Monohana? Yeah, this is another aspect of the story that is very much in the just fucking go with it territory. But yeah, she tried to outsmart Kaoru by sabotaging her work, but in doing so, this identified her as a saboteur, and Kaoru was able to turn this to her advantage. Oh yeah, we also get a resolution to the whole fish stone thing, which, spoiler, it's not what I thought, and it was actually completely pointless. Yet another stupid red herring. What Kaoru did was develop a new and supremely powerful pathogen, one that cannot be resisted, and then gave it to Moka unknowingly as an incomplete plague, which she then spread around in an attempt to sabotage their efforts, as well as something teeth, something stem cells. Yeah, it's your standard science's magic wibbly woo, a Star Trek solution. And yes, I know I'm probably just thick, and I'm a bit salty that the stones weren't what I thought they were, but getting Moka to do the hard part of her plan was actually sort of neat. So, alright, you pass Manga, that's legit fun. Anyways, we do get one really interesting little nod. Kaoru strongly implies that it was Moka that freed the fish that killed her teacher. So yes, this does close out that arc and give us a bit of narrative catharsis for Kaoru's character. And yes, Kaoru should have been the main character, right? Or Sable? Mibu? The two lesbians from earlier? Karasuma? Yeah, this thing is way too many bloody characters is what I'm saying. Anyways, speaking of that, Hajime arrives just in time to stop Moka from killing Kaoru in a fit of pique, backed up by Mibu and Sable, and it appears that the day is won. But wait, why is there a whole volume remaining? A double-length volume, no less? Uh-oh. We get an answer as Sable steps forwards, saying that Moka smells like a fish, and assuming that it's not just her needing to change her underwear. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, sorry. Yeah, no regrets. But it appears that Moka has a little something else going on. However, what you were probably hoping would be a William Birkin-esque transformation sequence is cut short when some of the dying fish raining down destroy the building, displacing them and burying the primary villain in the rubble. Yep, she's dead. There is no chance we'll be seeing her again before the end. Not a chance. Outside, Sable and Hajime marvel at the tower of fish gradually coming apart, but also note that the battle isn't won yet. The pathogen has devastated the smaller swarming fish, but it has only temporarily damaged the boss, slowing it down, but not even close to finishing it off. It's so big and so tall that it's only partially infected and is shedding all the dying fish. This is going to take something more. Oh right, there's this whole thing about needing to hit the boss's core with a pathogen. When they say that, they're referring to the main body way up top, the vaguely human-looking one. We get an establishing double spread as we begin the next phase of the endgame. Mostly just the characters we know dedicating themselves to winning the day, no matter what, rallying together and beating the boss, and then they leave on their various missions. We get a bit of comic relief with Sable basically hauling, oh right, Gion. Their name is Gion, the back alley surgeon, around people that need medical treatment, although we also do see that Mibu, who really does seem to be channeling Ichimaru Gin right now, quite ominously, is just waiting for his chance to go after the man. Sable, not Gion. Elsewhere, we see that, yeah, this may actually get the Resident Evil 2 ending, as the USA is planning to drop, oh, that's in bad taste. But if these survivors aren't able to handle the boss in time, things are going to get really ugly, by which I mean that Tokyo and all those within its boundaries will perish in nuclear fire. We cut over to see a diseased and bloodied Moka, who, after getting bonked by the falling building, seems disoriented and unsure of even who exactly she is. Once again, yes, this is all reinforcing my possession theory. Suddenly, her flesh begins to shift and twist. And, oh no, I guess she was Goldfish all along. What? No, seriously, what is going on? Mocha is transforming into a seething mass of fishy eyes and bodies and heads, a smaller version of the horror her brother has become. And no, I have no idea what's happening. This manga, yo. Then something happens off-panel as she surrenders to whatever this transformation is, and all we hear is a big squelchy noise and a splattering of blood. Now, I'm going to interject here and say that I think I know what's going on. As mentioned before, I reread the manga in preparation for this final arc, and it's likely that what we're seeing here is the curse of Monohana, transforming people from, well, people into goldfish-like forms. In the original story, this was mostly ambiguous, but here it seems to manifest as human flesh, spontaneously growing masses of goldfish. You'll see this in action more extensively later on, and again, this is my theory, but as it's never even slightly spelled out what's going on here, it's the only one that makes sense to me. Kaoru takes the lead and gathers all of the remaining survivors into one of those awesome manga montage panels. You know, one of these. It's time for the final battle to occur, and because this manga is written in a manner designed to confuse the hell out of me, we change scenes again and finally get some more background on Mibu. He's basically Izumi. You know, he's that character. The gifted kid who is impossibly good at everything he tries, then became incredibly bored and disconnected, resenting the stupid, happy people around him, feeling like the fact that they can be happy while also being so obviously inferior means that the world is flawed, permanently set to easy mode, and he thus feels like he lacks any sort of purpose. Yeah, I can't even start to guess what's going to happen here. But I do think, due to an implication later on, that Mibu is also a closeted homosexual, which may be part of this, but I am probably reaching on this one. I'm just going with some of the themes of the manga. Hajime, because we need to try and give him something of a character before the climax, is revealed to still be working on his movie because Hajime is stupid. Although he even invites the supercilious Mibu to be in it, which is kind of fun. But with Kaoru saying that it's time to begin, they rally and prepare to end the war once and for all. Now, from here on out, I am going to be moving a few things around, because the manga gets kind of fragmented, and I think it'll help things to flow a bit better in terms of chronology, with a lot of threads splintering off, and a lot of little stories here being told piecemeal, kind of interjecting on each other. If you read, or intend to read this manga, this means that you'll probably notice things occurring in a slightly different order. My reorganization is purely for the sake of comprehensibility in this analysis. First up, we get a pretty nifty little bridge segment, where we see fighter jets mobilizing to take on the Colossus. They're easily repelled as the thing flings oodles of fish to block their missiles, and then somehow swarm around to take down some of the jets. Okay then, now these jets will actually be a recurring narrative device, giving us an aerial view of this final arc and how all the various pieces will progress. It's kind of neat. We see Kaoru's final briefing, outlining the two major threats they have remaining to them, likely believing that Mocha clocked it due to the pathogen and the building collapse, which will, of course, bite them directly in the arse later on. The first is, naturally, the colossal boss monster towering over Harajuku, as if anyone could forget that nightmare. We actually get an accurate height on the thing, over 300 meters tall, which might not sound like much, but considering that's over twice the size of your average skyscraper, yeah, tall boy, it's too big and too bizarre for the pathogen to deal with as is. The second are the remaining fish, tens of thousands of them, clustering by the walls of the bizarre fishbowl. The pathogen has not reached them yet, nor will it in time, before the survivors can leave Shibuya. They need to handle both of these threats. Otherwise, even if they were to successfully escape, the outside world will likely be destroyed. If the fish were to escape, they would rapidly breed, spread over Japan, and eventually the planet. And the boss? Who knows what that thing can do? There's not much point in getting out if the rest of the world is going to be the same. And their solution to this? Ah man, it's fucking awesomely insane. Seriously, I wouldn't say I love this manga, but I do really like it. First up, the remaining fish. So, Team A, consisting of most of the side characters, including Alisa's band, Fuka, Saidaiji, and a large number of other survivors, particularly the wounded and traumatized that might not have the morale or mental fortitude necessary to face down the boss, are assigned to an objective. Their plan is genius. They are going to tie the carcasses of the fish killed by the pathogen to vehicles. Just anything they can find with the capacity to drive. Then bulldoze into the fish areas, and when they swarm in to attack the survivors, they will get killed or at worst weakened by the sickness, working on much the same principle as toddlers, I swear. Baby Owl, you are a bioweapons factory on legs. I've had the flu like 3 times this year. But with their armaments and the pathogen combined, they should be able to hold their own against the remaining fish, despite being outnumbered hundreds to 1. Oh yeah, and they're also taking the tank. Cool. Sadly, we never get to see it used much. But still, tank. The plan to deal with the boss is a bit more odd. Arcane, even. They're gonna split into 2 teams, Team B and Team C. Team B will stay here, protecting Kaoru while she makes bullets filled with a concentrated pathogen which is complete and utter— Wait, what? That cannot be right. Oh, and the frigging SLA use them? Huh. Every day is school day, I guess. But yeah, they're gonna make a kill shot bullet, and using what looks like the frigging Lysander, but it's actually an M24 SWS, I don't really know guns, which will then be given to Mibu, because yeah, sometimes I guess you need to give the Velociraptor a chainsaw, because, you know, they're going to be dealing with a really small, really hard to hit target that you would need an extremely talented sniper to hit, and not something, you know, more than twice as fucking tall as a skyscraper. What? Yeah, okay, but I'm inferring here, based on a few things we see later, that this isn't quite as nonsensical as it sounds. The problem is not that the creature is hard to hit, it's that it's so damn tall that its main body, the most human-looking fish in the stack, is just too high up for the infection to reach. Meaning that it's not so much accuracy they need, it's extreme range and penetration. And yes, I am getting flashbacks to the final boss of the most recent EDF, and I kind of want to go and play that game now. But yeah, they're going to make a pathogen round, and that's the extent of what they can do. Team C, consisting of Hajime, Karasuma, and a few others, is charged with fighting their way through and securing a vantage point for Mibu to snipe from. And then we shift in medias res to see them fighting their way through towards a structure, presumably to give Mibu a sniper nest on the roof. Now, I actually spent a rather annoying amount of time trying to figure out exactly which building they're referring to, but I suspect that it's the Palace Skateboards building by the iconic Scramble Crossing, best known for its advertising campaign involving Jonah Hill. Yeah, that goober from Superbad. Anyways, the store did this big promotion using his severed head, but this is the only image I've been able to find. Anyways, we get a sort of view of what's happening. The boss is closing with the fishbowl, and once it escapes, the fish will swarm out and this will be GG. The party need to end this one way or another, and soon. And naturally, because story, this is going to be anything but simple. We see Sable off on a bridge somewhere, lamenting missing the Spring Meat Festival. In my day we called that Rush Week University, am I right? But he may be referring to the legendary Tokyo Food Show, a local festival-y thing that is self-explanatory. But for foodies and gourmets looking to sample local foods from all around Japan, this one is a must-see. But on rereading this, I think he's talking about the so-called Nikufest, Meat Festival, which holy crap, yo. If you're like me and a consummate carnivore, it is well worth a Shinkansen ride down to Tokyo. It is awesome. We get a huge double spread, showing us that Sable's fighting a sort of guerrilla war against the fish. Yeah, I already made a Nick Seafort joke in this video, didn't I? Gotcha. Let's call him, Vietnamese giant catfish Kong. Nah. Oh, how about, bream me up, Scotty? Yes, I know, this is a hard one. But it appears that Sable has accepted a mission to essentially stall and delay the boss monster for half an hour, giving the other teams the space to do their thing. And yeah, the sequence absolutely shreds, as Sable does epic shit like setting an entire overpass on fire to drive the creature onto a main road, then sends a truckload of infected fish directly at it. Again, seriously, this manga, despite being kind of a mess, is really fun and so much better than people give it credit for. As Sable continues his assaults, he realizes that there's a problem. The head, the most human-looking of the composite fish, is just too high up to engage, which puts it in an awkward position, which is what the Mibu sniper team intend to counter with the high-powered rifle and the sniper nest they are attempting to establish. But yeah, it appears that Sable is also enacting some plans of his own, one that involves, for some reason, continuing to direct this titanic boss along a very specific course. Off panel, Team A were victorious, infecting all the fish swarming around the walls in the area, and then wiping them out. But this is another thing that confuses me about this manga from a logistical standpoint. Shibuya's pretty big, and the ball is round, right? So there's like a fuckzillion other fish along the perimeter where they're not fighting? Nah, I don't know, but it's kinda cool. But speaking of cool, there's this thing that Aoi's doing here, where we see the time that Sable is able to delay the boss, the space he's able to give the other teams, represented by a gain of seconds as opposed to a countdown, as if we were playing a video game and hitting checkpoints. I really dig this mechanism, and it's not something that I ever recall seeing in a manga. More like this, please. We also see that Team C has succeeded in their own goal, securing a sniper position for Mibu on top of the palace building. All they need now is the pathogen round to be completed and for Mibu to get into position. Once again, I've moved stuff around. Trust me, the way this is written originally is even more confusing and disjointed. Sure enough, we pan over to see that Team B has in fact succeeded. They are good to go. Now, this is sort of glanced over in the manga, but please remember it, because it's really, really crucial to make sense of what's coming. And I don't think enough attention is given to it in the manga, confusing me a bit on my first read. So, firstly, Kaoru was able to produce a sort of super bullet, an armor-piercing, high-explosive round that, when fired from the huge sniper rifle, will reach the boss's weak spot and then hit it with a blast of extremely concentrated pathogen. However, she was able to make a second, smaller round, one to be used in extremis, fired from a handgun. This is all they were able to produce. Again, remember this. Regardless, all they need to do now is get the mercurial Mibu to the sniper nest, defend him until the boss moves into his line of fire, whereupon he will nail it with the pathogen round, and hopefully that'll be the fat lady singing. But as there's a whole volume left after this, an extended volume no less, unless this manga has a Lord of the Rings tier epilogue, It means that there is some minor element, a little something that everyone has overlooked that is gonna spike the wheels of this plan. And if you've been paying attention, you can probably guess what that thing is, or rather, they are. Things that are gonna bugger this plan inside out. Anyways, we see that Sable has actually set in motion that batty plan of his own. The reason why he's been setting up obstacles and fires to direct the boss along a specific course is, okay, this rules. So it turns out that he's been dumping tons of infected fish carcasses into the Shibuya River. And yes, I wish I could put air quotes around that word. Because, yeah, this might honestly improve the general state of affairs as the river, a notoriously polluted and foul underground waterway that has been on the docket for purification and beautification for decades now, but never has been, is really unpleasant. And we see his plan come to fruition as the titanic creature, redirected, walks out onto the weakened structure. Presumably Sable has done something to set up a trap here. It gives way and plunges into the contaminated water below, sending the boss with it. And this move buys the other teams a whopping 21 minutes, all the time they need and more, with now almost an hour until the boss reaches the perimeter. Kick ass! Back over, we see Mibu and the rest load up with the pathogen rounds and rifles. Yes, rifles, plural. We will get to this in a bit. And head out to do their mission. However, that's not a good look. And with the number of pathogen rounds, one rifle and one pistol, remember, anyone with a sense of narrative causality can probably guess roughly how this is going to play out. But yeah, as I mentioned, one thing to please note, as this is very confusing later. Mibu presumably has two rifles. One is the sniper rifle. One is a generic assault rifle. Keep that in mind. This absolutely baffled me. We see that elsewhere, the teams assaulting the fish on the border are starting to become overwhelmed themselves in places. But as a whole, they're doing pretty well, dedicated to their mission of preventing any fish escaping into Tokyo as a whole, and are wiping them out by the dozen, with a combination of the infected fish carcasses attached to their vehicles and whatever weapons they possess. This strategy has proved incredibly effective. But yep, this is all setting the stage for what we all know is coming next. Things going badly wrong to give us our final crisis point as we head towards the climaxes of the manga. Let's take a look. Our first signs that things are going to go squiffy comes when Mibu, taking the pathogen rounds, vanishes, heading off on his own. While they hope he's just making his way towards the secured sniper nest, well, it's Mibu. And this dude is something else. Sable, watching the boss beginning to work its way loose from his trap by sheer mass and brute strength, realizes that his part is now done. There are no more moves he can make. His part in the battle is concluded, and it's going to come down to everyone else. He turns to leave, intending to go and wreak havoc on the fish near the walls, when he hears the sound of a motorbike and sees, yep, here we go. This can only end in tears, as sure enough, Mibu goes full mask off. All he wants is a life or death battle with a challenging opponent, and as the penultimate volume closes out, he's doing, that trope, threatening to destroy their last hope, the pathogen rounds, if Sable refuses to fight him. Okay, so we're gonna do Ichimaru Gin versus Violence Jack. Cool. And that closes out Volume 10. Volume 11, the final volume, opens with a pretty... alright, so... Again, I will tie this together at the very end into some sort of narrative through line, but for now, I'm just gonna do my best. The volume opens on a short background sequence at the start of the Taisho era, a very interesting period of Japanese history in the early 1900s. between the peaceful and liberalizing Meiji and the brutally expansionist Showa era under the notorious Emperor Hirohito. Yeah, that dude. We see a doctor staring at a goldfish, one that talks in the now standard spooky manner, and we learn that he did the worst thing possible you can do in a horror story. He bought something from a mysterious traveling salesman, vis-a-vis the goldfish, and somehow, in a sort of confluence of tragedy, his wife, who was dying of some sort of illness, bled into the bowl, much in the manner of Monohana, after which the fish began to jabber nonsense in her voice. We learn that he's been researching the phenomenon and discovered that there were indeed legends of talking fish in feudal Japan, affirming the reality of the Monohana tale in this story. But beyond this, he was unable to learn anything useful, and this ballooned into an obsession. This is actually confirmed when he makes reference to Kyoden's anthology yet again, which is another reason why I have a feeling that my own theories about the origins of what's been going on here are correct. You will see far more of this overtly later on. Regardless, despite the creature speaking with the voice of his departed wife, the doctor plans to kill the fish tomorrow. It's simply too macabre and creepy to have around. Now yet again, this is where we need to start referring to my fan theories to make sense of what's going to happen. We learn that, despite his intent to kill the thing, he was not able to. Instead, he became more and more obsessed, eventually beginning to kill the townspeople and feeding them to the fish to see essentially what would happen. Maybe he's trying to bring his wife back, I don't know. But this eventually led to him being killed by the police in turn. More bizarre, he implies here that he now believes that these fish have a supernatural component to them and, yeah, I have no idea, but can somehow possess or merge with a human host, as we see his face begins to teem with fish heads, much in the manner that Moka did. That's really creepy. And again, I suspect that this is the curse of Monohana manifesting itself. When one of the fish becomes sufficiently established and is fed human flesh and blood in the manner of Monohana's death, those who have sufficiently close contact with them begin to go insane and break out in fishiness. We will get even more examples of this later, as well as more overt references to the legend. Back over with Moka. We see her looking out over Shibuya just after the initial attack began and learn that somehow she planted fish? No idea. But is just as baffled as I am in regards to what the ass is going on here in terms of why there's a fish bowl. But as we've now established a potentially supernatural angle, reinforcing the whole Monohana thing, I suspect that basically anything goes, and I know that the fan theories online are that it's either some bizarre manifestation of the curse, or some sort of mutation that a fish acquired. No, this is never explained. Back in the present, we get a reminder of Mibu's true nature. He views himself as something of a superior human, a Nietzschean Superman, and loathes anyone who isn't like him. He has thus, if he is unable to find a worthy opponent, planning to destroy the world, basically for the hell of it, and because he hates it, considering it permanently set to easy mode. Again, very Nietzschean, only somehow even more pretentious, and no, I've never enjoyed Nietzsche. Sorry, there go my goth credentials right there. Meanwhile, the outriding teams infecting the fish are now starting to get overwhelmed. More fish just keep coming, and even with the plague, there are just too many of them. But Mibu has become evil anime villain type 7, the I want to die, but only at the hands of a worthy opponent sort, demanding that Sable kill him, otherwise he will destroy the world. But wait, dude, if you're wanting a fair or challenging fight, why are you running around with an assault rifle and grenades, seeing as Sable is unarmed? Something tells me that you are so full of shit your eyes are brown. But sure enough, they go at it. And it appears that via the magic of, well, plot armor, they are evenly matched. trading blows, they fight for a good while, and it's... I'll be honest, it's not a very interesting fight, as it both proceeds and concludes in the most arch way, exactly as you think it will. But we do get some more interesting insights into Mibu's nature. As a naturally gifted, Izumi-ish student, he was made something of an outsider. Now, we've talked about this before. The whole peg that sticks up gets hammered down thing was maybe once the nature of the beast in ye olden days in Japan, but at least once I started working in Japan, which, it's a ways back, mind you, like 2 decades, the opposite problem was true. Gifted students being treated like the second coming of Jesus, given all the attention, but also absolutely ridiculous expectations and pressure, which makes it difficult for them to grow up healthy, and also often results in them being isolated, generally by dint of them having just no time at all to make friends or just be a kid, with every second of their day involving them being thrown into academics, sports, and extramurals, literally from the time they get up till the time they go to bed, weekends and holidays included, in order to try and let them outcompete the other gifted kids to get into one of a handful of specific high schools, which in turn will let them get into one of a smaller handful of universities to do the lucrative career their parents want them to do. This is disturbingly common, and part of the chip on Mibu's shoulder isn't just that he's better than everyone else. No matter how he succeeded, no matter how well he did, or what results he achieved, he was miserable and lonely, while everyone else seemed blissfully ignorant and useless, but happy. And this prompted some major resentment. Now again, this is an unfortunately common thing in Japan, and thus an enormous trope in anime and manga. The whole idea of the Kyoiku Mama, for instance. And we will go into this in extreme detail when we eventually get around to doing My Hero Academia, as this is basically Bakugo's entire story. But yeah, it's a problem, and one that, with the economy in the shitter, and a recession going on since basically the 80s, it's only gotten worse. Smart people having miserable childhoods, growing up to be miserable adults and also kind of warped, and then propagating the problem outwards. But again, this is all very boilerplate, especially how it ends, which... tell me if this sounds familiar. Sable appears to have lost, but this is just him playing possum. He baits Mibu in close to neutralize his rifle, the automatic one, not the sniper one, before revealing that he actually totally outclasses Mibu to the extent that he was bored. He did not see any point in fighting him seriously, before repeatedly beating the smug out of him and taking the rifle pathogen bullet, which, by the way, believe it or not, marks the sane parts of this manga drawing to a close. What's about to happen? Oh boy. You will see. As time ticks away, it appears that, with Mibu down and Sable able to retrieve the pathogen round, they are at least closing in on a possible victory. We see Hajime and co up in the little sniper nest, watching the Titanic boss approaching and waiting for Mibu's arrival, when the boss starts to act really strangely, moving and splitting and seeming to form long pseudopods, as they remark that even if they had their shooter, there's no way to find its core body with it like this. Sure enough, this prompts it to transform into... Nope, your guess is as good as mine. The Phase 2 boss is... The best I can do is a massive tiered wedding cake on legs, ringed by shrieking fish heads, with blood pouring from their eyes and mouths, and as they howl into the night sky, something happens. As Hajime sees images, the doctor, Moka finding the fish eating her brother, and then he looks down at his arm. And what in the fucking fuck is going on in this manga? Yeah, this is what I was referring to. as, sure enough, it turns out that anyone who hears the screaming begins to, well, break out in fish. And again, this is almost certainly the curse of Monohana, as her death also involves a lot of blood from the eyes and mouth, and her curse turned people into human goldfish. The screaming also causes the corpses of the diseased fish to explode into more fish, and existing surviving fish to vomit fish, and birth dozens of smaller fish that rapidly grow in size. Even more bizarre, the natural fauna of Shibuya, so let me explain, as this is gonna seem really random otherwise. Well, it'll still seem random, but it may make some limited amount of sense. See, while places like New York are infested with critters such as raccoons and rats, Japan's urban fauna is a bit different. Stray dogs used to be a huge problem, with hundreds of thousands roaming Tokyo in the early 2000s, and animal shelters, while they did exist, tremendously overburdened and underfunded. The solution to this was, unfortunately, a controversial measure known as the Zero Stray Policy, where unclaimed stray dogs were euthanized after a short period. This measure was relaxed quite a bit later, as it was revealed that the bulk euthanasia measures were quite cruel in places, and that, due to the very short windows, numerous lost pets wound up killed too. However, this in part led to stray cats utterly infesting Tokyo, particularly places like Yanaka, which has become known as Cat Town. The population is estimated at several hundred thousand and rapidly exploded during the 2010s, until, in preparation for the Olympics, a policy known as TSR, or Trap, Spay, Release, was instituted, which helped somewhat. So yeah, there are still a shitzillion stray cats in Tokyo. Okay. So here we see, joining the swarming small fish comes a new enemy. Holy shit, what are we doing? Zooming in like Zerglings comes an army of catfish? No. Octopuses? I got nothing. But for some reason, rather than spawning fish, the local stray cat population has been transformed into genuinely comical-looking hybrid creatures. I suspect someone was on the Brrr here. Criminy, that's funny. High above Tokyo, we get an update from the squadron of F-15s, as the newly transformed boss, in addition to emitting that mutagenic cursed scream, has changed direction and, in its new form, is proceeding at a terrifying rate of speed in the opposite direction, now attempting to breach the bowl near Shibuya Station rather than Harajuku. Bad news, as all of the defensive build-up was dug in preemptively in the north. Back over, we see that the fish emerging from the survivors seem to be taking control of them as they begin attacking each other. But they counter this with the simple if macabre strategy of cutting or ripping these portions of flesh off, but are still absolutely baffled. What the hell is going on? The massive creature transformed, began screaming, fish began spawning everywhere. Regardless, as they have no answers, they realize that their only option is to somehow handle this themselves. While they could still make the original plan work in terms of sniping the boss with the pathogen rounds, they will need to relocate their sniper position, and Mibu, after getting absolutely dog-walked by Sable without them realizing, has gone radio silent. Sure enough, we see that the fight continued, with Mibu simply too stubborn to realize that he was outmatched, as Sable continues pummeling him. But he does point out to Mibu that, despite all of his talk about having a death wish, he is still blocking, dodging, and defending. Mibu wants to live. Seriously, why is this a running theme? Sable does also identify that Mibu isn't so much a nihilist as poisonously envious. he's a deeply isolated man that resents everyone else for seeming to enjoy their lives and make connections, despite him being obviously superior, and that him wanting to destroy the world has nothing to do with any sort of survival of the fittest philosophy, and is instead childish, unadulterated spite. Mibu, in reality, whatever delusions of grandeur he may have, is little more than a bratty child, smashing the board because he can't win the game. And yes, sorry if this audio's sounding a little tinny in places. There's quite the windstorm outside, and filtering it out is gonna be interesting. This sequence actually goes on for probably a full bloody chapter of the manga, and honestly it's not that interesting or profound, so let's summarize. Talk no jutsu does eventually work. And again, one of the few criticisms I have about this honestly surprisingly decent, if completely insane and messy manga, is that it has way too many characters, all of whom vie for the spotlight, and thus, while some of them are very interesting, we just don't get enough time with them to really learn enough about them to care, and the really good ones, yeah, remember these two? They die early on. It honestly feels a bit like, yeah, okay, this is my first big manga, so I am going to put literally every character I have ever imagined into this sucker. And this gives us a manga that, at its core, is very creative, but also, frankly, kinda sloppy. That said, back over, we see that Hajime and Co are fighting their way along, while the fish just send everything at them. Hairfish, limbs, and even princesses. Before they're saved by, oh joy, more characters that I could barely tell you a thing about in a truck driven by the electrician. Yep, they all survived Moka's betrayal and trap, if you care. Alright then, and we do see that Mibu gave something to him to give to Hajime in turn. With the team slowly coming back together, they speed off into the night. As they do, we actually get another really cool little sequence, as they're joined by, well, everyone. A rapidly forming massive convoy of vehicles, and as they go, more and more emerge, and finally, almost 300 strong, they head straight for the towering boss, looming up over the city, as it prepares to break out and into Japan proper. It is time for the final showdown between humanity and whatever this apocalyptic threat is. Because we do need some more crisis points before the manga, where, oh right, this. Remember when I said that Mibu had two rifles? One was his machine gun, and one was the sniper rifle. Now, I have no idea why it's executed like this. The automatic weapon got broken, but we are led to believe it was the sniper rifle. No idea, and again, this is kinda sloppy. But spoiler, we do see later on that the sniper rifle was not in fact broken. It's kinda dumb. However, there's been this plot point that I made clear earlier, where a small amount of pathogen remained, and was enough to make an extra bullet, something that could be fired from a pistol, just in case. Hajime, despite being as damp as a rain sandwich, seems to, by dint of the huge flashing protagonist sign over his head, be accepted as leader by everyone. He calls up Mibu on his walkie, and Mibu asks him what is it that keeps him going. Movies? That's dumb. Hajime responds kind of well, saying that, essentially, who cares? It's raining death outside. It's apocalypse weather. These sorts of questions can wait until they have won. Because, just think about it, you human dildo. Dead men neither answer nor have questions answered for them. And then gives Mibu a huge bollocking, which, yeah, okay, this is fun, does actually eventually get the psycho laughing. Mibu is reforming, and appears to have made up his mind. Carrying the rifle and the explosive pathogen bullet, jumps onto his motorbike and heads off to join the battle. And yes, I know I maybe overuse this term, but narrative causality kind of dictates how this manga will proceed from here. Hajime, despite his misgivings about firing a pistol, begins putting together a plan with his friends. Looking at the new course set by the boss, they initially select the famous Dogenzaka building, a large skyscraper right near the station, but quickly dismiss this as, while it would have been fine for a rifle shot, it wouldn't work for a pistol. Instead, and because anyone that knows the area has been waiting patiently for this to appear, they realize that the location of the final showdown can only be in one location, the Scramble Tower, which is essentially the Empire State Building of Shibuya. An enormous skyscraper, nearly 60 stories tall, built directly over Shibuya Station. Probably the most iconic aspect of this structure is the sky. The two top floors dedicated to a 360-degree view of Tokyo, as well as the sky edge, which you can walk out onto and then look straight down, or as I like to call it, I just projectile vomited on someone from 50 stories up who thought this was a good idea fucking vertigo point. Crikey Moses, I am not acrophobic, but I still get the heebie-jeebies up there. However, this building is right in the path of the monster, meaning that if it fails, they are completely buggered. There will be no retreating or repositioning. This has to work, and even if it does, whoever takes the shot, due to the short range required, would almost certainly die regardless. Hajime naturally says, yeah, okay, sure, and escorted by the convoy, driven on a motorbike by Karasuma and accompanied by Elisa, he heads off to meet his fate. As we get a little bit of hype text as we enter the true climax, saying that this is the story of the battle of every human being left behind in Shibuya, but in one small way, one certain way, this is the story of Hajime Tsukiyoda. Yeah, okay, goosebumps, well done. Let's do this. As they close in on the scramble, we get another of those funky aerial establishing shots, as the pilots are astonished to see that car lights are appearing all over the area. The survivors are fighting back, making their last stands, and knowingly or unknowingly buying Hajime time, whatever time they can. As they reach the skyscraper, we see that the fish are screaming as blood flows from their eyes and their mouths yet again. Something is about to happen, and it cannot be good. The foursome make it in, with everyone banged up but alive. However, only Hajime and Elisa are in any shape to continue, and leaving their comrades behind, they sprint upwards, heading towards their destination, the 26th floor. Outside, we see, however, that the blood is heralding yet another transformation, or at least an attack, as the fish comprising the mass of the boss's body appear to all be inhaling at the same time, swelling, growing larger, as Yoshi narrates ominously, saying that this thing is a creature beyond the understanding of humans, something outside of our comprehension. It is malice and hunger incarnate, and then, bursting out of hundreds of thousands of mouths, comes a cloud, a tidal wave of utter horror, as the titanic creature vomits the blood, bits and bodies of all of Shibuya's dead, blasting it into the Scramble Tower. And when the unspeakable flood of gore and corpses finally stops, we see that the upper half of the building has been blasted clear off. Now, this is another undoubtable reference to Monohana, as her last act was to vomit a huge amount of blood into the samurai's aquarium before finally succumbing to her injuries. However, we see that Hajime and Elisa were caught by the blood blast on their way up to floor 20, And while he received superficial injuries, she was not so lucky, and he's cradling his badly hurt friend. Forced now to go on alone, Elisa makes him promise to come back alive, and as he walks away, he's able to smile despite knowing absolutely that he's going to his death. He really has come a long way from the damp behind the ears protagonist at the start of the story to, well, a slightly less damp one. Yeah, sorry, I will never like this character. However, it quickly seems that this is pointless, and that this will almost certainly be where his journey ends. An enormous creature bars his way, something like a smaller version of the boss. Initially, it appears to be a hairfish, only with the eyes of a princess, multiple limbs, and smaller fish heads emerging from it. And while he tries valiantly, the exhausted and injured boy is unable to get around it, getting smashed and battered around for his trouble. As Hajime battles in vain against this new but seemingly unstoppable foe, we see him recalling a conversation with Elisa about his favorite flick, and the reason he started to love movies was a film where a character sacrificed himself to save the world from let's say an Armageddon tier threat. Yeah, Bruce Willis was, and still kind of is, insanely popular in Japan, for whatever reason, that movie and Die Hard in particular. Maybe it was that slightly better than okay Aerosmith song. Yeah, sorry, not an Aerosmith fan. But yeah, remembering all those who've died, as well as the living relying on him, Hajime steels himself and, channeling Sable, prepares to go in hard. However, outside, we see that it's too late. The boss has almost reached the scramble. It rears up, about to smash down on the tower, before something explodes on it. Something that immediately causes it to rot and melt. Of course, it's Mibu, who has arrived on the scene at the 11th hour and nailed the boss with an explosive pathogen shell. No, I still don't understand what was up with the other rifle being broken and all of that malarkey, but it's a cool way to cap off his arc, I guess. And yes, I know, much like yourselves, I thought that Mibu would wind up sacrificing himself in Hajime's stead, but sure, this is cool too. However, Mibu does tell everyone that he didn't strike where he had needed to cause any lasting harm. This will buy Hajime time, but it's still going to be up to the young man, and this is all Mibu can do here. Hajime, however, now emboldened, and I will be honest here, this is probably my favorite beat for this character in the manga, as it also gives him kind of a cool arc. He remembers the way Sable fought when they first met. When knives are out, when it's a proper scrap, you fight to win. Anything's a weapon, anything's a target, and even if you're utterly outmatched, sometimes fortune favors the fucking insane. And sure enough, Hajime charges in, scoops up one of the dead, diseased fish at his feet, and does the last thing anyone would have expected. He screams and leaps directly at the thing, punching the carcass deep into the mouth of the mini-boss fish, instantly killing it. Yeah, no. This character's a snooze fest, but that was cool. However, as he finally reaches the summit, he looks out on the wall of loathsomeness and horror bearing down on him. This is where it ends. It's time to finish it. Only, there's one little golem that everyone's forgotten as Mocha steps forward, and yeah, I know, it was spoilerific, but how could this be anything but the final thumbnail image? Holy shit, that's metal. We get another tiny little explanation of maybe where the fish came from. And again, I am going to try and connect a few more dots here. After the fish drank Monohana's blood, they changed hideously, and the samurai could no longer bear to look at them. He thus threw the mutated goldfish into the pond at a nearby temple, Presumably, at some point in the endless wars of the era, corpses from a battlefield were thrown or simply fell into that pond. The fish, or their descendants, thus adapted to survive in such an environment, possibly eating the flesh of the dead, and perhaps this was stored somewhere deep within its genetics, which had previously been altered, I guess supernaturally, with the implication that these fish were becoming something even more unique. Not simply carnivorous, but predatory, and, if the right conditions were met, capable of mimicking human speech, and also possessed of an unusual, malicious intelligence. And as the creature evolved, it grew too, in a fashion, consider humans as a prey species. All that was separating us from, well, this manga was size and biome restriction. Or something, yes, again, it's left deliberately unclear, so this is me for the most part just making inferences. But I think I'm right. Moka, now transformed into an eyeless fish-infested husk, screams at Hajime, struggling with him, stopping him from taking a shot at the titanic thing moving towards them, now only blocked by the edge of the bowl, by the flimsy barrier of what remains of the scramble tower, and one lone youth with a single special bullet. Mibu's shot has bought him time, but not enough, and it appears that the war is all but lost. They fight, and the now changed girl begins to easily overpower him, granted strength by either her mutation or simple madness, and she crushes one of his wrists, causing him to drop the pistol and sending it quite a ways away. Oh, hell. We then get an extended sequence where Hajime attempts talk no jutsu on Moka, telling her that no, whatever her crazy bloody intentions are here, these horrifying fish monsters that she, and whatever shady Umbrella Corporation types helped her cook up, cannot possibly ever transform into her brother. He sounded like a pretty good bloke, and this is the other thing. I will say that the art in the manga is rather good in places, and here it's spectacular, with a lot of detail and well-executed action, and we see the boss is moving forwards again, having extruded the portion affected by Mibu's shot. Hajime needs to act immediately, or the creature will break through into Tokyo proper, then Japan, then by the world. Whatever this thing is, supernatural, mutation, who knows? It is an apocalyptic threat. Hajime continues his efforts as the mutated Moka begins basically just ripping him apart, telling him, screaming at her, that the dead do not, they cannot come back to life. While these creatures do take on some aspects of the things they devour, they are mimicking the voices and the physical forms of those things. The soul, the aspect that made her brother, is gone. He can no more come back to life than any of those who she's killed. He is finally able to shake her off when I'm not exactly clear. This bit is cool, but also, where? Now I'm going to assume that in their brawl, he got doused in something flammable, or possibly it's just the various oils from the fish. But again, he takes a page out of Sable's book as Hajime strikes a light, setting himself on fire, then causing a powerful explosion which blasts Moka back, injuring him further, but at last striking the mutated girl a killing blow, and this presumably ends her possession. He spies the pistol, and while the mortally wounded Moka looks on in disbelief, how is this young man, who's been broken, bitten, scratched, cut, battered, and burned even still alive? He launches himself into a running slide, grabs up the gun, turns, stands, and faces down the nightmare bearing down on him at the very last second. We see everyone, the survivors, Kaoru, Mibu, and even the voices of the dead, howling their encouragement, and backed by everyone, Living and dead, Hajime Tsukiyoda raises his hand and fires. The bullet strikes the monster right in its core, its most human part, and as the round explodes, the pathogen burns through the monster, and then, in a cloud of slime and ichor, it collapses, melting, flowing, and finally turning into fine particles, drifting through the air. We see Hajime unable to move, lying on his back in what remains of the boss. He is utterly spent. Elisa finds him, and we do that thing, where a character makes an implied love confession at the very arse end of the manga, and we leap forward in time a year into a short epilogue segment. We see where everyone is. Some are mourning the dead, but Elisa, Kaoru, and Ko are meeting up for a local festival. Kaoru is going to go off and become a proper scientist, and we also see that Mibu, I think the implication is that he came out as gay and is traveling the world with his foreign boyfriend. This guy? No idea. Elisa's group are becoming quite popular, and Hajime is rapidly gaining recognition as a filmmaker, winning a contest and an award. And the manga closes out with a final, full-color double spread, showing us our core group walking together into the future. As tends to be the case in manga like this, we get a short, light-hearted coda to close things out. It's titled Our Tomorrow, and it shows that Hajime did indeed make his movie. It starred a large number of the survivors, and is about as insane as this cockamamie manga. So yeah, that's Shibuya Goldfish, and it's way better than it has any right to be. Certainly not the worst manga of all time, crikey Moses. Oh, I wouldn't call it great. Far too much of it felt like Aoi was making it up on the spot. There are way too many plot holes and inexplicable elements. Seriously, what the hell was the fishbowl? And what exactly was Moka? Was she a mutation, a reincarnation, or was I right and she was someone possessed by Monohana? Like, the silver-haired lady was a ghost and we saw her early in the story when Anko was a kid, so she predates Moka. Yes, I know I'm rambling. There were also far too many damn characters, many of whom were far more interesting than our leads, and yet, I kind of had a blast. Keeping in mind that these videos are really just a few slices of the manga, why not go and read it for yourselves and see if you can't puzzle it out, and let me know what the hell you think happened in the comments. Anyways. Okay, it's time for this bit, which I've honestly been kind of dreading. But yeah, let's talk about exactly what might have happened here, and also try to put things into a loose chronology, which, yeah, oh boy. Now again, this is less plot focused, and it's more just about the really weird shit that didn't make too much sense on our way through, building a sort of narrative through line, the history behind the manga, and the like. Oh, and as a reminder, moving forwards, these segments will only be included in the extended patron version, but yeah, have one on the house. Way back in the Edo period, a good-hearted samurai lived with his wife, Kakehashi, in Nagano Prefecture. He loved goldfish, in particular their tendency to adapt and mutate into new forms, and he would hatch them, create new breeds, and kept them in a beautiful aquarium. However, due to his wife's infertility, they took on a lovely young woman by the name of Monohana as a sort of surrogate, as was the way at the time, and she fell pregnant fast. Later, while her husband was away at war, Kakehashi was seduced by their neighbor, a truly evil man by the name of Sabunta. He gradually convinced her that her husband planned to murder her and take on Monohana as his replacement wife, and, using her envy, This finally culminated in them having an extended affair, and then basically, just because evil, he instigated the pair of them torturing and beating Monohana, killing her unborn child, and finally killing her. And after she vomited her death blood into her husband's aquarium, the pair fled. The goldfish in the bowl drank her blood, and took on a new form, resembling her beaten body, while the spirit of Monohana would torment the murderers until their deaths. It's not amazingly relevant to the story, aside from the fact that somehow her curse caused them to mutate into grotesque, tormented, fish-like humanoid forms. The samurai, on returning, finding Monohana and his unborn son dead, and his goldfish horribly mutated, found that he could no longer bear to look upon them. Instead, he released them into the pond of a nearby temple. In this pond, the supernaturally mutated goldfish grew and multiplied, now an entirely new species with a strange, spiteful intelligence, and as battle raged through feudal Japan, they fed upon the corpses that fell into the pond, and at some point gained the ability to imitate human speech if they ate human flesh. Some samples of these goldfish made their way into wider Japan around this time, and this resulted in legends of talking goldfish. In the early 1900s, a traveling salesman found one of these fish and sold it to a local doctor who had recently lost his wife. Somehow, some of her blood ended up in the fish's bowl, and it began to imitate her, resulting in the doctor going insane, falling under the thrall of the fish, eventually feeding it on human flesh, and somehow also becoming subject to the curse of Monohana. In this version of the story, he began to manifest goldfish growing out of his body. Yeah, this bit. The insane doctor was later killed, along with his fish, and while legends of these creatures would endure, they would remain just that, legends, for many centuries. However, a few specimens of the fish did survive and breed, lasting until the present day, possessing a recessive and likely supernatural gene that would occasionally appear. However, unless the fish was able to eat human flesh, this would mostly be inert. Now this, believe it or not, is where things start to get complicated. In the modern age, a wealthy family began to suffer from a series of tragedies. Their daughter was a troubled young girl called Moka, and I think the implication is that she's some sort of sociopath. But she could have also suffered a breakdown due to the fact that her only friend, her brother, was suffering from a terminal illness. Meanwhile, while knowledge of her story had mostly vanished, aside from references in ancient tomes of mythology, the spirit of Monohana still roamed Japan, an onryo, an evil, vengeful ghost, taking the form of a silver-haired woman wearing a fish-scale kimono, and a few characters from the story interacted with her here and there, in some genuinely weird encounters, all involving goldfish in some capacity, where the elegant and eloquent spirit would speak with them, but if they said anything that wasn't to her liking, she would viciously attack them. A very common aspect of urban legends and mythology in Japan. Moka and her brother, possibly due to Monohana manipulating events, but possibly just due to fate or chance, discovered one of the carnivorous fish, and due to it making a cute but unusual sound that they ironically said was talking, took it as a pet. Later, the brother's illness worsened, resulting in him eventually lapsing into a coma, and Moka suffering an absolute breakdown, becoming extremely violent. Moka was approached by Monohana at some point around here, who promised her a resurrection of her brother, and Moka would become possessed by Monohana later on, at some indeterminate time. Around then, the brother was finally allowed to die, and at her bidding, Moka released the fish onto him, which immediately ate her brother's corpse, somehow. Assumedly the ghost also made them a bloody tesseract. However, Under the further guidance of Monohana, Moka fed her fish on the flesh of animals and later humans, before being approached by some weird mad science group connected to an eccentric and extremely wealthy old man by the name of Yoshi, who had also been manipulated by Monohana's ghost in the form of the silver-haired girl. Now, Yoshi was obsessed with the legend of Monohana, his encounter with her, and her reports of talking goldfish, and he wanted to study Moka's fish, but her father was against it. So Yoshi's group manipulated events until the old man finally snapped and was sent to prison after murdering one of their men, after which they found Moka more than happy to cooperate, although this was likely Monohana. However, whether it be the ghost's doing or ye old mad sciencing gone wrong, the research using Yoshi's prize collection of goldfish rapidly got out of control as they began to feed the fish on human cadavers and performed other experiments on them, resulting in them multiplying and rapidly mutating, growing to enormous size and also gaining the ability to fly. Because science. Moka, taking specimens from the lab, planted them around Shibuya, one area in particular which, somehow formed a giant pit. My guess is that she flushed a large number down into the sewers and waterways where they would spread, multiply, and many of them would eventually amalgamate into our final boss monster, in the hopes that if they consumed enough humans and mutated sufficiently, they would eventually somehow become her brother, granting him a sort of pet cemetery resurrection. Knowing that a cataclysmic disaster was looming due to his experimentation, Yoshi, on March the 1st, attempted to either delay or prevent things by killing off all of his beloved goldfish, then going on the run. And this brings us to the start of the story. While, between March 1st and March 3rd, the fish had made isolated appearances, on March the 3rd, 2015, the fish finally emerged en masse and began an all-out attack on Shibuya. For some reason, the entire district was also surrounded by an enormous fishbowl, no idea. A meek high schooler by the name of Hajime Tsukiyoda narrowly escaped being eaten along with his crush, a pretty but vapid girl named Fukakusa, after she betrayed him and left him to die. She was eaten by a fish in a truly disturbing manner, and after he jumped off a building, he was found by an aspiring idol named Elisa. On March 6th, they joined another group of survivors, and, attempting an escape attempt, trying to get some of the last choppers heading out, many of this group were killed. They were, however, able to reach the last helicopter set up by the military, but when Elisa fell from the ladder, Hajime, unthinking, leapt after her to try and save her, leaving them both stranded. After fleeing into the sewers, on March 8th, they would cross paths with a berserk homeless man known as Sable, a, let's say, violence jack sort, an incredibly capable fighter with a brutal survival of the fittest policy, but were able to earn his respect, being incorporated into his own group of survivors, living in the subway, and using various ingenious methods of avoiding the fish. A pair of these survivors were scientists, Kaoru and her superior Chika, and to both cure a sickness afflicting some of these survivors, and also possibly gain an answer to what's going on, they embarked on a mission to capture a silver princess, a sort of queen fish, capable of birthing them and also commanding masses of them, and while they were eventually able to, they lost many of their number, including a lesbian couple, Momoyama and Fushimi, who were, seriously, the best thing in the manga, and they realized that the fish were mutating so rapidly that whatever weaknesses they had were vanishing. Additionally, two absolutely enormous fish appeared, the Titans, capable of birthing princesses, back at the hideout on March 10th, in what would be the first of several acts of sabotage, which we'd later learn were perpetrated by Moka, who had infiltrated the group. Chika, the head scientist, was killed when the captured princess broke free, and while her assistant Kaoru did her best, there didn't seem to be a clear path forward. 5 days later, on March the 15th, a massive fish found their way to and were able to attack the subway hideout. Kaoru, however, was able to save everyone with a custom pathogen, infecting the fish with an instantly lethal myriad of ailments. However, with their numbers and supplies dwindling and them needing a lab to make more of it, they set off to use one on the other end of Shibuya in Udagawa. On March the 17th, en route across Shibuya, Hajime was separated from his team and began to observe even more bizarre, demented, and almost human-ish behavior from the fish, along with increasingly horrific mutations. That night, he finally reached Udagawa at last, and while he was unable to locate his friends, he did encounter a skilled but disquieting young soldier named Mibu, who was, disquieting. He also encountered probably the most creepy fish mutation, the limbs. Fish with human arms and legs emerging from their mouths, which were capable of nearly instant regeneration. But he was saved by a pair of capable fighters, Karasuma and Saidaiji, before he joined up with another group of survivors, this group led by Mibu. We also learned that in probably the goriest scene in the manga, enjoy patrons, that the limbs also carry a bizarre ability to make people explode into fish after coming near them, and they'd spend the next day fleeing, with their number rapidly decreasing to this ranged attack. The next night, on March the 18th, they took refuge in a karaoke palace, and were informed by Mibu that a large cache of military assets, including a fucking tank, had been abandoned near an elementary school on the other side of Udagawa, but found it hard going due to the sheer number of limbs in the area, and were forced to take cover in the Hands building. Get it. We would also learn that Yoshi was in contact with Saidaiji and Karasuma. Later, in an attempt to find out how the limbs were killing with this ranged attack, they forced an engagement with them and learned that they were emitting swarms of microscopic fish because this manga's on drugs, and this made them realize that their time was even more limited than they thought. Shortly before reaching the school, they were attacked by a new mutation, a huge and even creepier fish with human hair and teeth, but were able to narrowly escape when they were saved by Elisa and co., who'd put together a sizable contingent of survivors themselves, armed with weapons and supplies from the aforementioned military cache. After they recovered, on March the 20th, they headed over to the lab, using the tank to break through the fish. At the lab, Kaoru began work on the pathogen, while everyone else cleared the building, but they soon came under massive attack, including by one of the Titans, another clear act of sabotage by Moka, resulting in them having to move without the pathogen finished, and many of their number apparently dying, although most of the named characters would later be revealed to have survived by dint of them having extra strength plot armor. Shortly after this, they encountered Yoshi and the motherload of survivors in the iconic Friends building, which also conveniently had a lab. We would also learn that there is a huge pit in the area, conveniently boss monster shaped, and on March the 22nd, Moka would reveal herself, attacking Kaoru and showing that she had distributed an unfinished version of the pathogen, inoculating the fish. This would correspond with an insane assault on the Friends building and the emergence of an absolutely colossal creature, our boss, twice as tall as a skyscraper and about the size of a city block. We also learned that Moka's goal was to feed this thing humans until it turned back into her brother. However, we also learned that Kaoru, by tricking the treacherous Moka, had gotten her to distribute the plague for her, killing most of the remaining fish and, using an explosive bullet filled with concentrated pathogen, Hajime, at last, was able to kill the boss, kill Moka, and save the day. So yeah, that's the story. And as there aren't really that many themes that need analysing, we will just call it a day there. I hope you enjoyed it, and anyways, before we finish for the day, phew, that was a long video, I just want to say big owl thanks, as always, to our amazing patrons, without whom this video definitely wouldn't exist. I'm not kidding, so yeah. If you are looking for someone to thank for making these folks are your first stop. Jathis in particular. Oh, and with so many people coming in, people leaving, and of course channel memberships. Crikey Moses, I alwaage forget you guys, sorry. I am almost certainly gonna cock this up. Please let me know in the comments if I miss you. Naxzul, Converge Man, Kayla Hardling, Bizarre Brucellosis, Slow-Mo Kid, Ryan Charles, Frosty Tien, Rosie, RJ Grendelsire, Harrison Clements, Cookie Dough, Emily, Amber, Frank Hartnett, Cam Trigger, Melissa Marston, BK, Taylor Smith, Ang, Alice Teacup, Melly Pepper, Sam Glasper, Majestic, The Spilled Milk, Brendan, Kamarian Lindsay, Taylor Smith, Tak2M, Yorgrim, Sefit, Kobareta Miruku, Anna MC, Miyuhaku, Huna Hexchen, Adclaire Andrew, Fluffy Burb, Kamolian, Endymion, Jake, B Empress, Squid, The Hedgehog Gamer, Rafferty, #Hermit, Yorgborg, William, Aaron Arnold, Sallyface, Kane, Kozen Doji 180, T Durden 761, Krem Gulbin 9142, Fergus McFirkin, Mootle, Maverick Mooner, Hamwise the Stout, Gunslinger Zero, Jalen R, John Raub, Mike, Chilled Ice, Warbarian, Inuki Koji, John Knepp, Cal Core, Opinion Custard, Matthew James Moteal, Robert Dote, Wargle, Hunting for R2D2, Jalen R, Lee, Bianca Marie Carpio, Eleanor, Crazy, although I think she changed her name to Unpion, Question Man 6, Eric Scott DeB, Ring Miskull / Mina, Callie Caris, JL, Lance Goebel, Joseph Barrett, JMD Raid, Piece of Yeast, Lightspeed, Jathis, and Fogweaver. I'm also sure, again, that there's at least one person I have forgotten, so to you, my apologies and thanks anyway. If you want to support this channel, please consider patroning up. You will get access to some pretty damn cool perks, like exclusive video segments, extended cuts, significantly less censorship, ad-free cuts, exclusive emotes on the Discord, an exclusive channel, early access to videos, potentially exclusive videos and features, and a couple of other things. And if you haven't already, like, subscribe, comment, and all that good jazz. It does really help the video out in terms of the bloody algorithm. Keep in mind that White Whistle and Albart patrons can also commission videos and deep dives, and patrons as a whole have a lot of input on what manga I cover. If you fancy supporting us in other ways, you could always leave us one of those super thanks thingies. And Mrs. Owl's commissions, both in terms of art and editing, are still open, so if you're looking for something to do with your book, your manga, some art, or just some sort of OC or a present, all of her links are, as always, in the description. Cheers, my friends, and thanks again. Well done for sticking around. Next time will be Higurashi. Until then, this is the Owl, signing off.